Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park here in beautiful Campbellville, Ontario, as we give you a live look outside at the scene right now. And there, as we pan out, you'll have a look at the track, and that is the venue and the battlegrounds for 13 great tests tonight. None bigger than our marquee event, Race 11, the 43rd edition of the $1 million Pepsi North America Cup. What a great program we have ahead. A lightning fast track for the 13 dashes. Beautiful weather out there. Sunny skies, 25 Celsius, 77 Fahrenheit. We do have a breeze, though, and a pretty stiff one at times. We've got a clock from the southwest at 21 kilometers an hour. Welcome inside the announcers booth, everybody. Chad Rosema here to call the action. Excited to be back to call my second consecutive Pepsi North America Cup. We have got that event and so many different storylines coming into that. A fantastic undercard with other storylines in the other stakes events as well, and an absolutely pumped up wagering menu. Everybody is here tonight, all hands on deck. Looking forward to it. I was already downstairs, and although the doors open at 5 o'clock, we have got a lot of people already in attendance, and I would think the races we've got on store tonight and the weather is going to bring them out by the thousands tonight. So welcome to Woodbine Mohawk Park, everybody, and anybody who unfortunately couldn't make it but is tuning in from around the globe. Enjoy what is going to be a sensational program. Standing by in studio, we've got a great broadcast team for you tonight, led by 2012 Cup-winning driver Randy Waples. The Hall of Famer is joined alongside Elisa Blow and John Rallis as well, providing plenty of coverage throughout the night. They've got a lot to talk about. We'll be heading down there for an extended version of Woodbine Racing Live in just a moment. But first, let's get you caught up with our program changes. Race number 1 to kick off the first pick 5. The early one tonight is guaranteed at $100,000, and it's also an HPI bet promo, $1,000 hit and split. You can find details on hpibet.com, but quickly sign up and opt in for that if you're not already. No changes in race number 1. Race 2, no changes. Third race, our first stakes final of the night. It's the Grade 2 Good Times for the 3-year-old trotters in the start of tonight's early pick 4. Number 4, Touched by an Angel. Shoe change up front from flip-flops to steel. Flip-flops to steel up front on the 4. Touched by an Angel. Number 5, Naver Punt, one of the Elim winners, is going to go open to Swedish Blinds and steel to barefoot all around. So open to Swedish Blinds, steel to barefoot with the shoes being pulled all around on 5, Naver Punt. Also eligible as scratched. Race number 4, no changes. Tonight's 5th race, $65,000 free-for-all trot. No changes there. Race number 6, it's the start of the mandatory payout pick 6, and no changes in the opening leg. Tonight's 7th race, it's the Grade 2 Armbro Flight, and it's the guaranteed all-stakes pick 5 pool, $100,000 guaranteed in that pool. We do have a significant scratch. Number 6, Yo Tilly, scratched sick. Take out 6, Yo Tilly. She is scratched vet sick. Race 8, the Grade 1 Roses Are Red final, and the start of the $5 Mohawk Stakes pick 3, which will feature the Roses Are Red, the Fan Hanover, and capped off with the Pepsi North America Cup. On hpibet.com, you've got to go under a separate tab for that, just a low 15% takeout as well. Just the also eligible not drawing in, no other changes to report. 9th race is the Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup Invitational and the start of the late pick 5. Number 9, Irvin Hanover, steel to aluminum up front. Steel to aluminum up front on number 9, Irvin Hanover. Tonight's 10th race, the Grade 1 Fan Hanover Final, kicks off the late pick 4. No changes. Race 11, the main event, the Grade 1 Pepsi North America Cup. Number 7, Azrael Blue Chip, steel to aluminum all around. Steel to aluminum shoes all around on the 7, Azrael Blue Chip. Next door, number 8, Al Poppy adds blinkers tonight. Blinkers added to 8, Al Poppy. Also eligible, does not draw in. Tonight's 12th race, number 3, Bayesian Firefly. Flip-flops to steel up front. Flip-flops to steel up front on number 3, Bayesian Firefly. And in race 13, it's the mandatory payout in the Jackpot High 5. The carryover coming into tonight that seeds the pool more than $138,000. All of the new money wagered, which will be a large amount, will have just a 15% takeout. So a great opportunity, overflowing field of 12, and no changes to report at this time. So just a few notes. If you're just tuning in, you can check the ticker to get caught up, or hpibet.com. All the best with your wagers. Enjoy what's set to be a fantastic night. Pepsi North America Cup 43 coming your way in race number 11. We are 70 minutes away from race number 1 as we head downstairs for the stakes-filled action edition of Woodbine Racing Live.
The Woodbine Mohawk Park Racetrack is located within the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit of the Anishinaabe peoples and the Haudenosaunee, on whose traditional territory we meet. Mohawk, our namesake, is one of the Haudenosaunee nations, Kanyen-Kahaka, meaning the people of the Flint. This territory is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee to peacefully take care of the land and resources around the Great Lakes. Woodbine Entertainment is honored to care for this land, our human and equine athletes, and provide a place to race responsibly that offers a meaningful way of life for thousands of Ontario families. Miigwech, Niawen, Kanaskomitin, Merci, thank you.
Campbell still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell down the wire. Wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Some reach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
They are rough and pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. TCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Well, the moment is here, and the time is now as we get set for one of the biggest races on Canadian soil. It's the Pepsi North America Cup, $1 million on the line. We have
And a perfect start. And away they go. That's the fastest 3/4 in the history of the Cup. Stakes and track record.
It's the cream of the crop, it's the best of the best, and it's the kickoff to some fantastic stakes that are going to be coming your way tonight from Woodbine Mohawk Park. My name is Elisa Blow, and I will be joined by Hall of Famer Randy Waples as we discuss this superstar card that we have coming your way this evening. Randy, we get to see tonight not only the best horses, but we get to see the best drivers. We get to see the best trainers, the best caregivers of our animals as well. And if you're in the grandstand and you're looking around, you might see some pretty famous faces from horse racing's past, present, and future. Racing royalty will be on tap here tonight to watch this 13 race program.
This is it. You know, I mean, this is what we torture ourselves through the winter, you know, picking 8,000 condition claimers, you know, waiting for the time that we get to come July or June and, you know, witness the best of the best. Just like Elisa said, this is the pinnacle of the best. There's no better racing in North America in harness racing than we're going to witness right here tonight. And we are so lucky to not only that, but the fact that this North American Cup is really turning into something that we really haven't seen in prior North American Cups.
I would say that this North America Cup has the most hype that we've seen in quite some time. Wouldn't you?
I agree.
And I think the hype only got bigger after what happened last week in the Elim that Bojangles finished third in. And you and I said to each other after the race was over, nothing is better than a comeback.
Yeah.
Now, tonight, maybe we get the resurgence of Bojangles, and I think there's going to be at least 10,000 fans here tonight to watch and cheer him on.
I completely agree, and the world loves a comeback, and it's not really a comeback. He's been beaten once, and that's why, again, you know, you and me were talking about it last week right after the race, and we both just said, like, nobody should give up on him after one loss. I mean, come on. And I think, like I said, I think that there was maybe reasons why the loss came about. So tonight, there's going to be a lot of people here, and maybe we will get to see Bojangles back into the winner's circle. But regardless of whether it's Bojangles, that field is crazy good.
Power pack,
We're going to
man.
get a good one. There's no doubt about that.
That's right. I love these big nights because
Yeah.
everybody is racing for the big money tonight, and you get to see so many of the best drivers, as we mentioned, that are just going to be right here in our own backyard. I want to bring in John Rallis, who will be the third member of our team here tonight. As usual, this is actually the third time that you and
We
me
started
and
together.
John, that's right, the third time that we've all been together for North America Cup. Feels a little bit better after we've got a couple of them underneath our belts, but as usual, there will be some pregame jitters for some people who are competing in the races tonight. And of course, John is going to be catching up with the connections and talking to them. John, you always get such good insight from our trainers, and we're looking forward to that as well. But you're going to be big on the handicapping this evening, too. Tell us about the wagering menu that we have for tonight.
Yeah, you guys touched on the talent level that we're going to get a chance to see here. We've got a stellar group of horses that are going to be going postward in this 13-race program on Saturday night, but we've also got a stellar wagering menu that we're going to get a chance to participate in as well. And we've got 2 pick fives guaranteed at $100,000, one of which being an all-stakes pick five. Those are always very, very appealing, of course. We've also got a pick six mandatory payout. So this pick six mandatory payout, no carryover opportunities tonight. We got a nice, really nice pool last year on NA Cup night. I'm expecting a really good pool here this evening as well. We should note, though, that the pick six sequence is going to kick off in race number 6. So we did some jostling with when the wagers were going to start. Pick six, as opposed to race number 4, it's going to kick off in race number 6. So again, a mandatory payout in that sequence. I touched on the all stakes pick 5, which kicks off in race number 7. Something that we're going to be integrating here this evening is going to be that $5 minimum Mohawk Stakes pick 3, 15% takeout. And I should add that if you go on HPI Bet or any other ADW that you're going to be playing along with, it is going to be a separate menu. You're not going to play right under Woodbine Mohawk Park's card itself. There's going to be a separate betting menu there for that Mohawk All Stakes Pick 3, which is going to be highlighted by the Roses Are Red, the Fan Hanover, and of course the Pepsi North America Cup. So really looking forward to that sequence. But we've also got more things here on site that we can participate in, though, Elisa. I mean, there's a handicapping contest that's going to be taking place here as well. So really looking forward to that handicapping contest. You actually have to register. You go put in, it's for $100. You get a pre-registered HPI betting card as well. So participate in that. It's going to be a top 3 finish. First place is going to be $500, second place $300, and third place is going to get $200. So participants, you can keep all the winnings, and at the end of the racing card, the top 3 participants are going to get the prizes that I mentioned above. So this contest is brought to you by Ontario Racing. You have an opportunity to go sign up here, but you have to be here on track in order to participate. And what I think is such a great idea. We already saw one edition of this take place. I think this is going to obviously be a no-brainer to participate in, and something that's going to be very popular. So lots on track and lots as well on the wagering menu. It's going to be a great night, guys.
Yeah, and you don't have to be a professional handicapper to compete in that. You just want to test your skills. Anybody can go. Even Randy can compete.
This is it.
All righty. Okay, we have some more things we want to discuss just quickly before we get into our stakes program for the night tonight. And I just wanted to touch on, because we have to talk about the elephant in the room just quickly. Last night, on-track bad accident with Sarah Swanstead and Dr. Ian Moore. I know a lot of people were asking about them and how they're doing on social media today. There has been, a lot of talk about it. So let's put it to rest and let people know just how both of them are doing, Randy.
Well, I mean, obviously it could have been a lot worse. I think Sarah took the worst of it. The worst that I can see with Doc Moore is that he's got some serious road rash, big time road rash. But I texted him earlier tonight. He said he'd see me here tonight. Whether or not he's going to warm up his horses tonight, that I don't know. But he will be here. As far as Sarah, she really took it bad. As far as I know, she has a dislocated thumb, a dislocated collarbone, a broken collarbone, a dislocated shoulder, and a concussion. So she really took the brunt of it. But my understanding is that she's also out of the hospital. Whether or not she's going to be here tonight, that I couldn't tell you. But they're both walking. The horses are fine. So, it's just, it and I know it. This is just part of racing horses.
Right. But you and I both know that all of us that get hurt, We all cowboy up and come right
yeah,
back.
for sure.
And if we don't come back the next hour, we are definitely there the next day. So
One of the best bumper stickers I ever seen was, are you just going to lay there and bleed, or are you going to cowboy up?
that's right. That's what they say. Fall off the horse. You got to get right back on again.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And the horses are fine. The
And
horses are fine.
And that's important too. A lot of people were asking, so I'm really glad that we talked about this. Okay, let's get started with our stakes events for the night tonight. It is so amazing, the card that we have in store for you with all of these great races. And of course, one of the traditions here is always to have the good times on North America Cup night, and the Bax family is always here to present. And you know how fitting it would be if they would present to their own team. Matt Bax does send out the 9-horse classified, but you get this really solid group of 10. And the storyline will be with the Swanstead horse and the Melander horse, because both of these horses come in off of wins in the eliminations.
Yeah, both of them really, did some outstanding racing last week there. Myself, I'm going to actually lean a little bit towards the 3-horse Magic Punk. Like both of them a lot. But Magic Punk, I thought, was just a little bit better. And they're standing pat on Magic Punk. Okus Vonstead, he's standing pat on him. No equipment changes that we know of. But Naver Punt, this bar hopping son that's trained by Marcus Melander, he raced incredibly well, winning his elimination as well. But now they're going to send in lots of changes on this guy. They're going to go from an open bridle to a Swedish bridle, and they're also going to go steel to barefoot all around. Now, steel to barefoot is a dramatic change. That can really change things up. So that is a change that you really want to take a close look at. They don't always pull their shoes, but when they do, there's usually a pretty good chance they're going to race very well. And that was Magic Punk, just winning that one. Really looked good out there.
Yeah, and did it in 52-1, which was a life's best for Magic Punk. But we want to take a look back at the second elim winner, and that's the one that Randy's referring to, the horse that's making all kinds of changes here tonight from the Melander outfit, this being Naver Punt, not to be confused with Magic Punk. And Dexter Dunn to do the driving with this one. And as you mentioned, open to Swedish and going from steel to barefoot. Randy, I'm from one of those groups that says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But there obviously had to be something that Yannick Gingras or Marcus Melander noticed with this horse in that last elimination to make these changes.
Well, it could simply be that, maybe the surface of the track, maybe they kind of had him hung up a different way, thinking stone dust, or this track can be a little bit slippery with our track rock because we don't crush our track rock, so it can be a little bit slippery. But the big thing is that Yannick had a big decision to make.
Right.
And I agree with you. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I'm only looking at Naver Punt with the changes that they're putting on him. They're trying to make him faster.
Right.
That's basically what it boils down to. Magic Punk, they're standing pat. So I'm thinking maybe a small advantage to Magic Punk. Which way did you go?
I didn't have to make selections tonight. You know what? I forfeited my opportunity because I think it's only fair that John Rallis makes decisions tonight. Cool. He is the harness expert. I'm showing up here tonight to help drive the train, as some would say.
You
That's
gotta
right.
sail the Enterprise.
That's right. And I love just watching, right? But I did send in a pick in each of the stakes and a long shot pick. But I wanted to ask John, because I see him back on camera now. John, you left off the 5-horse, and instead you've used the 4, Touched by an Angel, which is the Fellows horse, and you also used the 6, Dream of Peace, in your ticket. These are horses we're going to get, especially Dream of Peace, that we'll get at a price.
Yeah, I thought Touched by an Angel, his elimination performance was super, and I think this is a colt who showed us a glimpse of his talent last year, but they gelded him going into his 3-year-old campaign, and I think the returns after being gelded have been really good. That was a tough elimination defeat last time out. He deserved a lot better, but Naver Punt was so good, just continuing to come to get the job done. But you want to speak about colts who have been pretty talented here racing at this Ontario Sire's Sake program. Dream for Peace, I mean, he's sitting on a gold victory. I think he was really good in his elimination. I think he's been really sharp all season long. So that's definitely a horse that I would be using underneath in some exotics. I'm with Randy. I really do think Magic Punk, if he replicates a performance like he did last week, I think he's going to be awfully tough to beat. But you mentioned Naver Punt. Anytime that these guys pull the shoes, I think it's something to take note of. And Dexter Dunn and Marcus Melander, they had a big night themselves last night at the Meadowlands. Melander with 4 training wins last night. Dexter Dunn was aboard 3 of them. So they're looking to continue the momentum here this evening.
All right, thanks for those thoughts, John. As we move over to race number 7, the 7th race, of course, is the Armbro Flight. We'll see trotters once again, fillies and mares competing in here for a big whopping purse. I mean, I didn't do the math and add up all the purse money that we're giving away tonight, Randy, but it's big cash on the line.
Huge.
This race going for $215,000 and a pretty significant scratch of the 6-horse Yo Tilly, who is a vet scratch, and we'll get more on that from John Rallis when we go check back in with him. But first, we have to take a look at, a horse like, say, Warwi Michelle. Who's loaded in this race, obviously, is the Svanstead barn. They've got Warwi Michelle, they have Dial Square, and they also have Nelson Bright Eagle. So they have 3 out of the 11 horses competing in this spot. I think either way you look at it, you're kind of drawn towards a Swanstead horse.
Yeah, Where Are We Michelle especially is going to look really, really tough in here. The only thing is, though, is that, she races November the 15th last year. Then she qualifies May the 8th, one qualifier, and then we don't see no more of her. So I'm not saying, we've talked about Oka Svanstead before. The fact that he can, a few years ago, he came in here with All Raj and hadn't raced in a year.
Remember that?
Yeah, and he not only wins the Maple Leaf Trot, but sets a track record doing it. So since then, I don't really bring in the, the stale date, but it's always in the back of my mind. And then when it comes down to which way I'm going to tip, the better date usually works for me. So I'm going to go in second here with Where Are We Michelle. I'm going to go Stormont Beautiful. I'm going to go the Ontario girl here, who's been racing really, really well, was second in the Breeders' Crown last year, just came back, only the 3 starts and the 2 qualifiers. And to me, that's enough. She's got enough fitness under her belt that, now it's time to, let's see what's going to happen.
We are going to take you back to Warwi Michelle's big victory in the Breeders' Crown. So this is back last October, and it was right here on our surface at Womo, where she was a winner for big money and did it in 50 and 2. She has a life's mark of 150 flat. She is a 10-time winner. First start of the season, as Randy had mentioned, she did have the 1 qualifier. She's a vet scratch from a race on the 23rd, but like Randy said too, never discount this outfit.
Absolutely not. This is a really good race, and she kind of, it was a clean trip. There's no doubt about that, but there was a little bit of traffic out there. She got kind of stalled, and she was the one that was coming hard on the end of it. Really, really great race. I got her in for second. She's going to be real tough to beat in here, especially with her gate speed as well. Yo Tilly being scratched, that's a huge scratch. The only other one that, to me, that I think that people got to take a serious look at, too. Mona Lisa looks good in here, too. But don't forget that there's a second page of this program.
That's right.
Yeah, because this 10 and the 11 on the other side, not so much the 10 horse, although it is a Nancy Tactor and Scotty Zeron going to be here to drive. But Miracle Maven coming from the 11 hole for Ronnie Burke and Yannick Gingras. This one is a real serious filly. You can see last year 8 for 14, and this year already started out with a win. 2 starts and already a win. So even though she does have that trailing position, I don't mind it too bad because she's trailing the one that I think can win this race. So I'm going to bring her into it as well. So I am going to be using the 11 horse as my 4th pick.
All right, let's bring John Rallis in. Now, John, I want you to quickly touch on what you know about Yo Tilly, just for people who might wonder why she's not here. And also, you had a chance to catch up with Sarah Swanstead. Good thing you did yesterday, and you were able to get some information from her. So talk to us about first Yo Tilly, and then let us know about what Sarah had to say.
Yeah, Yo Tilly, apparently she just, she just tied up. I got a chance to speak with trainer Andrew Harris. It's unfortunate that she's not having the opportunity to race today. We respect her so much, and it would have added, obviously, depth to the race, but it's going to give an added opportunity for several others in here to not only maybe leave out of there and assume better position, but Yo Tilly, I'm sure we'll see her bounce back. I'm sure we'll see her racing soon, and looking forward to what she's going to provide here in this aged trotting mare division. But you touched on the Oka Svanstead barn, and what Randy said is absolutely correct. Stale dates are just something that we're kind of accustomed to from a handicapping principle, and stale dates is what you're going to get from a mare like Warwi Michelle, but I think you throw that out the window anytime you're looking at a horse from an Oka Svanstead camp. that has a poor date because they train these horses really, really hard. And she was scratched out of her most recent outing in the Miss Versatility. She's going to be in to go here in this Armbro Flight Final, making her first start of 2026. We'll hear from Sarah Swanson momentarily, but she's got other two horses that merit respect, in Nelson Bright Eagle as well as Dial Square. Remember, guys, Dial Square capturing this event a year ago. So the reigning champion of this race is in this race to go, but unfortunately she's not bringing that same level of form. But curious to let's hear some of Sarah Swanson's thoughts on the three starters in this stakes event. I want to ask you about a trio of mares that you're going to be sending posted here in the Armbro Flight to Final. Let's start off with Dial Square, a mare who late last year, you added Lasix to this mare. Maybe she didn't finish off the season the way she started it, but this is a mare we know that has a lot of talent. Assess her performance in the Miss Versatility leg on May 23rd, and any changes with her coming into this weekend start.
She has been a little bit of, I shouldn't say disappointment, but I mean, she started up great last year, and if it kind of got her a little bit too far fast because she came a little bit late from Sweden too, I'm not sure, but she had grown more into herself, and she was with heavy shoes in her last race too, so we're going to go lighter shoes on her, but of course we need to see some more finishing from her, so I'm not really sure where she is right now.
Nelson Bright Eagle, another mare, winless in 10 starts of her campaign last year, but hit the board in half of them. She too is coming off a fourth place effort in that Miss Versatility leg. What can we expect from her on a Saturday night this weekend?
Well, it's kind of the same with her. She was the same 2 years ago when she started back, that she needed a couple of races until she started going, but she hasn't really got that kick in her legs yet either. If it's ready to happen on Saturday, I'm not sure, but she also needs to show a little bit more good finishing before I can have too high hopes on her.
Speaking of high hopes, I mean, Wari Michelle, she's provided nothing but high hopes and good results. Obviously winning a Breeders' Crown Final the last time that we got a chance to watch her compete on Canadian soil. She was supposed to make a start on May 23rd in the Miss Versatility. She was the vet scratch in that contest. How is her fitness level coming into this final this weekend? And can you maybe inform us or fill us in why she missed that start in late May?
Yeah, so she was scratched because she catch a fever for 2 days, nothing major, but obviously we didn't want to take any chances with her. So she trained back here now good and have had a little bit faster mile, but if she's going to be ready to win, that's going to be hard to stay because one qualifier is maybe not enough right now, but it was no other chances either to do more right now. So this race will be a race for her and take her forward for the rest of the season. Is obviously just in the beginning of the year, but I mean, every time she races, she go all in, so maybe she's just kicking ass anyway with not being top sharp yet, but I am always excited to see her race, so I look forward to see her.
We look forward to watching her compete. We look forward to watching your starters compete this weekend in Canada as well. And Sarah, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Always great to get thoughts and honest thoughts as we talk about all the time from the trainers. It's great when they can give us something as handicappers that we can work with, so we always appreciate that. Let's flip over to race number 8. The 8th race on the program is the Roses Are Red, and this race will also kick off a new wager. Now, we started this at Woodbine a few weeks ago, and we'll do it on major days in Toronto. We'll do it on major days here in Milton as well. It's the All Stakes Pick 3, and it has a minimum wager of $5. Now, it isn't consistent races. That's something people need to take note of. It's not like it's race 8, 9, 10 like we're used to. So for this wager tonight, it is races 8, 10, and 11. So that's always very important. So you'll take the 9th race off and then you'll go back for 10 and 11. But this one, of course, another jam-packed field for the 8th race. They go for $320,000, and you get Louis' Girl. She comes in off of a win in the Roses Red Limb, and Mickey and Minnie, who was fantastic last week for Chris Ryder, and our congratulations too goes out to Chris Ryder. I know he hit a big milestone in wins, so that's always something that everybody wants to celebrate. But the first horse we want to touch on here, Randy, is Louis' Girl. Now, this is a Per Anglum horse, 7 for 9 this season. She hasn't missed a check yet. Last year, she was a 7-time winner as well from 13 starts. She's a serious racing mare.
She is that. When she raced here last week, I think I played against her. I think maybe I went Always Dawn, or I know I played against her. And the biggest reason was because I'd never really seen her do any winning on a big track. It was always small tracks, halves and 5/8, but she was never seemed to be bringing that to the big track. But she brought it last week, so we can take a look at this replay. I thought it was an incredibly good effort. I would say maybe just a little bit maybe weaker of the two divisions, I mean, that way, but still a nice effort here for Louise Girl and Jason Bartlett. Jason Bartlett coming right back to town to try to take a little bit more Canadian money back down to New York, where he hangs his hat. Does a lot of his racing at Yonkers Raceway, but good move here. And Always Dawn, Kevin Ben horse here on the outside. She put up a good effort as well, but Louise Girl finding the wire probably just about right in time.
And when you see these replays, it reminded me again, when you see these replays, some replays from last week, you're going to see drivers totally clean.
Yeah.
And some replays from last week, they're going to be really muddy, because remember, the heavens opened up. We had like 20 minutes of hard rain, and then they kept racing sub 150 miles. It was a fantastic
And it rained.
night. Whew, did it ever. All right, Mickey and Minnie. I'm sure a lot of kids that are here on the track tonight will be cheering for her. And if this one happens to win, maybe there is a trip to Disneyland in store for the Ryder family. I know that they have a grandson named Harry that they love very much, so maybe he'll be headed towards Disneyland if she happens to get the win here tonight.
She's going to be the one I'm going with. I mean, that's a tough call because, out in the outside, Twinbee Joe Fresh is staring me in the face, but I'm not even going to use Twinbee Joe Fresh. This is the one that I'm going to put up on top. I mean, he clears with her, and then the rest of the way, he's just on cruise. She barely put out really any kind of energy whatsoever. So, in my opinion, she should come back just as strong this week. She got a good post to work with, and retains James. So Mickey and Minnie is the way I'm going to go.
And the other rider horse, of course, as you mentioned, is Twinbee Joe Fresh, Dexter Dunn, who co-owns this horse. He'll be doing the driving. But as far as our local contenders are concerned, I thought Absolution raced fantastic in the Elim to finish in the 3rd spot.
I did too. I mean, big 3-wide move around that last turn. I threw her in for part of it. I know she's got the 10 hole. I could have went a lot of different ways. There's a lot of mares in here that I'm not using that are real good ones, but there's just something about Absolution that I think that she's sitting on a big effort, and maybe 4th is a little bit low. If they race this too heavy, Absolution could be the one that picks it all up.
Will we see Jack Moiseyev on track tonight?
Yes, we will.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes,
yeah,
we
we
was
normally
here
see him on
last
this
week.
night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I seen him and Peter and Melanie Wren, the owners, trainers of Odds on Mamba. Seen them at the keg. I asked Jack, I said, are you going to be here Saturday night? He said, I'll be there, boy.
Oh, fantastic. That's great. Okay, let's head outside again to John. And John always likes to pick horses at prices, too. John, you've included the 5, Rodeo Drive Deo. This is a Burke trainee. And you also included the Last Martini, the 6 horse here in this race, winless from 4 starts so far this year.
Yeah, I've been, I thought Rodeo Drive Deo raced well in her elimination. I know the trip didn't work out too back. We heard Ron Burke's comments about that trip at Chester, 2 starts ago. But I thought the Last Martini raced really well. That was a big-time bounce-back performance from what we saw in Kentucky the start prior. She's had, one tough trip so far this year. Her other 2 performances, I thought maybe weren't up to her capabilities, but she bounced back in a big way, and that's kind of similar to what we saw last year here in the Breeders' Crown. She put forth a couple of efforts in the U.S. that just weren't up to her liking, up to her ability. She came back here on Canadian soil. She bounced back in a big way. Of course, dead heating with Mickey and Minnie in that Breeders' Crown final for 3-year-old filly Pacers. But, Randy touched on Twinbee Joe Fresh, and the only one that's got her on top and even on the ticket is going to be Garnet Barnsdale. Now, this is an assessment of, do you go with class and do you go with ability, or do you go with what you've seen as of late? Because what we saw last week was probably not, to me, the most eye-catching performance. But I'd expect Chris Ryder to have her ready, but I'm in the same camp as Randy. I just feel like she's a mare that I have to play against in this particular spot. But one thing to take note, this is the best price you're going to get on Twinbee Joe Fresh in a long time, if not ever. So if you want to back class and ability, you're going to get a price here tonight. But are you willing to take her tonight based on what you saw last week? That's the big question mark.
Yeah, there's always a lot of chalk on these big nights. But like he said, there's always going to be one or two that squeak in at prices.
There is, but I mean, this is a big leave-off, this one, you know. I mean, this is a major leave-off. So I'm going to go with what Rollis is saying. I didn't see the sharpness last week, and I don't know if he can get her that good in 7 days. So with an outside post, I'm going to play against her. But that is a tough move to play against Twin Bee Joe Fresh.
Yeah, that's how good this card is. All right, let's go to the ninth race. Ninth race on the program is the Mohawk Gold Cup. This is an invitational. It's grade 3, and they go for a purse of $100,000. I think the star of this race is obviously Irvin Hanover. Dave Maneri conditions this one. We got to see him race last week in the Open, and he was fantastic on his return to the races. And Randy, tonight they put the Nikes on.
Absolutely, yeah. Going to go to these aluminum shoes in front for Mr. Irvin. It's hard to believe that he was that good last week wearing a pair of steels.
Right?
You know?
Yep.
A pair of work boots on last week there. Set of Kodiaks there, and he goes out and he wins in 49-1. So now Maneri's going to throw the running shoes on him tonight, and we're going to see what's going to happen. He's going to be my top pick. I mean, this is a really deep race. You know, big shout out to everybody in the race office, especially Jimmy Gillespie, for assembling. This is a really, really nice field of horses in here. So Prince Hal Hanover is going to be tough. I think Calico Jack could be tough, but Irvin Hanover, I agree with you. I just think that, you know, we're looking again at the return of the Breeders' Crown champion from last year, and he's every bit as strong as he was last year. So I just don't see anybody really stepping up and upsetting the apple cart.
Yeah, and
as opposed to Irvin just yet.
You're right, and the other thing too is you could look through this group of horses, and a lot of them are horses we see regularly here, like say a horse like Brew Hanover, who we watch, you know, all season long, kind of dominate the dojo in those open races, and then we see the return of a horse like say Vucephalus, who was in the North America Cup 3 years ago now, I would say, so comes back to the site of that race once again. So race number 9 on the program will also kick off the late pick 5 for you on tonight's card, because there are 13 races, so 9 through 13, this race kicking off the late pick 5 for you. Let's flip over to race number 10. 10th race is the Fan Hanover, $420,000 up for grabs in this race, and wow, I saw a pretty much, well, she's perfect. She has the right name. And, you know, I was saying to you last week, if you name a horse Be Perfect, you know, there's nothing worse than having it turn into a 5-claimer that can't win a race.
Yeah.
But Be Perfect, BG, is perfect. A perfect 5 for 5 last year as a 2-year-old, a perfect 4 for 4 this season, and man, did she ever race great last week. She's got to worry about Perfect Thought, another horse, and the other one would be Luadipa from the Ron Burke barn. So, you know, even though we have a perfect mare in this spot, there are others who are going to try and take her down.
Yeah, absolutely. Be Perfect, I'm going to throw in for second. I'm going to play against her. Perfect Thought, you mentioned her. I'm going to throw her in for third. Luadipa, I'm going to go this route simply because, I mean, I love Be Perfect. I mean, how can you not? She's never been beaten. But Luadipa, for whatever reason, last week, to me, looked like a colt out there. She really did. Like, I mean, she has put on so much weight and size and power. And to me, it really stood out last week. I love the way Be Perfect raced. But Luadipa, there was just something about her that she was almost, to me, like overpowering. So here she is, Elisa. Like, look at the size of her now. And look at the body language on Pete. I mean, you know, this is a nice, deep group of horses in behind her. You know, we got a Clean Deal. We got Daya down in here. But look at the way that she's performing, and look at the size of her. It's just, to me, she didn't have this the depth last year. She was just a, you know, kind of tall and skinny and gangly, you know, that kind. This year, it seems to me like she's really put on some serious muscle.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that she's going to need it. So Luadipa is the way I'm going to go.
Well, that development from 2 to 3 is amazing.
Yep.
And then from 3 to 5 is a whole other ball game too, right? But there are some stunning animals in this spot. The other one we wanted to show you, actually we have a few replays we want to show you from this race, is Be Perfect BG. You know, the other thing I just wanted to mention, because, you know, this race she took basically gate to wire, is that, you know, tonight we talk about the great drivers, we talk about the great trainers, we talk about the great horses. One thing we don't talk about is the breeders, and there are some people tonight that have bred these horses. You know, they had those mares carry those foals, looked after those mares, and they are rooting them on tonight as well.
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing that would be a bigger feather in the cap of a breeder than having a horse show up on a night like this, with a big effort.
Right. And imagine if you're, say, the breeders of Be Perfect BG and you have that mare at home. Right? So, this horse goes on, wins a big race like this here tonight. What's your mare worth, and who are you going to breed her to next?
And how do you name her? I'll never get beat. I mean, how do you keep on with this?
Be Perfect again.
Yeah. If you name her, I'll always lose. Does that mean that she'll never win a race? I mean, this could be a whole different ball game. But this is a really nice field of horses in here. There's so many of them that I'm not using that I would love to be able to use.
Well, let's show Perfect Thought while we're talking about that, because this horse is at 15-1. Now, this would be a great story for the stable, because the stable is an amazing group of people that can join in, and they can own a tiny share of a horse or a large share of a horse. So you don't know on some of these horses if they have 100 owners or if they have 10, but what a story it would be for them.
It would be. I mean, even in this race here, though, so she wins her elimination, and when she comes back, I'm pretty sure it's packed. You know what I mean? Like, God only knows how many people actually own a piece of Perfect Thought. She was doing all of her campaigning mostly in the Megan Scran barn, racing really, really good for her and Scotty Z. And then they shipped her up here. Harry Polton took over. And end up having a nice win. Doesn't shock me in the least. Harry Polton, one of those guys that, would not be surprised if all of a sudden there was a knock at his door and say, hey, Harry, by the way, you're going into the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame.
Well,
because that's what kind of a career that he's had.
Yeah, and there are some price horses to be had in this race. Yeah, sweep for the top spot. But, our buddy John, he likes to sniff out those price horses. Tell us, John, about your thoughts on Lavender Sealster here for Doc Moore.
Yeah, I've been really, really impressed with this filly. I mean, we touched on P&G Shadow. We got a chance to watch her compete. She kicked off the Friday night program with a victory in the opener, and Doc said that he felt like P&G Shadow was the filly that was coming along the best as she was wintering for ahead of her 3-year-old campaign. And I tell you what, I really like what I've seen from Lavender Sealster to this point. I think she's raced really, really well. I thought she raced super in her elimination. And Louis had a choice between Sangria Summer as well as Lavender Sealster. He opted to go to the Doc Moore trainee, and she draws well enough, and she's going to be put in play. I don't know if she's going to have enough to get the job done, but this is another price player that I would be using underneath in some exactors and tries.
Good stuff. Okay, time to talk about the big dance now, the race everybody is going to be holding their breath waiting for, that being the Pepsi North America Cup. It'll go as race number 11 on tonight's program. It is 4 straight 3-year-olds, and they'll go for $1 million tonight. You get a field of 10, and this year, for whatever reason, and I think we know what the reason is, but for whatever reason, it has a different feel than other years. I don't know, for me, I would say I've done probably 20 North America Cups in my time at Woodbine. You've probably, seen almost all of them?
All of them.
All of them, buddy. Seen them all?
Right.
You've seen them on the front end, and you've seen some of their rear ends too, right,
That's
buddy?
right. Sometimes I was in amongst them, but even right from the very first one, I remember when Legal Notice won for Dr. John Hayes at Greenwood Raceway. I would be around 84, 85 maybe, somewhere in there. 85, I think. And I remember that one, and I've been, this is our race, right? I mean, how many Kings or Queens plates have you seen?
A lot of them. And I remember, too, when we used to do this race at Woodbine, and I just love it so much more here at Mohawk because this is the right environment for it.
Yeah, it is.
And it's got that country feel, and you can reach out and touch the horses. And you feel the ground shake when they go by as
100%.
well.
100%. This is it for us.
This is it.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is what we go through our winter for. This is what, 2 weeks from now, we'll be talking about this race in 2027.
Right. And
I
saw somebody today on social media from the United States that said this is the standardbred version of the Kentucky Derby.
Yes. 100%.
That's a good way.
I agree.
That's a good way to put it.
It is. And it's a very, very difficult race to win. That's the thing, too. You know what I mean? A lot of it's a tough race to win. Trust me on that. Very, very hard race to win.
As the guy who's won it.
Once.
Once.
You know what I mean? It's
but
not
it
an
puts
easy
you on the
race
map,
to win.
buddy.
That's
puts you
right.
on the map.
100%. So here we go. We got some data.
And data, Randy, going back to 1994, as you said, when it was being...
No, it was 85.
80
was the first
some-
one.
80 something. Okay, so
Yeah.
so for whatever reason they...
To the 7/8. That's why.
That's
First
why.
time on the 7/8.
That's
There we
why.
go.
Good stuff.
So we still haven't had a winner out of the 10 hole yet.
Well, guess who's in the 10 hole tonight? Brandon Boulevard, who has a legit shot.
Yes.
Looks like the 5 is where you want to be, and guess who's in the 5 hole tonight? Bojangles.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is all pure data, folks. So just keep your eye on that. But we have to go through each horse. We can't just touch on some.
No.
We need to go through each and every horse competing in this year's edition of the North America Cup. And we'll start first with the 1. Now, this is a Ron Burke trainee, and you can never discount any Burke horses. He's got a couple of horses in this race tonight because he's going to send out Lindy Dragonwater, but he's got the 1 horse in the stakes event coming in off of a 4th place effort, and that was in the elimination that featured odds on Mamba. So we'll talk first about the 1, Ronnie Wren Jr. doing the driving. This is a horse that it looks like Burke is a co-owner on as well. Very good career record. He is 4 for 5 this season as far as hitting the board is concerned. Any interesting thoughts or quirks on this one that you've heard about, Randy?
Not really heard about. I mean, obviously, like you said, this is coming out of the Burke juggernaut. I mean, the guy's got like 200 horses in training, and 3 of them are going to be in this race here tonight. Malilo, I thought it was a good race that he put up last week. Unfortunately, he does draw the rail. And I mean, there's obviously a lot worse places that you could draw, but it's not as easy to push from the rail. You got to push a lot harder. So I think myself, I'm looking more at Malilo being kind of one of those horses that you might want to use down underneath,
Superfectas.
Right, in the bottom of your super or maybe even in the bottom of your try. I think he could get that, but I don't really look at him as a win candidate, but did have a real good race here last week.
And the breeders are the owners of this Son of Sweet Lou as well. So they've seen this one right from the time that the mare was in foal right through till today. So that always gives you a little extra, how do you say that? Tingles.
Yes,
extra tingles.
absolutely.
All right, Red Rocket Man is the 2. Here's the first for our local drivers tonight. Louis Waugh, of course, will drive this one for John Pentland, who's a regular here at Mohawk. And what a thrill this is for them tonight to send out this son of Bulldog Hanover.
This guy could get the job done. 25-1 morning line, and I mean, deservedly so. I mean, he hasn't really done the accomplishments that some of these other horses have done. The big thing that I can tell you about Redland Rocket Man is if he can find him an easy trip, wow, does this guy have speed. Like, all horses have speed. This guy has eye-catching speed. He reminds me of another horse that we're going to be talking about real soon because the speed, like I said, it catches your eye when he does his big move. So I didn't use Redland Rocket Man in here, but if he can find him the right trip, I think he's going to fire on the end of it. How good that gets him, I don't know, because he only has a mark of 52. So he's going to have to bring that time down a little bit, but boy, oh boy, can he ever make movement on the end of it.
Let's go to the 3. Odds on Mr. Mamba, of course, a winner of the eliminations last week. We had 2 eliminations. He was the other winner. And this one on that night was driven for the first time by James McDonald. This race has eluded him. He has a great resume. He's won basically everything you can win, but this one is still off of the ticket. Tonight could be a great opportunity for this Melanie Wren trainee.
Like I said, not an easy race to win. It's a tough race to win. Okay, Lisa, I was just talking to you about Redland Rocket Man. I said the big thing with him, his big weapon is speed. This one's even quicker. This guy, his speed is eye-catching. You know what I mean? Lots of horses are fast, but his is eye-catching. He can really, really move. Now, the only thing that bothers me a little bit is this running out on the end of it. It didn't cost him last week, but I think that if he keeps doing it, at some point it will cost him, doing that. So I'm going to throw him in for 3rd, but my goodness, all the bells and whistles, all the publicity that they were talking about this guy in Indiana and that this guy can beat Bojangles, it was all true. He can beat Bojangles because he beat Bojangles. And what a feather in the cap of the Indiana Sire Stakes if this guy ends up getting the job done. So a lot of pressure on odds on Mr. Mamba tonight.
He'll be the poster boy for Indiana. Happens to work out. Sweet Love and Lou gets the services tonight of Scotty Ziron. Great to have the money man in town tonight. I'm sure his dad's going to be here to cheer him on too. This is a horse who comes in off of a pretty neat victory back last week. And in a snappy time, too, of 148 and 2.
It must have been absolutely torture for James
I know.
to have to make that call, you know what I mean? Because you want to drive them all. But, you know, unfortunately for them, you know, they're not going to get James. But fortunately for them, they are going to get another guy that wears a lot of blue and white. And his name is Scotty the Money Man. And his name is the Money Man for a reason. This guy, when you put final and big numbers on the top of the page, the guy can smell it. He can smell it like a shark going across the ocean, smelling blood, you know. He's just amazing driver. I don't know how he's going to actually end up doing this. I could honestly see him unleashing one of his Scotty Ziron pylon slide
trips.
right down near the end of it, Calvin Burrell all over again, you know. I could see that with him because he has good luck doing that.
Yes.
And I could see this happening. I don't think anybody wants to get away too far back, but if he does, look for Scotty Ziron to be finding his way in the last quarter through the rest of them and flying on the end of it. This guy is amazing when it comes to driving for big money.
Well, and you might remember he won with It's My Show a couple
Yes.
of years ago as
That
well.
was our first NA
That's
Cup.
right, our first one together. Aw, sentimental.
Aw.
All right, speaking of sentimental, we better flip over to the 5. Mr. Bojangles and Doc Moore. Bob McClure doing the driving here tonight for Graham Grace Stables, Kiwi Stables. This is Bolton Stables, I should mention them as well. MD Bolton Stables from down in Florida. I mean, I think a lot of people got turned on to him, obviously, last season, you know, as a 2-year-old. And these cattle washes, they're just, everybody wants to have a cattle wash in their barn. And then the wins just kept adding up. And then the fan base started growing and growing and growing. And then he comes back this season and he's winning again and again and again. And he was coming into last week's elimination undefeated, and there was a huge crowd here just to see him. The other thing that I just wanted to say too is I stepped out. I wanted to watch the race outside, and I stepped out into the paddock, and I have never seen a paddock like this before, where everybody just stood still and was watching the TV. Like,
you could hear a pin drop.
You could hear a pin drop. You're 100% right. So what do we do with Mr. Bo tonight?
Here we go. So last week you and I walked over and seen him, and the horse looked amazing.
Yep.
He really did. Both of us agree the horse looked incredible, okay? So then we have this rainstorm, all right? And it's not an excuse. I'm just saying what happened. So then we have this rainstorm, and it was a nasty rainstorm, you know, and they all had to live through it. But for whatever reason, when I went back there afterwards, he wasn't the same horse. Like, he did not look the same. He didn't look fresh. He didn't look sharp. He didn't look like a horse that couldn't wait to get out onto the track. He just looked like a horse that was kind of going through the motions at that point. So now we go out into the race, and to me, there was nothing about the way that he raced last week that's been the same as what he's been racing, 15 times in a row. Anytime that I saw Bob try to put the horse in a hole, the horse didn't want to have anything to do with it. I'm not saying that he couldn't get him into the hole, but it never seemed like he was able to keep him in there very long. When the horse would start to puff up, his head would go up in the air, and he wanted back out of that hole. Last week, not only would he sit in the hole, but Bob's chasing him and gapped out and just didn't seem like he was the same horse. It's not an excuse. I have nothing but praise for anybody, any of these 10 horses that can make it this far. This is a really, really big feat to have a horse in this race. But in my opinion, I've watched him race every single start, and that wasn't the same race as what I've normally seen him race. So I think that there was a reason why he did what he did. I think that, I'm willing to put it behind him, and I'm just hoping that with a good post position and the monkey off your back, there's got to be some pressure comes off with that, with the fact that he's now been beaten.
Yeah.
So I think that this could be an interesting race. How Bob decides to do this, that is the real real interesting point, because this is a horse that we know he doesn't necessarily have to be in front, but boy, oh boy, when he gets to the front, we're looking at another one of those none shall pass kind of a horse. You know what I mean? Now, like I said, last week he never got to the front. But again, to me, I don't think the horse that was able to hold him off last week in that third quarter rush should have been able to hold him off. He was 45-1, and we're talking the reigning horse of the year couldn't get by him. Why would that be? After gapping out, never doing anything the first half of the mile, I just don't see that Bojangles showed up. Now, what happens tonight? Different story. I'm hoping, for Doc Moore that he's able to be here anyway. Whether or not he gets to warm him up, that's all part of it as well. But I'm willing to take the Bojangles train a little bit further.
Yeah. I think it's an even better story tonight.
It's a way better story.
Because he got beat last week.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be a better race.
Mm-hmm. I do, too.
Because now they know that he can get beat. If he wins last week for fun, then what does the rest of these guys do, you know what I mean, facing him the very next week, and he's still undefeated? Now he's beatable. All
right, let's move on to the 6 horse, because we have a bunch more we want to cover. This is Lindy Dragon Water, another Burke trainee. He was 5th. In behind Sweet Love and Lou in that elimination back last week. And, lovely horse. 5 wins from 10 starts as a 2-year-old, but shut out so far from 5 starts this year.
Yeah, such a, it must have been quite a little 48 hours, I would say, for Jason Bartlett, because he's looking at where does James go. If James goes back to Sweet Love and Lou, that means that opens up probably Dexter or Brandon Boulevard for Jason Bartlett. So he's looking at, maybe a Brandon Boulevard, maybe a Sweet Love and Lou, one of those types. And he's got Lindy Dragonwater. Nothing against Lindy Dragonwater, but he just isn't what these ones are. I think he's more of a bit of an Ohio kind of a specialist myself. So I think this might be a little bit too much of an ask right now for Lindy Dragonwater. But, hey, you got a good post to work with, and you got one of the best drivers in North America driving.
Well, Andrew McCarthy is the regular driver for Azrael Blue Chip, who is the 7 horse in tonight's race, a colt by Perfect Sting out of a Some Beach Somewhere mare, so that's fantastic. And not an expensive purchase down in Kentucky, around $30,000 they paid for this one as a youngster, and he's been able to make almost all and then some since.
I'll say, steel to aluminum all the way around for this horse. Besem Odza is going to be sending that change in. And just so that something, maybe you didn't realize or whatever, that first NA Cup that we worked together,
right.
It's My Show was a winner. Mm-hmm. Confederate was second. Mm-hmm. Well, guess who was the groom of Confederate? Besem Odza,
really?
Now having his own barn, and here he is racing his own horse in the North American
Imagine
Cup.
that.
What a full circle for him. A few years ago, he's here looking after one of the favorites, and now he is back again with one of his own trainees in this race. Now, that's quite a little story.
Jeez, that's a short road, too. That's only a couple of years.
Only a few years.
To find a horse of this caliber.
Yeah.
Like, people wait their whole lifetime.
And like you said, too, not exactly a blue blood purchase at $27,000.
Mm-hmm. But they were able to get him there, and he's made $210,000 since. Al Papi is the 8. You get Yannick Gingras driving for Ron Burke. So again, Burke heavily represented here in this race with 3 starters. They will opt to put the blinkers on here tonight with this one. And you know what? I think I sent in picks, like a top pick and then a long shot. I sent Al Papi in as a long shot here in this spot because he could sneak into the mix.
I would say that you could easily throw him into the top 5 in this race, easily. I won't be using him in here. I only threw 4 picks in, but I could easily see anybody wanting to work him into a superfecta or anything else. Going to go to blinkers tonight on Al Papi and the ever dangerous combination of Yannick Gingras and Ronnie Burke. This is going to be Yannick's choice in this race.
Let's go to the 9 no wait list. Doug McNair, one of our regular pilots here at Womo, gets the drive tonight for Blake McIntosh, a regular trainer here on our circuit, and Tim Dickinson, who's been a big supporter of racing here in the province of Ontario. They have to be, over the moon with their opportunity tonight with this Son of Cattle Wash.
I would have to think, right? It's unfortunate that he draws the outside, but one thing I will say, if of all the horses that were in here, if there was one that was going to maybe be a fly in the ointment of how this race went down, I say it's this one. I say that Dougie, you know, he loves to make things happen, and I say he's going to try to make something happen out of the 9-hole with no wait list. There's no use going to the back. You know what I mean? Because if you do, then that's basically where you're going to finish. McNair can get one off the wings here like crazy. I think that Dougie puts this guy into play. So I think that Blake McIntosh, Tim Dickinson could really be setting themselves up for a really big night. This is a nice horse.
And one more to take a look at, and he's a good one too. Just a tough draw tonight for Brandon Boulevard. Andrew Harris trains for Punisher 11 Stables. You like that name.
I love the name.
Dexter Dunn to do the driving tonight. I mean, one of the best drivers in the world for harness racing. And this one second, last start out behind odds on Mr. Mamba.
Yeah, you know, the post positioning gods weren't exactly kind to the Punisher 11 stable tonight because Brandon Boulevard, unfortunately, somebody has to draw the 10-hole. He's got it. And their other horse, Captain Luke, ends up drawing the 10-hole in the Mohawk Gold Cup. So a couple of 10 holes for them to dance around tonight. I agree with you, Lisa. You do have the 10-hole, but arguably you got the best driver in the world sitting behind your horse. So I'm sure that Dexter's going to be able to fashion out some kind of a trip. The big thing is that 10-hole. You got 9 horses on the inside of you. A lot of them are going to be wanting to go to the same place that you are. You know, Dexter's going to have to earn his keep in this one.
Well, it's going to be a good one. You're in for a real treat tonight with this group that's been assembled for this year's Pepsi North America Cup. Want to bring John Rallis back into the mix as well. John, standing by outside. You know, it's funny. We've all gone the same direction, regardless of what we've discussed, and there have been discussions over the last week. And I mean, somebody on social media said, "Oh, there goes Womo again in the psychiatrist office talking about Bojangles." And I thought, yeah, because we're all trying to get into, you know, the head of the horse and, you know, what was going on there last week. John, you've used him up in the top spot, so you've got confidence that he can come back tonight with the rebound.
Yeah, and he draws a really, really good post. I mean, you kind of mentioned, and we saw that graphic, right? The most winningest post here in this race is post number 5, which he drew. Doc Moore also citing that 5 is his lucky number. So maybe, you know, everything is aligning for him to capture the North America Cup and aligning for Bob McClure to capture his first North America Cup. But he's not the only one looking to capture his first North America Cup. There's 4 other drivers in here. Half the field has won this race while the other half hasn't. James McDonald and Bob McClure, a couple of drivers here locally who've yet to capture this race. And, you know, it was bad luck for James a year ago, right? He did sit behind the 9-5 favorite. I think he was favored over Blueprint by $140. And, of course, Bob McClure obviously finishing second to Tall Dark Stranger in 2020 when he sat aboard a Doc Moore trainee by the name of Tattoo Artist. So, look, he draws well. I don't know. I can't remember the last time I've seen a horse try and win this race going start to finish. I would envision that Bob and Bojangles are going to be aggressively handled in this particular spot. But I tell you what, there's 9 other horses who merit a lot of respect. And the speed that we saw in those elimination efforts from some of these other colts, it's going to make for not only a great race, but everybody better be on their toes tonight.
You got that right, John. The other thing, too, is we have perfect weather for tonight's program. Like, this track is going to be, you thought it was fast last week? This track is going to be lightning fast this week.
Yeah, and just enough wind, you know what I mean, to keep the courses cool, keep the bugs away, you know what I mean, but not enough to really affect the racing. So, yeah, we're setting up for a big night.
It is great. Don't you love it when you have perfect weather on a perfect night of racing? Okay, let's get into some of our tickets for the night tonight. We'll start off first with your early pick 5. Now, we have a whole bunch of different wagers on tonight's program that John was talking about earlier on. This is the pick 5 that kicks off at the beginning of the night tonight in the first race. It offers a $100,000 guarantee.
Yeah, that's a new kind of a look there now. So my top pick is going to have the star beside it.
That's right.
Yeah, cool. I like that. Okay, so race number 1, I'm going to go Waffle, Blue Chip, and Crack Shot. Race 2, Caviar Crackers. Cold Creek Fuego is going to be my top pick. I thought that she was out of position in her last start. I can forgive that. I think she'll be better tonight. Magic Punk is going to be my top pick in the good times. Figment, going to go right to the outside. He's going to be my top pick. I thought he went into last week, you know, maybe with a little bit of a stale date. And I think it cost him. As the 10-hole, I think if anything, that should just inflate his price tonight. And race number 5, I'm going to stick with Logan Park. Our, O'Brien Award-winning Logan Park is going to be my top pick.
He's
tonight.
One of my favorites. I'm really excited to see him on the racetrack tonight as well. Okay, plays of the night are what we're going to pass along for you next. And Randy has put together a number of different tickets that we'll show you throughout the evening. But first, let's take a look at your top selections. selections.
So he's going to start it off in race number 1, Elisa, and that's going to be Crackshot. I'm going to put him down as my beat the favorite. I think Waffle Blue Chip or maybe Christopher Dance will end up being the favorite. I don't see it being Crackshot, but I'm very interested to see how he races after that nifty qualifier that he just put up. The all-in's going to be Magic Punk. Absolutely loved him last week. Worth a look, Stormont, beautiful. She's not going to be the favorite in there, but I do think that she can get the job done. And Waples Watch going to have to stick around to the race number 12. That's going to be Winsun Gunner and Elisa, second start Lasix.
Ah, that's Randy's move. Well, he's got a couple of moves, but definitely second start Lasix is one of them. The other is when they empty out right before they go to
Love
the
that
start.
too.
That's his other big
Yes.
move. Plays of the night from our resident handicappers as well. Garnet Barnsdale is going to go with Sensationalized in race number 2 at 5-1. So he's giving you a horse at a bit of a price. So is Kevin Plaucha. He's got a 5-1 selection with Stormont Beautiful that goes in the 7th race. And Ghislaine Paquette, he has a 4-1 choice in race number 12 with Exactly Correct. So that is what we've got from our resident handicappers. And we'll remind you, if you want to join in and take a shot at your handicapping tonight, there is that contest that you can enter into, and it's got a whole bunch of prizes and money on the line as well.
500 for first place.
Sounds good to me.
I'd say.
Yeah,
Sure.
gonna be. I could take you to the keg afterwards.
Oh, you didn't put picks in tonight. You enter it for us.
Might as well. Alrighty, great night coming your way this evening. 13 races in store. Beautiful weather. Find yourself a great spot in the sunshine and enjoy.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Wings in the big match, delicious. Like your goalie making a great save. But when you have it with Pepsi,
It's heating up here.
well, that's more like a last-minute winner from your star player.
Pulisic, can he? He can.
Just before the final whistle blows, completely silencing your best friend.
That is sensational. How must they feel right now? What can I say?
Just tastes better.
As we approach post time on our big Pepsi North America Cup program, let's get everybody caught up with the changes as there's been some additions now. Race 1 to start the guaranteed early pick 5 pool at $100,000, not to mention the HPI Bet $1,000 hit and split promo. We do have a scratch now for Blue Hunt. Judges scratch for Blue Hunt in the opener. Race 2 is all clear. Third race, the Grade 2 Good Times Final in the start of tonight's early pick 4. The 4 Touched by an Angel, flip-flops to steal up front. The 5 Naver Punt, open to Swedish blinds, and steal to barefoot all around. Also eligible does not draw in. Race 4, no changes. Tonight's 5th race, free-for-all trot, all clear. Race 6, start of the mandatory payout pick 6, and no changes. Tonight's 7th race, the Grade 2 Armbro Flight kicks off the $100,000 guaranteed all-stakes pick 5. Number 6, Yo Tilly, scratched Vetsick. Race 8, the Grade 1 Roses of Red final in the start of the $5 Mohawk Stakes pick 3. Number 1, Skywalker C, add blinkers. Number 6, The Last Martini, steal to barefoot up front. And scratch the 11, the also eligible. Race 9, Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup Invitational to start the late pick 5. Number 9, Irvin Hanover, steal to aluminum up front. Race 10, Grade 1 Fan Hanover final in the start of the late pick 4. The also eligible does not draw in. 11th race, 43rd edition of the Grade 1 Pepsi North America Cup. Number 7, Azrael Blue Chip, steel to aluminum all around. The 8, Al Poppy adds blinkers. The 11 does not draw in. Race 12, 3 Bayesian Firefly flip-flops to steel up front. And 13th and final, Jackpot High Five mandatory payout, $138,000 plus to seed the pool. Daryl Thiessen now driving number 3, Scammer. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to direct your attention to the Winback Farms Winner Circle here at Mohawk Park as we welcome Lucas Kallichstein to the racetrack for the singing of both the American and Canadian national anthems. Lucas is a professional singer and full-time vocal performance student at the University of Toronto. He has been performing professionally since the age of 10 and has appeared in productions and concerts at Ottawa's National Arts Centre, the Segal Centre in Montreal, the Meridian Arts Centre, and the Randolph Theatre. He's won several vocal awards, scholarships, and is a member of 4 choirs where he carries the tenor, baritone lines, and shines with his solos. He is very proud to be here tonight performing the national anthems. If you are able, ladies and gentlemen, please remove your caps and rise for the singing of both the American and Canadian national anthems.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Lucas. Getting closer to the first of 13 on Pepsi North America Cup night here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Beautiful night out there, about 14 minutes away from the opener.
Woodbine Farm of Canada is home to 9 outstanding stallions, including Metro-based champion Captain's Quarters, who's new in 2026. Beach Class, winner of the Meadowlands Pace and the last great son of Some Beach Somewhere, his first yearling crop sells in 2026. Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner and Meadowlands Pace champion, whose first crop sells in 2026. The Great McWicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and two-time O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, a winner on every size track with many stakes and track records. Also standing Better Than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, it's winbackfarm.com.
First race field on Post Parade. Number 1 is Soaring Now. Daryl Thiessen drives. Vic Putty training for Hamac Farms Limited. Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated. Number 2, Waffle Blue Chip. Driven by Louis Waz, trained by Dave Mineri for Pollock Racing. Captain Fear Not, the 3. Driven by Jody Jamieson, is trained by Kyle Fellows for Kathy Troy. Scratch number 4. 5 is Lose World. Mark McDonald in the sulky. Gary Murner trains for Gino Toscani. Number 6, Rapasso. Driven by Dexter Duns, trained by Gary Murner for Ray Lasky, Andrew Harris, and a numbered company, Alberta Incorporated. Doug McNair pilots the 7, Crack Shot. Greg McNair trains and owns with Dale Hunter, Frank Brundle, and George Kerr. Number 8, Mama Sunburn, driven by Jason Bartlett, is trained by Per Engblom for Dan Serafian. 9 in the group, Christopher Dance. James McDonald drives. Dave Mineri training for Pollock Racing. And starting on the outside, number 10, Major Perry, will be driven by Trevor Henry. Jacques Dupont trains for Écurie CSL. That's your first race field to kick off our Any Cup night. First of 13 starts the $100,000 guaranteed early pick 5 wager. Post time in about 6 minutes.
Well, the kickoff begins now as race number 1 is on track. 13 races in store for you this evening. And most important, the first race on the card tonight will kick off the $100,000 guaranteed pick 5. So make sure you get those wagers in. You can see the pool right now is almost at $80,000, and you still have about 5 more minutes to get your wagers in. There is a scratch from this race of the 4 Blue Hunt. We did not have that scratch earlier on when we began our pregame show for you tonight. Right now, the even money choice is the 2. That's Waffle Blue Chip. And this horse kicked off last Saturday's program as well, Randy, and he had a huge mile going in 1:48, a new life's mark.
Yeah, second start Lasix for Waffle Blue Chip in that last race there, and really raced well. It had been a different horse, seems to me, that since he's gone on the Lasix program, it's really solidified everything. I'm going to throw him in for second, though. This is going to be a little bit of a step up for him. Last week it was a great race, but it was a non-winners of 9,000. Now he's going to come up to non-winners of 25,000. Pretty good step up in class. So I'm going to throw him in as part of it. He looks good out there. He's even money right now. He's taking some support, but I think that I want to take, maybe not put him in the win category with this big step up.
Yeah, let's take a look at some others competing in this spot. I want to go down to, we're going to see the 3, Captain Fear Not, but I do want to go down and take a look at the 7, Crack Shot. Now, Crack Shot normally has a tour bus of people that show up to watch him compete tonight, and hopefully they're here on track. Greg McNair conditions this now 4-year-old who last year had a great season with 6 victories.
He did. He's really, he's not overly big. Every time that he goes out there or whatever, it just seems like they should be playing the Mighty Mouse theme for him. He's not very big, but my goodness, is he good. What a nice horse this is. Come back this year, and to me, just kind of, he looked okay. Started out with the big race at Flamborough, and the Juravinsky made a break going into the first turn, got bet down in non-winners of 28,000, didn't do a whole lot in there. Then all of a sudden he's vet scratch sick in the Graduate, misses some time. This qualifier was sensational. 25 and change on the end of it, and I'm telling you, this horse looked like he could have went around 20 more times. Now, the big thing with him, Elisa, has always been, is he sound? Mm-hmm. Always been a horse that, maybe a little bit steppy here and there, a little bit funny. This horse looks amazing on the track right now. I think that this guy's sitting on a great effort tonight.
Well, and I like, too, the fact that we see that 6 scratch. That just indicates that he was getting sick in those races that he had, including the Juravinsky, and now hopefully everything's good to go. Here's the 9. This is Christopher Dance. Now, he gets onto the Lasix program here tonight. James McDonald, hopeful of a very big evening, and the same could be said for conditioner Dave Mineri.
Yeah, for sure. Always, looking at a big evening as well. This guy had the 10 hole, his first start back, had a good race. James came out of there a little bit with him, and he had good movement on the end of it. I just thought that maybe the positioning wasn't great. Now he's going to have the 9-hole in here tonight. We got a scratch, so that brings him down to the 8. It almost looks like he's going to be maybe enticed into leaving out of there with him. I say a little bit more than what the float move was last week. And if he comes forward, I'm kind of hoping that McNair kind of goes with him. I would love to see Crackshot sit on a horse's back of the depth of Christopher or a Waffle Blue Chip and then explode on the end of it. I think he could go a good one.
This is a horse that we know. Mama's Sunburn used to compete here on a regular basis at Woodbine Mohawk Park and has since gone down to the United States and has been enjoying a really good season. 5 wins so far from 16 starts.
Yeah, really good season. Already got last season's equaled and bettered with the 16 starts and the mark of 49 as well. Really racing good right now, but it's been a while since Mama Sunburn has had to face a field like this one.
Any other horses you want to point out before we go behind the gate?
No, I mean, I think that Lose World, I threw him down on the bottom. I think that this is a big drop down for Lose World. His last 2 starts have been the Camluck and the Open, and now he comes back down to this one. I think if you're looking to play a super, you might want to just dance around him a little bit on the bottom.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about Irvin Hanover in this race
No,
either. So that kind of changes
and he's
things
emptying out. That's a good
Oh,
sign.
that's one of Randy's favorite things.
That's right.
Lose World, the 5-horse, currently at odds of 31-1. We have about a minute left to go before they go behind the gate for the opener on the program. We'll bring Chad Rosema into the mix as well. Chad, tell us what you're seeing out there. We know the weather's perfect, but tell us about the crowd and what the vibe is.
Yeah, the vibe's great. Great crowd. I mean, they came in early. They're continuing to pile in. We know that as the night progresses, the racing's only going to get better with the stakes action still to come. It's just a perfect mix out here to bring the crowd. Great racing, great weather. We do have a wind that's quite stiff, though. A bit of a crosswind right now. But most of it, I think, will be hitting them in the face turning for home, so that'll be something to keep an eye on, but it's gusting pretty good. We're all set to kick off the program. Stoddard has now opened the wings of the gate. Field for the first. Called to line up. It's your final call to play tonight's first race wagers. Included in that, the early pick 5. Tonight guaranteed at $100,000. We're already over that guarantee, and there's going to be quite a bit of money that filters in these last couple of clicks. So it's going to be a great pool. All the best if you're playing along. 3-2 as they line up behind the gate on 2 Waffle Blue Chip. The stablemate Christopher Dance not far behind at 9-5. It's post time for race 1. Starting gate swings to the top of the stretch. Group of 9 all lined up. Here they come. There they go. And we're off on the 2026 Cup Card night, and leaving out of there aggressively, Crackshot with Christopher Dance and Waffle Blue Chip. And then soaring now, Captain Fear Not, Lose World outside of that one. Further back, Rapasso and Mama Sunburn looking for a C Major Perry, the early trailer. McNair, the first turn leader with Crackshot. He puts him on point with Christopher Dance, the 6-5 post-time favorite, in the pocket. In front of Waffle Blue Chip, who's third through a 26-2 opening quarter. A length and a half more. It's soaring now fourth, and was out of the move with third with Waffle Blue Chip, and here he comes, surging up on the outside after leader Crackshot as they race up to 3/8. So Crackshot with company. Here's Waffle Blue Chip up on the outside, trying to get by. Now in third is Christopher Dance. 3 clear of soaring now. 3 more to Captain Fear Not. Lose World follows him. Further back, it's Rapasso. Mama Sunburn and Major Perry halfway home in 53 flat, and Waffle Blue Chip now leads. Crackshot chases in second. Christopher Dance third. Soaring now, being angled to the outside and chased along by Thiessen from fourth. On his back, Captain Fear Not. Lose World saves ground inside. Then Rapasso, a big break. Back to Major Perry and Mama Sunburn. Heading to 3/4 with Waffle Blue Chip on top, a length. Crackshot beginning to angle back out of the pocket. 1:20-1 to 3/4. And they come off of this turn. It's Waffle Blue Chip leading. Crackshot up on the outside, trying to go by. Christopher Dance now angling for a shot in the stretch. Crackshot and Waffle Blue Chip dueling over the final 8th. Here's Christopher Dance. He's got a couple to make up. Waffle Blue Chip inside. Crackshot getting the late lead here with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Crackshot there with the lead, and Crackshot is going to go on to win. It's Crackshot and McNair to kick off the card. A winner by 2.5 over Waffle Blue Chip and Christopher Dance in 1:48 flat. Race 1, unofficial on the board, 7-2-9-1. Coming back in front of us and to the Winback Farms winner's circle. First race winner number 7, Crackshot. A competitor in last year's Pepsi North America Cup final kicks off our NA Cup card with a victory. The 4-year-old bay horse by Better's Delight is out of the Some Beach Somewhere Damn Beauty on the Beach. Owned and trained by Greg McNair, co-owned by Dale Hunter, Frank Brundle, and George Kerr. Doug McNair, the winning driver. 2 for 4 this year's Crackshot, his 13th career score. He gets a lifetime mark tonight, 148 flat. Congratulated trackside, making the race presentation is Pat Woods, Winback Canada manager on behalf of Winback Farms, congratulating the winning connections of 7 Crackshot. Race 1 payouts, winner 7 Crackshot, across the board 7, 10, 330, 210. Second number 2 Waffle Blue Chip, 330, 210. Third number 9 Christopher Dance, 210. $2 Exacta, $20 even. $1 Trifecta, 1810. The $1 Superfecta, 103.45. Early pick 5 pool, more than 177,000 was wagered. 33,000 plus of live money moves on to leg 2. Gate swings to the top of the stretch. Group of 9 all lined up. Here they come. And there they go. And we're off on the 2026 Cup Card night, and leaving out of there aggressively, Crackshot with Christopher Dance and Waffle Blue Chip. And then soaring now, Captain Fear Not, Luke's World outside of that one. Further back, Rapasso and Mama Sunburn looking for a seed. Major Perry, the early trailer. McNair, the first turn leader with Crackshot. He puts him on point with Christopher Dance, the 6-5 post-time favorite, in the pocket. In front of Waffle Blue Chip, who's third through a 26-2 opening quarter. A length and a half more. It's soaring now fourth, and was out of the move with third with Waffle Blue Chip, and here he comes, surging up on the outside after leader Crackshot as they race up to 3/8. So Crackshot with company. Here's Waffle Blue Chip up on the outside trying to get by. Now in third is Christopher Dance. 3 clear of soaring now. 3 more to Captain Fear Not. Lose World follows him. Further back it's Rapasso, Mama Sunburn and Major Perry halfway home in 53 flat, and Waffle Blue Chip now leads. Crackshot chases in second. Christopher Dance third. Soaring now being angled to the outside and chased along by Thiessen from fourth. On his back, Captain Fear Not. Lose World saves ground inside. Then Rapasso, a big break. Back to Major Perry and Mama Sunburn. Heading to 3/4 with Waffle Blue Chip on top, a length. Crackshot beginning to angle back out of the pocket. 1:20 and 1 to 3/4. And they come off of this turn. It's Waffle Blue Chip leading. Crackshot up on the outside trying to go by. Christopher Dance now angling for a shot in the stretch. Crackshot and Waffle Blue Chip dueling over the final 8th. Here's Christopher Dance. He's got a couple to make up. Waffle Blue Chip inside. Crackshot getting the late lead here with a 1/16 of a mile to go. Crackshot there with the lead, and Crackshot is going to go on to win. It's Crackshot and McNair to kick off the card. A winner by 2.5 over Waffle Blue Chip and Christopher Dance in 1:48 flat. Finish order from race 1. From the top, it reads 4-2-6, scratch 5-7, 1-9-3, 8 on the bottom. Coming up next is race 2. No changes in our second race. Post time in 14 minutes.
The Central Ontario Standardbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
I just had a chance quickly to walk over to the grandstand, and wow, do we ever have a tremendous crowd that's already assembled here, and it's only going to get bigger. We've just heard the call now from our paddock judge for 2 minutes for the horses to get out onto the track for the second half of the early double. But quickly, Crackshot. This is a fast track. We talked about this earlier on. We know we're going to see some big times here tonight, and that is a new life's mark for Crackshot in 48 flat.
Yeah, wow, did he ever look good? I mean, that last qualifier was sensational. I don't think I've seen him look any better. And, you know, People talk about prices sometimes. 5-2 on him. I think that's pretty generous.
Yeah, 710 is the return, and this is a really nice horse. I saw you out there chasing down the McNairs. Did you have a chance to talk to them?
I just said it. It was a nice way to start your night
Sure
off
is.
there. But I mean, they were really happy with him. But again, I think that Dougie kind of knew after he qualified him. It's been a while since he's sat behind a horse like that horse when he's been that good, and you can tell by the way he raced him tonight.
So race number 2 is where we head to next. Fillies and Mares non-winners of 9,000 in their last 4 starts. And this is a pacing event. The second race on the program, a purse going for $22,000 with a field of 10. And the third race, after the second, the third is where the stakes action begins with the Good Time Final. So a reminder about that. Our first stakes event of the night will kick off the early pick 4 in race number 3. Lots of different selections here in the second race on the program. Some going with Caviar and Crackers, who enjoyed a banner season in 2025, and some going with Cold Creek Fuego from the Daniel Walker outfit, another horse that had a really good 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, I thought last week, maybe she was just a little bit out of position. She'd come back off of a little bit of a layoff, and she only had the one start to work with. And then I thought last week, she got bet down pretty good, but she just seemed to be like she was in maybe just a little bit too much of a reach. She's got a better post, I think, to work with tonight. She's not so down to the inside of the gate. Her first start, she was way to the outside of the gate. Now she's right in the middle.
And we got a new horse that we're going to see tonight that's come all the way from Australia to move into the Jody Cullen outfit. That will be the 6. But first, we'll get set to meet the field for race number 2.
Introducing the field for race 2. Number 1 is Eternal Delight. James McDonald will drive. Austin McEnany trains and owns with Jeffrey Rook, Mart West Racing Stable, and Kentucky Farm Incorporated. Number 2, Seclusion, driven tonight by Dexter Dunn. Jacques Dupont trains for Ecurie CSL and a number company, Quebec Incorporated. Ed Hensley drives 3 Caviar and Crackers for trainer Ashley Hensley. Ed and Ashley, the owners. 4 is Cold Creek Fuego. Louis Watt the lines. Daniel Walker trains for Cold Creek Standardbred. Tyler Jones pilots number 5, My Bitcoin, for owner-trainer Clement Lozano-Thier. The 6, Sensationalize, driven by Travis Cullen, is trained by Jody Cullen, who co-owns with Ron Cullen, Don McRae, and the A1 stable. 7 in the group, Piper's Luna, gets Jody Jamieson in the seat, Mike Kwinowski for Lorraine Ray and Vince Sotheran. Jonathan Drury will drive number 8, Glenborough. Jody Cullen trains for owner Travis Cullen. 9's Carrera Sunset. Trevor Henry aboard. Jacques Dupont for Ecurie CSL. And 10 in the field is Blinded by the Light. Tyler Borth drives. Blair Burgess training for Kenneth Seastrom. That's your field for the second. Mares up to the gate in 6 minutes. Late scratch to pass along in our mandatory payout high five finale. Number 7, Starlet Miller Time, now scratch vet sick. Take out the 7, Starlet Miller Time, scratch sick from race 13.
You're getting a chance to speak with trainer Marcus Melander as he sends out a few starters on this Saturday's program. We're going to start off first, Marcus, with Naver Punt in that Good Times final, an elimination winner last week. You are going to go barefoot all around. Have you pulled the shoes on him before? And talk about the decision to do that here tonight.
No, it's the first time here, so he's. We'll try to get him a little bit faster here, even if he won the elimination there. But it's a tough final here as well. So we'll try to get as much out of him as possible.
Race number 5, that's going to be that free-for-all trot. You're going to be sending out Eidos Kronos. It's going to be start number 3 for him this year. He hit the board in his first 2. You talked about that this is a horse that sometimes needs a few starts to get into gear. Do you think we're going to see a pretty good effort from him this evening?
I think so too. Raced very well at Meadowlands there the first start, and he was, week is not his best when he's racing there at Chester. So we got a couple of weeks here between these races, so he should be sharp tonight.
There's a mare in the Armbro flight that you're going to be sending out by the name of Bourbonista. She was a new addition to your barn a few months ago. Talk about how you think that she's progressing, and have you made any changes leading up to the final here tonight?
Last time she raced, we raced her barefoot, so we're going to do that tonight as well. So, and I think she raced very well. So, we all got outside post. We need a little bit of luck from there, but she's a fast filly, and if we get some speed in the race, she can finish strong.
And lastly, I know that sometimes she can be a little bit of a handful at times. Did she handle the ship here to Canada just fine?
Oh yeah, no, they seem fine. So everything went well so far.
All right, appreciate your time, Marcus. Best of luck this evening.
Thank you.
All right, Randy, Elisa, back to you for race number 2.
Thanks, John. Always great to get that insight from our trainers that have shipped in to compete tonight. You're taking a look at the 3 Caviar and Crackers. What a year she had last year, Randy. It's like, she was good, but then she got great in her 5-year-old campaign. 12 wins from 40 starts. She made $270,000 that year. And this is a smaller barn here at Woodbine. They do all their own work, Ashley and Ed. You'd have to think that's almost life-changing. And then what do you do with her down the road? She's going to make a lovely broodmare.
I would have to think she will, yeah, for sure. She's kind of moving a little weird out there tonight for my likings. I really don't know what's going to happen if he steps on the gas. Is she just going to roll off into a good pace or whatever? But I don't really know what she's doing out there right now, but I can't really say that I like it myself. But she's really hard to hit, this one, Elisa. You know what I mean? Because she's got her own style of racing, but every once in a while he'll change that style up and he'll go out of there with her, and she races good that way too, but she can't do it all the time.
Yeah, whenever I think of Caviar and Crackers, I think of off the pace efforts.
Yes, exactly. Right? That seems to be the style that she seems to prefer, and I can't really see him changing things up in here tonight. If she stays close, she's going to be dangerous. That's the only way that you can really put her. She can race up into the Mares Open and make a good account of herself. Now she's racing in non-winners of 9,000. This is a big drop down for her.
Well, here's a look at the 4. Cold Creek Fuego goes out for Daniel Walker. Last year, she had a great season. Now, that was her 3-year-old campaign. She was able to make over $100,000. She's lightly raced. It's only her 3rd start this season.
Yeah, I like her. This is going to be my top pick in here. She was my top pick last week. Last start, she ended up finishing 3rd, but in my opinion, I just think that she was just a little bit too far out of position, even for that big kick of hers. She's got another race under her belt. I think that she's going to be good in here. I like her. 7-2 morning line, I thought, was very, very juicy. And, right now she just took a bit of a flash. It's funny because Caviar and Crackers just went from 8-5 to 2-1. And now Cold Creek Fuego is a 3-2 favorite in here. So somebody maybe didn't like the way that Caviar and Crackers was warming up either.
Exactly. Let's look at this 6 horse. Now, this is a newcomer for Jody Cullen. And we've seen horses like this, quite a few, that have come over from Australia to compete. This is a horse who had the 1 local qualifier. I find sometimes that the Australian horses need a little bit of time to acclimate, though.
Sometimes it does work that way. I threw her in for 4th. I like, good 26-4 on the end of it. But I don't really look at her as a win candidate in here. I don't really know much about her, and it was a good qualifier, but she was in against Crackshot, so it had to be a good qualifier. You know, she just sit back and let him do the work, but she lost ground doing it. So I'm thinking maybe she might need one.
And Glenborough was in against Crackshot as well in her qualifier back on June the 8th. So we'll turn things over to Chad with the call of race number 2.
Mares lining up for the second race. Full field of 10 here to wrap the early double. 6-5 on number 4, Cold Creek Fuego. She's made gradual improvements in her first couple of starts of the season. Betting public thinks tonight she'll put it all together. She's got to deal with Caviar and Crackers and the new face to the circuit, Sensationalize, who are also getting play. Field of 10 lined up. Here they come to a start. And away they go. They're off in pacing. Drury chasing Glenborough out of there from the 8-hole. Seclusion quick off the wings inside, and Cold Creek Fuego into the early mix as well. And behind that trio, Caviar and Crackers showing some early speed here tonight into the top 4. Piper's Luna parked out in 5th. Then we're back to Eternal Delight, My Bitcoin, being followed by Sensationalize at the back. Carrera Sunset, Blinded by Delight. Single file now, field of 10, chasing Dunn and Seclusion. Leaders 2 up to the first quarter in 26-2 with Glenborough in the 2-hole. 2 clear of Cold Creek Fuego. Then a break of 3 to Caviar and Crackers. They get strung out near the top right now as they head into the backstretch. Piper's Luna to get a seat 5th in front of Eternal Light 6th. My Bitcoin 7th. Sensationalize is 8th. Then we're back to Carrera Sunset, another 4 to Blinded by Light. Still single file are the mares as they're almost at the halfway point. Seclusion is chopping it out. Leads just over 2, and she's halfway home in 53-1, so no slowing down. It's a pumped up Seclusion. Heading into this turn to 5/8. Glenborough, her closest rival. Then 5 more to Cold Creek Fuego. Caviar and Crackers is about 7 or 8 off of the lead right now, being followed by Piper's Luna. Eternal Delight, My Bitcoin, Sensationalized, Carrera Sunset, and Blinded by Delight. Seclusion will still be the leader by a couple, heading to 3/4 now, and she reaches that panel in 1:21 flat. Cold Creek Fuego, the favorites, now taking over second, and she has set her sights on the leader. Seclusion needs to find more. Her strides start to shorten. Here's Cold Creek Fuego up on the outside, trying to get by. Dunn calling on Seclusion to find just a little bit more as they're inside of an 8th. Cold Creek Fuego on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Seclusion on the inside. My Bitcoin, Piper's Luna, and Sensationalized start to close, but Cold Creek Fuego gets the win. It's Cold Creek Fuego over Seclusion. Tight for third. Might have been My Bitcoin inside from Sensationalize, 150 flat. Second race on official results. Top 4 posted, 4, 2, 5, 6. Second race winner number 4, Cold Creek Fuego, back to the Winback Farms winner's circle. Cold Creek Fuego, a 4-year-old bay mare by Sunfire Blue Chip from the Fit for Life dam, Tamil Black Satin. She's owned by Cold Creek Standardbred, trained by Daniel Walker and driven to victory by Louis Waugh. Cold Creek Fuego, her first win of the year and her third attempt. Now a 10-time winner. She gets a lifetime mark tonight, 150 flat. Cooler presentation being made by Cosa and President Bill O'Donnell, alongside Jesse Bloor and Paul McDonnell. Mike Saftik out there as well, as they congratulate the connections of 4 Cold Creek Fuego. Race 2 payouts. Number 4, Cold Creek Fuego, 420, 310, 290. Second, number 2, Seclusion, 680, 560. Third, number 5, My Bitcoin, 690. 33.70 for the $2 exacta. Dollar try, $64. $1 super 1,000, 352.30. $2 double, 24.20. 8,200 plus still live in the early pick 5. As we head to race 3 next, it's the Grade 2 Good Times final. Start. And away they go. They're off in pacing. Drury chasing Glenborough out of there from the 8-hole. Seclusion quick off the wings inside, and Cold Creek Fuego into the early mix as well. And behind that trio, Caviar and Cracker showing some early speed here tonight into the top 4. Piper's Luna parked out in 5th. Then we're back to Eternal Delight, My Bitcoin, being followed by Sensationalize at the back. Carrera Sunset and Blinded by Delight. Single file now, field of 10, chasing Dunn and Seclusion. Leaders 2 up to the first quarter in 26-2 with Glenborough in the 2-hole. 2 clear of Cold Creek Fuego. Then a break of 3 to Caviar and Crackers. They get strung out near the top right now as they head into the backstretch. Piper's Luna to get a seat 5th in front of Eternal Light 6th. My Bitcoin 7th, Sensationalize is 8th. Then we're back to Carrera Sunset, another 4 to Blinded by Light. Still single file are the mares as they're almost at the halfway point. Seclusion is chopping it out. Leads just over 2, and she's halfway home in 53-1, so no slowing down. It's a pumped up Seclusion. Heading into this turn to 5/8. Glenborough, her closest rival. Then 5 more to Cold Creek Fuego. Caviar and Crackers is about 7 or 8 off of the lead right now, being followed by Piper's Luna. Eternal Delight, My Bitcoin, Sensationalized, Carrera Sunset, and Blinded by Delight. Seclusion will still be the leader by a couple, heading to 3/4 now, and she reaches that panel in 121 flat. Cold Creek Fuego, the favorites, now taking over second, and she has set her sights on the leader. Seclusion needs to find more. Her strides start to shorten. Here's Cold Creek Fuego up on the outside, trying to get by. Dunn calling on Seclusion to find just a little bit more as they're inside of an 8th. Cold Creek Fuego on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Seclusion on the inside. My Bitcoin, Piper's Luna, and Sensationalized start to close, but Cold Creek Fuego gets the win. It's Cold Creek Fuego over Seclusion. Tight for third. Might have been My Bitcoin inside from Sensationalize, 150 flat. Finish order from race 2 from the top. It's 6-2-9, 1-3-4, 5-7-8, 10 on the bottom. Off to race number 3 next. It's the final of the Grade 2 Good Times and the start of tonight's early pick 4. Number 4, Touched by an Angel, flip-flops to Steel up front. Number 5, Naver punt, open to Swedish blinds, and Steel to Barefoot all around. Also eligible, does not draw in. Post time in 13 minutes. Trotters for race 3, the final of the Good Times Grade 2 event. Leading parade, number 1 is Strobe Light. James McDonald drives. Ben Bergeron trains and owns with Claude Amel, Nunzio Venna, and Glengate Farms. Caretaker, Jeff Bergeron. Number 2, Wolfpack Crown, will be driven by Todd McCarthy. Tyler Moore trains for Stuart Chambers Racing, BCJM Incorporated Divine Horse Racing. Stephanie Gallant, the caretaker of number 2, Wolfpack Crown. The 3 Magic Punk, driven by Yannick Gingras, trained by Oka Svanstedt for Magic Punk Incorporated. Michael Holdman is the caretaker of number 3, Magic Punk. 4, Touched by an Angel. Doug McNair drives, Kyle Fellows trains, Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbio, Mike McAllister, and Peter Porter are the owners. Kevin Mutaviran is the caretaker of 4, Touched by an Angel. Here's number 5, Naver Punt, Dexter Dunn in the bike. Marcus Melander for Coron Incorporated. TJ Lawrence, the caretaker of 5, Naver Punt. 6 on parade, Dream for Peace, driven by Mark McDonald. Sean Stacy trains for Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated and Bridle Path Stables Limited. Natasha Stacy, the caretaker of 6, Dream for Peace. Number 7, Land the Plane, Jody Jameson for trainer Carl Jameson. Carl and Jody share ownership with David Lemon. Caitlin Ott is the caretaker of number 7, Land the Plane. Here's 8, Royal Captain with Tyler Jones driving. Dustin Jones trains for Royal Captain Group. Matt Fuller, the caretaker of 8, Royal Captain. Number 9, Classified, driven by Louis Waz, trained by Matt Bax for owner Al Libfeld. Jim Elsden, the caretaker of number 9, Classified. And 10 in the group, Green Arrow, Hanover. The driver, Bob McClure. Sean Stacy trains for Mark Stacy, Bertrand Gillespie Stable. Caretaker, Scotty LeCain of number 10, Green Arrow, Hanover. That's your 3rd race field. It's the Grade 2 Good Times Final for $240,000. Kicks off tonight's early Pick 4 wager. It's coming up in 5 minutes.
A Magic Punk, one that you're going to be sending out in the Good Times, is anointed as the morning line favorite after a dominant elimination score. Sarah, we've got a chance to talk about this colt a couple of times. You cited him as top 3 in your barn in terms of the trotting colt side. Are there going to be any changes going into this weekend's final, and how confident are you in his ability this weekend?
No changes, and I just really like the way he looks right now with everything. And I mean, he did a tremendous elimination, and he finished very strong. And it should also take him forward even more where he is right now. And I mean, if he's not sick or anything crazy, I have a hard time to see him doing a bad performance.
Well, I got to say, this 3-horse looks pretty good out on the racetrack as they are warming up now for the Good Times Final. Magic Punk comes in off of a really nice victory back on June the 5th. And, that's the difference. These horses have had a little bit of time in between, Randy. We are on to June the 13th now, so they've had some time to recoup after that race.
Yeah, Magic Punk looking like a little bit of a punk out there right now.
Well named.
He's taking a good hold of Yannick. I hope that he doesn't go into the gate like that, or if he does go in, I hope he's one that they can rest his snout on the gate. I never like horses to be too keyed up down on the inside wing. I don't mind so much with the 4. 3's tolerable, but 1 and 2, and they're like this, I just find that the swing of the gate doesn't go their way, but he looks incredibly sharp. I give him an A+ out there.
Touched by an Angel goes out for Doug McNair and the Fellows crew. This has been a very consistent horse, especially this season. Just 4 starts, but he hasn't missed a check.
No, he recently gelded not that long ago, and Elisa, sometimes it happens instantly, and sometimes it takes, a few starts, a few weeks before they realize that, they're not thinking the same way they were. The horse looks incredible. I mean, this is the way you want a horse to look like in this race. He's 9-2, real nice number right now. I threw him in for for third. Last week, to me, it was a great effort. Multiple moves last week with this guy. He ended up being first over, still almost got the job done, and now they're making the shoeing changes tonight. They're going to take the flip-flops off and go to a pair of steel shoes on him up tonight, and he looks incredible out there.
Yeah, like visually, he's a horse focused on the job at hand, but happy with the job that he has. Like you can see ears straight forward, eyes nice and bright and wide. You know, I love the look of him pre-race. Let's move over to the 5. Okay, we didn't see what happened here with Dexter Dunn and Naver Punt. We're just going to guess that maybe he had to make some kind of quick adjustment and had to get off the bike to do it.
Yeah, Dexter gets off a lot. I mean, he'll adjust things. I've seen him win races many times and jump off and walk up and uncheck them and then bring them back that way. You know, it's just kind of a thing that he does, I guess. Naver Punt, this is interesting because he's going to go from open to Swedish blind. Now, you can see where those blinds are. He's basically going open to open. But somewhere in that race, he will pull the string, and those blinds will slide down, and now they become a blind bridle. So right now, everything's the same. He's staying with the open bridle, but at some point, he will be wearing a blind bridle. He's going to go from steel to barefoot all. That, to me, is the biggest change coming in on him. And the only reason that they're doing this is they're hanging him up for more speed. So Naver Punt, picking up Dexter Dunn, going to go barefoot. I threw him in for second.
This is the one, Strobe Light. I kind of wanted to toss this horse in as a bit of a long shot, or at least a price play here in this race at 10-1. You get James, you get Bayarjan, and he was second behind Magic Punk back on June the 5th. His races this season have been good. I mean, he's been knocking on the door in a few of them. Last year, as a 2-year-old, he made some serious coin, almost $400,000, picking up a whole bunch of big checks in that season. He's an alarm detector, and one thing we've seen is Mario Barjan likes these alarm detectors.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, you're getting you sent this guy in as your long shot.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to say Ben Bayarjan.
Yeah, but you know, you're getting a great number on him at 10-1. I have him in as fourth. I mean, to me, he's you know, the top 4. Can he win? Absolutely. So right now at 10-1 on your top play, and he looks fantastic out there too. I say, you know, good job.
Well, if we get him home, we get him home. And you know that on a night like this, there's going to be a lot of short price winners, but there are going to be some long shot bombs on tonight's program as well. We have 30 seconds on the clock before race number 3 on the program. It kicks off the first pick 4 for you on the night tonight, and it's the first of our big stakes events. This is the Good Time Final, $240,000 on the line.
Yes, grade 2 event for the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters lining up behind the gate as we start tonight's early pick 4. Good pool. And the works here. Heavily favored Magic Punk, impressive last week in the eliminations, where Yannick Gingras was in town and swept both the limbs. It's going to be a problematic start for number 10, Green Arrow Hanover. An early miscue has him racing to catch up to his rivals. The other 9 are in line, and here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting in the Good Times Final. From the outside, trying to leave out of there, Royal Captain, along with Dream for Peace and Classified put into play as well. Royal Captain striding ahead here for Tyler Jones to get the lead heading to the opening turn. And behind him to the inside, Dream for Peace parked out. His wall with Classified, he's got to drive on. Away 4th, Touched by an Angel in front of Magic Punk 5th. And then it's Strobe Light, Naver Punt. Further back, Wolfpack Crown being followed by Land the Plane and another few after the problematic beginning. Green Arrow Hanover trails 26-3 opening quarter for the Trotters. Royal Captain leads. Dream for Peace second. And here's Touched by an Angel on the move out of 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and coming after Royal Captain as McNair pushes the pedal on Touched by an Angel, and he'll sweep by and take over the lead in the backstretch. Touched by an Angel now on top. Royal Captain second, Dream for Peace third. Uncovered up to 4th is Magic Punk and Gingras. Strobe Light getting a perfect setup. Second over, 55-4 was the half. To the inside is Classified. Naver Punt third over from the back. Inside shuffle for Wolfpack Crown. Then Land the Plane and Green Arrow Hanover. Touched by an Angel leading a length. Magic Punk inching closer up on the outside now second. Royal Captain in behind the leader third. Strobe Light well positioned second over 4th. Following him is Naver Punt ready to swing wide for Dunn. 3/4 in 1:24-2, and as they turn for home in the Good Times, it's Touched by an Angel inside. Magic Punk on the outside, continuing line. His move after the lead. He now pokes a nose in front. Strobe Light kicks off his cover and called on to pick it up. And even wider is Naver Punt starting to roll for Dunn. Magic Punk with the lead. Here comes Naver Punt up on the outside. And Naver Punt will sweep by for the good time score. Naver Punt over Magic Punk and Strobe Light in 1:52 flat. It's Naver Punt in the Grade 2 Good Times.
That's what you want to see in these big finals. A great race right to the wire. A Naver Punt. Dexter Dunn doing the driving for Marcus Melander. Getting back-to-back wins now. Won the Elim for the good time. Comes back and wins here tonight, Randy, in 52 flat.
Do they ever go barefoot over at Woodbine?
Yes.
They do?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mostly for turf.
Okay. Well, anyway, great change. Obviously, Marcus Melander, very, very sharp individual. Got a good race out of it. Looked like Magic Punk maybe had everything his way, and he was going to draw off at the head of the lane, but Dexter come a-flying with Naver Punt. So great race there by him.
I would say, too, our local horse Strobe Light with a good effort as well to finish in the third spot. I thought for a minute when they turned for home that James might be able to get him there, but nope, it was the horses coming in from the States. Naver Punt gets the win. Magic Punk finishes in second, and Strobe Light for the home team finishes in third. The inquiry sign posted.
Race 3 unofficial. Winner 5, Naver Punt. Second, 3, Magic Punk. Third, 1, Strobe Light. Fourth, 4, Touched by an Angel. 5, 3, 1, 4 unofficial. Inquiry sign is up. Please hold all tickets. Judges just looking back at the start and prior to it in regards to number 10, Green Arrow Hanover, as they'll determine whether or not he was inside or outside the fair start pole when the rest of the field was let go at the beginning.
Naver Punt, he captures the Good Times final. I'm here alongside winning driver Dexter Dunn. Dexter, you never got a chance to sit behind him in this elimination. You pick up the drive here in the final. You're gapping the gate a little bit on the start, even with a good draw. Was that kind of your game plan off the gate?
No, it wasn't at all. We just he just said no early go there. He was just, I don't know, we started right behind the starter and went up, and he was a little shy of that, but. We got away back, but we were following 2 favourites, so I knew we'd sort of get a good drag into it, and I had to nurse him on the last turn quite a bit, but he really exploded off the helmet up the straight.
Early on in that mile, it looked like maybe he was almost kind of not trotting the best or slipping. First time barefoot for him. Was he just kind of getting used to it, or was he just fine?
Yeah, he was just he was struggling a little bit with his gait, but we had the pull down blinds on him tonight, and I pulled him down going in the last turn and got him up on the bit, and we managed to get round it, and then. In the home straight when I really asked him, he was good as gold.
Good start to the night for you, Dex. Keep it going.
Thank you, mate.
And to the Winback Farm winner's circle after capturing the Grade 2 Good Times final, it's number 5, Naver Punt. Naver Punt, a 3-year-old bay colt by bar hopping out of the Donato Hanover Dam, twice as right. Naver Punt, bred by Brittany Farms, is owned by Corona Incorporated, trained to victory by Marcus Melander, and driven to victory by Dexter Dunn. 2 for 4 this year. Naver Punt now a 3-time winner, 152 flat from off the pace. Trophy presentation being made by Mr. John Bax. As he campaigned the great Good Times, he congratulates the winning connections of 5 Naver Punt. Shout out to caretaker TJ Lawrence, doing a great job with Naver Punt, ready to roll here tonight. And he captures the Grade 2 Good Times final. In regards to that inquiry, ladies and gentlemen, judges determined that the 10-horse Green Arrow Hanover was inside the fair start pole when the rest of the field was let go. No reason for any refunds. Everybody deemed to have received a fair start in race 3. And there is that still footage just to confirm that number 10 Green Arrow Hanover was in fact inside the fair start pole when the field was at the start. Everybody got a fair start in race number 3. It's official now, 5, 3, 1, and 4. Number 5, Naver Punt, $7, $2.90, $2.30. Second, number 3, Magic Punk, $2.10, $2.10. Third was the 1, Strobe Light, $2.70. $2 exact, $11.90. $1 try pays $15.80. $1 superfecta, $38 even. $2 double, $31.90. $1 pick 3, $59.95. Almost 58,000 wagered in the early pick 4 with more than 14,500 moving on. And the pick 5, 2 legs to go, 2,200 plus, still going strong. For number 10, Green Arrow Hanover. An early miscue has him racing to catch up to his rivals. The other 9 are in line, and here they come. And away they go. They're off and trotting in the Good Times final. From the outside, trying to leave out of there, Royal Captain, along with Dream for Peace and Classified put into play as well. Royal Captain striding ahead here for Tyler Jones to get the lead heading to the opening turn. And behind him to the inside, Dream for Peace parked out his wall with Classified. He's got to drive on. Away fourth, Touched by an Angel in front of Magic Punk fifth. And then it's Strobe Light, Naver Punt. Further back, Wolfpack Crown being followed by Land the Plane and another few after the problematic beginning. Green Arrow Hanover trails 26 and 3 opening quarter for the Trotters. Royal Captain leads. Dream for Peace second. And here's Touched by an Angel on the move out of fourth, third, second, and coming after Royal Captain as McNair pushes the pedal on Touched by an Angel, and he'll sweep by and take over the lead in the backstretch. Touched by an Angel now on top. Royal Captain second, Dream for Peace third. Uncovered up to fourth is Magic Punk and Gingras. Strobe Light getting a perfect setup second over. 55 and 4 was the half. To the inside is Classified. Naver Punt third over from the back. Inside shuffle for Wolfpack Crown. Then Land the Plane and Green Arrow Hanover. Touched by an Angel leading a length. Magic Punk inching closer up on the outside now second. Royal Captain in behind the leader third. Strobe Light well positioned second over. Fourth. Following him is Naver Punt ready to swing wide for Dunn. 3 quarters in 1:24 and 2, and as they turn for home in the Good Times, it's Touched by an Angel inside. Magic Punk on the outside, continuing his move after the lead. He now pokes a nose in front. Strobe Light kicks off his cover and called on to pick it up. And even wider is Naver Punt starting to roll for Dunn. Magic Punk with the lead. Here comes Naver Punt up on the outside, and Naver Punt will sweep by for the Good Times score. Naver Punt over Magic Punk and Strobe Light in 1:52 flat. It's Naver Punt in the Grade 2 Good Times. Here's a finish order from race 3. From the top, it's 3-7-2, 4-1-5, 6-8-9, 10 on the bottom. On to race number 4 next. No program changes. Post time in 10 minutes. Introducing the field for race number 4. We'll start with the 1 major threat. There he is, major threat. Daryl Thiessen in the bike. Mike Kwinowski for Tara and Garrett Isman. Number 2, Honolulu Vacation. Jonathan Drury drives. Cody Hawkins, owner-trainer. 3 is Silky Choice. Jody Jameson at the controls. Carl Jameson trains for Greg Hayter. Blazing Cruiser, the 4, driven by Louis Waz, trained by Vic Potty for Hamac Farms Limited. Number 5, Axio. Doug McNair aboard. Kyle Fellows trains for Yolanda Fellows and Blair Corbeil. The 6, Fire Control, owned and trained by David Fries, driven by Travis Henry. Number 7, Silver Walls. Tyler Borth at the lines. Dennis Morrissey trains for Dale Hunter. 8 is Backup Plan. Jason Bartlett to drive. Dave Maneri training. Hut Racing Stable owns. Asiago Sealster 9 gets James McDonald. John Pentland trains and owns with RC Molyneux Racing. Peter Charlton, the estate of Archie Leach. And Figments, the 10, with Scott Young in tow. David Keys trains and owns with Julie Keys. That's your field for race number 4. Coming up next in 7 minutes.
Standing alongside trainer Ron Burke as he gets himself set up for what's going to be a busy Saturday night. And Ron, I want to start off in race number 5 in that free-for-all trot. We're going to see Lexus Cody back in action. Things maybe haven't started the way that we know he's capable, the efforts that he's capable of showing here. Has anything gone amiss with him, and what are you expecting from him this evening?
We're probably right where we were last year, actually. So we know this is the night he has to start turning it around. But not sure he's quite tight yet. But, he's getting there. And as the big races come, he'll be ready.
Rodeo Drive Dale was 3rd in her elimination of the Roses Are Red. She's got a good post that she gets to work with here tonight. What are you expecting from her this evening, and have you made any changes leading up to this final?
No, I expect her to be very good. Her first start she was good. Second start was just a disaster. Last week I was very happy with the effort, especially in the pace out. She had good pace through and past the wire. So, I really expect her to be good, and I think Yannick will look to be a lot more aggressive.
In the Gold Cup, you're going to be sending out By the Missile, an uber-talented horse, but a bit of a wild card. What kind of effort can we expect from him tonight?
You know what, 2 weeks ago I thought we had him on the way, and then I don't know if he just doesn't like Northfield anymore. I mean, granted, with 16 lengths back at the quarter, you're not winning from there anymore, but he just was mid, and I actually just brought him here because he does like this track, and he tends to give good performances here to see if he'd turn it around.
Lua Deepa, she's coming off a vicious performance in her elimination of the Fan Hanover. How did you come out of that race, and are you expecting another great effort from her tonight?
Everything's great with her, and that's a race where I could probably give you 4 scenarios, and I'm going to get the scenario of how the race is going to go versus, the North American Cup. I think I could give you 100, and I'm going to be wrong.
Lindy Dragonwater is going to be one of 3 starters you send out in the North America Cup. Can we expect a bit of a better performance from him this evening?
He was actually, if you go back and watch it, he was loaded at the wire last week. He's one that the big track helps tremendously, and I think he's one that is going to need the most help trip-wise to be right there.
Lilo, we've seen some really good efforts from him over the last couple of years. A colt that's always been deemed as underrated. Tough starting spot for him. What are you expecting from him?
Actually, I like his spot because he likes to be mid-pack. I have all the faith in the world in Ronnie. Ronnie usually figures out the best spot for us. Last week, we all just got kind of surprised when Andrew removed, and then when, Andrew didn't let the other horse go, all of a sudden my good trips turned into bad trips. So I was, I was happy with the effort, and I think, we'll definitely get a better trip this week.
Al Pappy is the 3rd starter that you're going to be sending out from post number 8. You are going to make a bridle change tonight, but dating back to that elimination last week, I remember Yannick having to come back due to an overcheck. He had to fix an overcheck here. Did that bother him in the race at all because you're shaking his head in that performance? And are you expecting him to be, put forth a pretty good effort here this evening?
Yeah, I don't know what the whole shaking his head thing was about last week. That was just something new. So we did open him up because I felt like once the horse got by him, then he dug back in. I thought he was going to stop. I think he just got a little lost on the lead. So, this is the time when we start letting him see more, and it's time to find out. And so I would look for Yannick to be real aggressive and, hopefully be in a good spot when he turns for home.
Appreciate your time, Ronnie. Best of luck this evening.
Thank you.
All right, Randy, Elisa, back to you for race number 4.
Did you take notes, Randy? Ooh, there's a lot of good info being passed along there.
Seriously good info coming out of Mr. Burke's mouth. You know something? No, I didn't. But I mean, that was my problem in school. I didn't pay it.
Well, hopefully the fans that were listening did, because I think he gave us some. I love the way that he talked about Dua Lipa, and I never say that horse's name correctly. And then saying about all the different scenarios for the North America Cup. That's it's true.
Easiest way to put it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
I mean, you could come up with a million different scenarios for the NA Cup, and they're probably all going to be wrong.
Yeah, well, he's sending out a whole bunch of them here tonight. And in the fourth race, horses are getting ready to go behind the gate. We have about 130 seconds on the clock right now, give or take. 5-year-olds and younger, winners of 3, but not more than 5 at the field of 10. Now, Figment last week got beat by Axel, and they will face off against each other once again. The 5-horse, obviously, with the better draw here tonight compared to the 10-hole for Scott Young.
Yeah, but Scotty Young, his horse, and he's coming in with an equal date now. Last week, Axial raced on the 30th, came back 7 days later on the 6th. Figment raced on the 23rd, came back 2 weeks later to race that last one. Gets beat a nose. Dougie off the bike there. I don't know what he's taking off. Oh, the head pole fell off, so he's going to have to bring that back and get that replaced. It looks like the ring come right off the head halter.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's still in the head pole.
Right, so you can expect a pretty good delay here, folks.
Yeah, I would have to think it's going to be a bit. They might have to put a whole new head halter on that horse. So Figment, here's my thoughts. I thought that he went into last week maybe with a little light on his schedule, but I think Scotty was overly confident with him, even though Axial landed up on his back. You know what I mean? I think this is a different week. I think this week he's coming in here with a horse that obviously is going to be a lot fitter. I think that everything went Axial's way last week. He sat on his back. He had a good post position. He had a better date, and he beat him by a nose. A nose after all that. This guy now, even though with the 10 hole, I think all that's going to do is inflate his price. So 3-1 right now. He's my top pick in here. I would be shocked if Scotty did not come out of there with this guy and lay the law down tonight.
What do we do with Silver Walls? I mean, this is a horse who was third last start out. He comes out of the same race as the other two that we've been talking about. You get Tyler Borth, and a horse who, once again, had a really good 3-year-old campaign. And I know, as well as you do, Randy, that we don't have a ton of grays in this sport anymore. And this horse will take a lot of support just based on color alone.
Absolutely. You can't take your eye away from a gray, right? This is a nice horse, too. And it's funny because when he first showed up here for Dennis Morrissey, he's out of a Red River Hanover mare, and Red River Hanover was one of my most favorite horses of all time to drive. So I kind of started watching him that way. His lines are always good. He races good all the time. I had him on top 2 starts ago when he got beat ahead at 9-1. He's just a real nice horse, but I don't put him ahead of Axial or Figment. I really don't. I think he's their equal, but I think that if it comes down, push comes to shove, I think the other two will beat him more than he will beat them. So this is my third pick in here.
Boy, he's got a long set of hind legs. Here's a look at the 5 who's come back into the paddock. They've made that equipment adjustment, and they will get him right back out to the track, Randy. Good thing it was just a quick fix.
Yeah. But ever notice, though, I noticed it when I was driving, anytime a horse loses a shoe, anytime that there's broken equipment, why does it always got to be down at that far end of the track? Why can't it ever be just here?
By the paddock.
Exactly. Yeah. So you're off the paddock, you're back on. No. Even if it's pouring rain, you got to come all the way back, and then you turn around, you got to go all the way back down again.
Well, the good news is the weather's lovely. So it's not like you're outside in the pouring rain or the snow or, the extreme heat. It's actually a beautiful night tonight for these horses, and I don't think they mind hanging out there a little bit longer. Here's a look at the 8, 23-1, the price on backup plan for Dave Maneri. This is the only driver in this race who's not part of our regular colony, that being Jason Bartlett.
Yeah, Bartlett picks up a lot of drives no matter where he goes, because the big thing is he'll put horses in play. Sometimes, in your colony, you start to drive horses a little stale, you know what I mean? And then a new guy comes into town and he doesn't drive horses stale. He drives them first time like they're the best, and he gets big results when he does. Maybe before we just go to the gate, if we could get a look at that 4 horse, he's taking some support too. That's Blazing Cruiser. He's at the Snowman right now, 8-1. If we could get a real quick look at him. Other than that, they all seem to look, there we go. Yeah, calm and cool, not sweated up or anything, looks good out there. Another speed horse. I think that the last 2 horses that we looked at, Blazing Cruiser and the one before that was Backup Plan. Both of them, to me, big-time speed horses.
All right. Well, we've taken a look at the majority of the group here for race number 4 on the program. We will get them behind the gate as quickly as possible, and we will be off for race number 4. Good luck.
Sauter now calls the field for race 4. As the wings of the gate come open, group of 10 taking up their positions. Center of the gate, number 5, Axial, back on the track after the quick equipment repair. He's looking for his 3rd in a row. He's able to score in a life best, 49-4 in his latest. It's up over Figment, who's been fantastic. Figment tonight outside in post 10, but still getting bet at 2-1. And Silverwall's the great at 7-2. It's post time, race 4. On a break, number 9, Asiago Sealster. He'll be well back. The other 9 are lined up and at the start, and away they go. They're off in pacing. Down the center, Axial chased out of there with Silver Walls, a couple of doors out to his right. Major threat from the rail, and Waz got Blazing Cruiser into the early mix as well. And then in behind that early skirmish, they're 3 wide to the inside Honolulu Vacation, 2 wide Silky Choice. Figment was 3 wide briefly. He starts to tuck now. Then we're back to Backup Plan, Fire Control, and much further back to a resetting Asiago Sealster. Borth puts Silver Walls on the lead, and he takes them by that opening panel that we'll have for you later on. Into the backstretch they go, and Axial is in second, but on the move out of 3rd. Blazing Cruiser is going to rush up here at 11-1 for Wah. Here's Blazing Cruiser to challenge the leader, Silver Walls, but Silver Walls still leads about 3/4 of a length. Blazing Cruiser hung out for now. He can't clear. Axial in behind 3rd, then it's Major Threat, 4 more to Silky Choice, who's followed by Honolulu Vacation. Figment starts up and is picking up some positions now from the back. Backup Plan will swing to the outside, and then Fire Control and Asiago Sealster as they make their way into this turn. 3/8 of a mile to go, and Silver Walls the leader. Outside, Blazing Cruiser, never able to clear, still second though. Axial, the 4-5 favorite right now, is bottled up. Major Threat to the outside, second over at a big number, and swinging 3 wide now. Young continues his move with Figment. Off of the last turn, and Silver Walls leads, but they're now going to start coming after him. Axial's going to get a shot out of the pocket as Blazing Cruiser starts to back away. Off covers Major Threat. Figment following him. Silver Walls called on for more. He's responding right now. Axial and Major Threat are chasing. Silver Walls still leading, and Silver Walls down the road to score by about 1/4 of a length. It's Silver Walls over Axial and Major Threat. And we'll have fractions for you after, but Silver Walls at 9-2 wins the 4th. Race 4 unofficial, 7-5, 110. Returning to the Winback Farm winner's circle, capturing race 4, 7 Silver Walls. 4-year-old Gray gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of the Red River Hanover Dam Red Walls is owned by Dale Hunter, trained by Dennis Morrissey, and driven to victory by Tyler Borth. 2 for 7 this year now, Silver Walls, his 12th career score. Was it a lifetime best? We'll have to wait and find out, as the teletimer was on the fritz, still awaiting fractions on Silver Walls, the 9-2 winner of race 4. Race 4 now official. Here are your payoffs. Winner 7, Silver Walls, 1180, 420, 340. Second, number 5, Axial, 250, 210. Third, number 1, Major Threat, 750. $2 Exacta, 25.60. $1 Try, 94.55. $1 Super, 249.70. $2 Double, 49.50. $1 Pick 3 returns 106.05. Just under 2,000 live in the Pick 4, and the Pick 5, the early one, set to wrap up in the upcoming 5th race, is down to 287.80. On a break, number 9, Asiago Sealster. He'll be well back. The other 9 are lined up and at the start, and away they go. They're off in pacing. Down the center, Axial chased out of there with Silver Walls, a couple of doors out to his right. Major Threat from the rail, and Waz got Blazing Cruiser into the early mix as well. And then in behind that early skirmish, they're 3 wide to the inside Honolulu Vacation, 2 wide Silky Choice. Figment was 3 wide briefly. He starts to tuck now. Then we're back to backup plan, Fire Control, and much further back to a resetting Asiago Sealster. Borth puts Silver Walls on the lead, and he takes them by that opening panel that we'll have for you later on. Into the backstretch they go, and Axial is in second, but on the move out of third. Blazing Cruiser is going to rush up here at 11-1 for Wah. Here's Blazing Cruiser to challenge the leader, Silver Walls, but Silver Walls still leads about 3/4 of a length. Blazing Cruiser hung out for now. He can't clear. Axial in behind third, then it's Major Threat, 4 more to Silky Choice, who's followed by Honolulu Vacation. Figment starts up and is picking up some positions now from the back. Back up plan will swing to the outside, and then Fire Control and Asiago Sealster as they make their way into this turn. 3/8 of a mile to go, and Silver Walls the leader. Outside, Blazing Cruiser, never able to clear, still second though. Axial, the 4-5 favorite right now, is bottled up. Major Threat to the outside, second over at a big number, and swinging 3 wide now. Young continues his move with Figment. Off of the last turn, and Silver Walls leads, but they're now going to start coming after him. Axial's going to get a shot out of the pocket as Blazing Cruiser starts to back away. Off covers Major Threat, Figment following him. Silver Walls called on for more. He's responding right now. Axial and Major Threat are chasing. Silver Walls still leading, and Silver Walls down the road to score by about 1/4 of a length. It's Silver Walls over Axial and Major Threat. And we'll have fractions for you after, but Silver Walls at 9-2 wins the 4th. Race 4 finish order from the top. 3-7-8. 5-2-9, 1-6-10-4 on the bottom. Race 5 up next. Free for all trot. No program changes. Post time in 10 minutes.
In harness racing, there are options when it comes to owning a standardbred racehorse. You can own the entire horse, or you can share the horse with a few partners, or you can share with a lot of partners in a fractional ownership stable. Whatever option you choose, you'll find the experience of owning a racehorse connects people to horses and to one another in truly remarkable and sometimes unexpected ways. To learn more about standardbred racehorse ownership in Ontario, reach out to connect with someone who can help you get started on your journey.
Fifth race, free for all trotters on parade. Number 1 is Hasty Bid. James McDonald drives. Paige McDonald trains and owns with a numbered company, Ontario Incorporated. 2 in the group, Lexus Cody, Yannick Gingras for trainer Ron Burke. Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Bershemi and Phil Kalu are the owners. We're going to go to 4, Ayatos Kronos next with Dexter Dunn in tow. Marcus Melander trains for Jeffrey and Michael Snyder. Number 3, Usain Hanover now coming to the track. Louis Waugh on the bike. Dave Maneri for Pollock Racing. Here's number 5, French Wine, driven by Jason Bartlett. Nancy Tactor trains for Daniel and Jean-Christophe Plouffe, along with One Legend Stable Incorporated. Sid the Kid, 6. Mark McDonald drives. Ben Bergeron training for Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Number 7, Gaines Hanover, driven by Jody Jameson's, trained by Justin Turcotte for Gestion, Jean Blais Incorporated. Logan Park, the 8. Doug McNair in the seat. Kyle Fellows for Out of the Park, Stable Red Chigs, and Arpad Zabo. And number 9 is Osceola. Todd McCarthy will drive. Greg McNair trains and owns with Willow Oak Racing and Paul Hallman. That's your field race 5, $65,000 free-for-all trot coming up in 6 minutes.
Here, standing alongside trainer Per Engblom, was going to send out a bunch of starters in some of these stakes events this evening. And Per, we're going to start off with Bravo Angel in the Armbro flight. You just got a chance to warm her up here this evening. I want to know, how did you feel in warm-up, and any changes from that last start from the Meadowlands?
She warmed up very sharp. I was happy with her, nice and relaxed, and had a good bop to the end. So, no, we don't change anything. We did some adjustments for this year, but we keep her the way she's been so far.
Now, a good effort in that runner-up effort last time at the Meadowlands, because I want to kind of follow up on that, but it was a really, really sloppy track. Do you think that affected her whatsoever?
But the horse in the lead raced very well, and I think that my horse raced well as well. It was a little bit of an off track, so maybe she got stuck a little bit in it, but I was still happy with her.
Louise' girl, it was an impressive victory in her Roses Are Red elimination. How did you come out of that race after that big effort?
She trained lightly this week. Everything was good. She had to work hard in that race, but she fought off. That was pretty impressive, I think.
You sent out a couple of starters in that Gold Cup, one of which being a Coach's Corner. Tough effort and defeat last time out. How's he coming into this race tonight?
Yeah, pretty good. He's been caught up first up here the last couple of starts, and it's been tough on him. Hopefully he can trip out a little bit tonight, but he's a good boy. He always does his best.
Lou Hill, he was a victor in the Kamloops Classic final, and this is a horse that continues to rack up victories and step up against tougher competition. Do you think he's going to be capable enough to step up against this group here tonight? What are you expecting from him?
We'll see. He might need a start or two to grow into this class, but I'm sure he will. I don't know if he is tonight, but he's coming in super sharp, so let's see.
Best of luck this evening, Per.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, Randy, Elisa, back to you guys.
Alrighty, always good to hear from the trainers that are sending out the big horses on tonight's program. The free-for-all trot comes up for you next. A big purse here of $65,000, and these are a lot of horses that we see here all the time. You know, Hasty Bid is a horse that we've watched compete all season long in against Open Company. Usain Hanover was winning Open Company here over the winter months and into the springtime. Sid the Kid, he was dominating. I would say in January, February, he was doing big things. And one of my favorites, Logan Park, will compete here tonight as well. This is a look at Usain Hanover going out for Dave Maneri. Fourth last start out behind Logan Park, but he was a winner back-to-back in the month of May and against Open horses.
He can trot real fast for quite a ways, you know. Like, I'm not going to say the whole mile, he can lay it down, but he can trot extremely fast for any trotter, you know, for at least 5/8 of a mile. He can carry that speed, and it is big speed. But each week, you know, we're leaving the winter months behind. The summer months are now coming forward, and each week this field gets deeper and deeper and deeper, you know, and he's got a lot of deep ones in here tonight. He's 20-1 for a reason. I don't really look at him as a win candidate in here.
This horse is grabbing the bit, Randy. This is the 4 at 7-2, who is Marcus Melander horse, and I mean, we're getting him onto the grass. This is something, we're not really familiar with this horse necessarily because he's not a horse that we see here all the time. So we can't tell you if this is any different than he normally is, but he looks awfully keyed up.
He does, but you know, then you look at Dexter. Look at the way Dexter looks with his feet hanging down. Yeah. I mean, the horse looks to us that he's keyed up. Doesn't seem to really be making even Dexter twitch his nose out there, you know. So, you know, I would say that, you know, Dexter's, you know, he usually drives this guy. So I'm thinking that this is the way this guy operates. He looks good out there, big body on him, big, thick that way. And he had a big year last year, 14 starts, 10 times in the top 2 to the tune of 400,000. I don't know much about him. He's had a good start back to his year. He was second in the Cutler and then third in the Maxi Lee. But each time that he was second and third, there was no real close margins of defeat. You know what I'm saying? So I'm think that he's, a horse that I got in for 4th, and I think that that's what we're looking at.
Here's a look at the 5. French Wine goes out for Nancy Tactor. This is only the 2nd start this season.
Yeah, I didn't use this guy in here. I mean, he looks fantastic, and obviously the barn that he comes out of, the fact that he picks up Jason Bartlett, but he just has that one start back. And again, he lost a little bit of ground in there. He bookended it, 27 flat out, 27 flat on the end of it, for 1.50 miles and change, but he still lost a little bit of ground on the end of it. So I'm not really sure, even though he looks fantastic out there, I'm not really sure if he is spot on fitness wise.
Well, let's look at Logan Park. I mean, he's a fan favorite here. He's made more than $2.3 million in his career. He's making his 5th start this season, now an 8-year-old, getting a little older, but he's still in the winner's circle on a couple of different occasions so far.
To me, this horse did not look that good when he first came out. I'm not going to get a good look at him here. When he first come out, I didn't like the look at him at all. I think that's why you're looking at 3-1 and such a loose board going on. If this horse looked the same as he did last week right now, I'd say he'd be 3-5 easily. Nah, he doesn't. Still, there's something behind that I don't necessarily like on him. I mean, he looks like he's a sharp horse. Maybe I'm just looking at too much, but there just seems to me something behind that is there this week that wasn't there last week.
All right, well, we'll see how they do here. This free-for-all goes for a big purse, $65,000 on the line for race number 5. Good luck.
A lot of talent here in this 5th race, free-for-all trots, group of 9. Plenty of millionaires in here, and even a couple of double millionaires. We've got the fastest trotters on Canadian soil in Lexus Cody and Iatus Kronos. Logan Park nearly sub 50 in his latest. They headline this group. French Wine, the Breeders' Crown champ, here as well. It's post time for the 5th. Here they come. Welcome to everybody tuning in on Fox Sports. We're set to go for our free-for-all trots. And they're off. And Logan Park trying to leave out of there from the 8-hole along with Gaines, Hanover, and Iatus Kronos. Dunn's got him into the top 3 early. In behind that trio, French Wine looking for a seat. Lexus Cody along the pylons, 5th in front of Hasty Bid. Then Usain Hanover wide to the opening turn. Osceola, he's going to backpedal, and Sid the Kid is trailing. It is McNair and Logan Park at 2-1, leading up to the opening quarter in 26-4 in front of Gaines Hanover. Iatus Kronos is trotting on 3rd, but angling out already. Here he comes. Iatus Kronos swings to the outside and starts to rush up after the race favorite Logan Park. French Wine back in 4th. Lexus Cody is following 5th. Then it's Hasty Bid. Usain Hanover, Sid the Kid, and another length and a half to a trailing Osceola. It's Iatus Kronos taking over, opening up a length and a half in front of Logan Park. On the move now, French Wine, he's first over. Lexus Cody had to go as well. He'll be second over. 55-1 to the half they are. To the inside is Gaines Hanover. Hasty Bid along the pylons. Outside of that one now, Usain Hanover. Last pair continue to be Sid the Kid and Osceola. 3/8 to go. It's Iatus Kronos on top of length. French Wine on the outside, chipping away. He's up to second with Logan Park in behind the leader 3rd. And starting to swing wide, still under a strong hold. Gingras ready to cut Lexus Cody loose. 3/4 in 1:22-2. Off stride Logan Park down to the safety lane. Iatus Kronos leads. Here comes Lexus Cody as French Wine tucks. Lexus Cody trotting up hard on the outside here. Iatus Kronos has to answer. Lexus Cody though goes by and starts to draw clear in the final 16th. It's Lexus Cody back to Canada and back to the winner's circle. Lexus Cody in the free-for-all trot by about 3. Iatus Kronos 2nd. Up for 3rd was Gaines Hanover. Hasty Bid 4th. 150-4 for Lexus Cody. Fifth race unofficial on the board, 2-4-7-1. Fastest trotter on Canadian soil, number 2, Lexus Cody. Returning to the Winback Farm winner circle after capturing the Free for All Trot, race 5. Number 2, Lexus Cody, a brown gelding, 8 years old by Archangel. Out of the Ken Workington Dam, Alexis Helios. He's owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Bershemi, and Phil Kalura. Ron Burke trains, Yannick Gingras, the winning driver. Lexus Cody gets his first of the year in his third try, now a 38-time winner. His latest clocking 150 and 4. Lexus Cody takes the 5th and is congratulated trackside by Ontario Racing with the blanket presentation presented by Mr. Gordon Thane, Executive Director, and Ms. Karen Allen out there as well. Congratulating Lexus Cody, 5-2 winner of the Free for All Trot. Payouts race 5, number 2 Lexus Cody, $780, $390, $330. Second, 4 Atos Chronos, $363. Third, number 7 Gaines Hanover, $1960. $2 exacta, $27.20 the dollar try, $387.95. $2,175.65 for the dollar super. $2 double returns $48 even. $1 pick 3, $113.70. And the early pick 5 wrapped up, dollar payout, $2,372.55. 432.04 live in the pick 4, heading to the final leg. Race 6 will start the mandatory payout pick 6 wager. Welcome to everybody tuning in on Fox Sports. We're set to go for our free-for-all trots. And they're off. And Logan Park trying to leave out of there from the 8-hole along with Gaines, Hanover, and Iatos Kronos. Dunn's got him into the top 3 early. In behind that trio, French Wine looking for a seat. Lexus Cody along the pylons 5th in front of Hasty Bid. Then Usain Hanover wide to the opening turn. Osceola, he's going to backpedal, and Sid the Kid is trailing. It is McNair and Logan Park at 2-1, leading up to the opening quarter in 26-4 in front of Gaines Hanover. Iatos Kronos is trotting on third, but angling out already. Here he comes. Iatos Kronos swings to the outside and starts to rush up after the race favorite Logan Park. French Wine back in 4th. Lexus Cody is following 5th. Then it's Hasty Bid. Usain Hanover, Sid the Kid, and another length and a half to a trailing Osceola. It's Iatos Kronos taking over, opening up a length and a half in front of Logan Park. On the move now, French Wine, he's first over. Lexus Cody had to go as well. He'll be second over. 55-1 to the half they are. To the inside is Gaines Hanover. Hasty Bid along the pylons. Outside of that one now, Usain Hanover. Last pair continue to be Sid the Kid and Osceola. 3/8 to go. It's Iatos Kronos on top of length. French Wine on the outside, chipping away. He's up to second with Logan Park in behind the leader third. And starting to swing wide, still under a strong hold. Jingra ready to cut Lexus Cody loose. 3/4 in 1:22-2. Off stride Logan Park down to the safety lane. Iatos Kronos leads. Here comes Lexus Cody as French Wine tucks. Lexus Cody trotting up hard on the outside here. Iatos Kronos has to answer. Lexus Cody though goes by and starts to draw clear in the final 16th. It's Lexus Cody back to Canada and back to the winner's circle. Lexus Cody in the free-for-all trot by about 3. Iatos Kronos second. Up for third was Gaines Hanover. Hasty Bid fourth. 150-4 for Lexus Cody. Here's how they all finished in the 5th race from the top. It's 4-1, 5th place, 7th for double lap on a break. 2nd, 6th place, 5th, 7th place, 6th, 3-9, 8 on the bottom. Coming up next is race 6. Start of the mandatory payout pick 6. There's no changes in the opening leg. Post time in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, back from race number 4, where we had the teletimer, just unfortunately not functioning. We've got the corrected times. Quarter reach in 26-4, half in 55, 3/4 in 121-4, and a winning mile of 149-4 for Silver Walls. That was back in race 4. Number 1, Stonebridge Helios leads parade for race 6. Dexter Dunn drives. Paul Court training for Jesse Dragojevic and Scott Emman. Waterloo, the 2. James McDonald aboard. Carmen Osiello for Michael and Pat Sergi. Number 3, Dublin Dasher, driven by Travis Cullen. Jody Cullen trains. Her owners Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Grace Marshman. Number 4, Pacino Hanover. Ed Hensley gets the call. Jody Cullen for Paul Sanders, Ron, and Travis Cullen. J.R. Plon aboard the 5, Geordie. Jacques Dupont trains for EQE CSL. Odds on Valhalla 6, Jonathan Drury in the bike. Carmen Osiello for DP Host Stable Incorporated. Here's number 7, Living the Beach Life. Louis Waugh between the wheels. Vic Putty for Gordon McDonald. Christopher Boland and Limco Incorporated. Chain Gang the 8, Trevor Henry drives. Nick Galucci training for Millar Farms. Number 9, JMR Speakaway, driven by Darrell Teesons, trained by Boyd Wilson for JMR Racing Incorporated and Harold Wilson. And the 10 is What You Looking At. Jason Bartlett in the seat. Dave Maneri trains for Pollock Racing. That's your field for race 6. Pick 6 gets underway. It's a mandatory payout tonight. Post time in 6 minutes.
This is a big, handsome horse. Stonebridge Helios goes out for conditioner Paul Court. We've been watching him race here most of the year at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and we've seen him win a couple of times as well. Dexter Dunn drove him last start out to a second-place effort in behind Walful Blue Chip, who you saw compete in the opener on the program tonight. And this one's right back in the same class. Nominators of 9,000 in the last 4. He looks really good warming up.
Last night there we had a horse that Trevor Henry was driving. I can't remember which one it was, but anyway, he had a plug out before they went to the gate. And I said, years ago there, when a driver wanted to leave hard with a horse, they'd pull the plugs before they went to the gate. Now, I don't know if he's going to keep those plugs out or not, because he's got the rail, so I don't really see him needing the plugs out. It'll be interesting to see if he pulls them over and sticks them in. But if the plugs remain out, if he just jogs by the paddock and they remain out, I would say that he's telegraphing exactly what he wants to do tonight, and that is to go down the Riud.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess we'll wait and we'll see what he if
when he
they're
heads
in.
to the gate.
Yeah, when they go to the gate. Here's a look at the 3 Dublin Dasher for Cullen. Obviously, the Spartans enjoyed a really good 2026 campaign. This horse, 3 wins from 19 starts. He makes his money every year.
Yeah, he's my top pick out here. I mean, this should be a nice drop down for him, but I honestly think that the 1 horse is making a better presentation right now than the 3 horse. Nothing against the 3 horse. I just think the 1 horse looks a little bit sharper, more into his game. So this is my top pick here right now. He should be good to go in here, but again, I just don't find that he's putting out quite the same kind of a presentation as what we've seen with Helios.
Jordy N, he came to us via New Zealand, from what I remember, and he's been racing here locally for a while now. A couple of wins for him this season, and the last win took place May the 9th, winning against nominators of 6,000 in the last 4. Nominators of 9,000 in the last 4. He was good last week with a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, he seems like in these kinds of classes, he can always get a piece of it, and that, I just don't look at him as quite as much of a win candidate. He looks good out there right now, but I look at him more like when he gets down into those little bit lower classes. That seems to me when he can fire and he can win. The other ones above, whether it's even the Open, it just seems to me like he races with them, puts a good move on the end of it, but has no threat to take the race down.
Yeah, I feel like I've picked him so many times over the winter months, and he hit and miss kind of with him. We're looking at the 8 horse next, that being Chain Gang from the Galucci barn. Now, he was 3rd in a good closing 3rd, came home in 26-3 in that race back on May 30th. He's had a little bit of time in between.
Yeah, missed a week, but there's a lot to like about this guy. Number 1, he brings a lot of power. I mean, we've different times have had this guy stapled in as going to become the next Open horse, but it just seems like he only sticks around for a bit and then he disappears. You can see that 8 starts last year, only 4 starts so far this year. He misses some time, different times than that. So, he must be a little bit of a puzzle for Nick, and it's got to be frustrating because this guy is loaded with talent, and some of his best races that he's gone has been with that guy sitting behind him. So I put him in for third. I think he's playable in here, and it looks like the public likes him because he's 5-1.
Well, the 6 is the next horse we're going to look at, which reminds me to remind you that the 6th race on the program tonight is where we kick off our pick 6, which does have a mandatory payout. So that'll go race 6 right through to race number 11. So if you haven't got your pick 6 ticket in, make sure you do so really fast. Did you pass along a pick 6? I think you did.
I did. Only one single, and I played it for 20 cents. It's kind of a deep one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most of those will be stakes events. This one, at least as far as we're concerned, looks like the one horse will be the horse to beat. We do want to see the one more time if that's possible, just because we want to see if those plugs are still out or if the plugs are back in again. And I think we're going to get a shot of him to show you what's going on with him as well as we show you Randy's pick 6 ticket. You can see he's singled in race number 8. It's in on that side, Randy.
Yeah, one side's in. I can't really see the other side there. He's emptying out. That's a good sign.
Oh, that's one of Randy's favorite moves.
If one's in and one's out, that's, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, he wants them in. You know what I mean? Because he would have popped them both. Yeah.
Because, to me, you don't see anything kind of bobbing around over there on the other side.
And like I said, I mean, if he pulled them, then both are going to be out.
Right.
Not just the one.
Exactly.
A lot of times they'll bounce out on their own. So my thinking is that the one bounced out, and I think that we're good to go. I mean, I don't think that he's going to pull them in behind with the rail. I just think that would be kind of a bit of a crazy move.
Well, he looks very sharp out there, and we'll see how he performs currently at odds of 4-5, a very low price on the inside horse, Stonebridge Helios. Don't forget, race number 6 is where we kick off the pick 6. It has a mandatory payout on tonight's program.
And yeah, that word mandatory certainly helps the attention in that pick 6. All the best if you're playing along. Last year, 62,000 plus was wagered into that pick 6. Right now, quickly approaching that number. It'll jump up pretty good here over these final few moments. We've got a group of 10 on the pace to kick things off. Stonebridge Helios, the winner of more than $800,000. And a fast resume with Dexter Dunn in the bike is heavily favored at 4-5. It's post time for the 6th race. Here they come. Field picks up speed. They're at the start and away they go. They're off and pacing. Odds on Valhalla chased out of there from the 6 hole along with Dublin Dasher. Chain Gang onto the scene as well, and Stonebridge Helios from the pole position gets away 4th. Looking to tuck 5th, that's Geordie in front of Waterloo. Then we're back to Pacino Hanover. Last 3 are Living the Beach Life, JMR Speakaway, and what you looking at? Everybody's got a seat now, single file into the opening bend. Dublin Dasher and Cullen leading the way. 26 and 2 the opening quarter. Odds on Valhalla in second with Chain Gang third. As they head to the backstretch, what'll Dunn do with Stonebridge Helios? He's on the move. And here he comes out of 4th and rushing up after the leader. Back in 5th is Geordie. 6th one is Waterloo. Continuing to be tracked by Pacino Hanover. Then Living the Beach Life, JMR Speakaway, and what you looking at? Here comes Stonebridge Helios. 7-5 race favorite takes over from Dublin Dasher, the 8-5 second choice. Odds on Valhalla now third as they're halfway home in 54-4. Chain Gang, the 4th one. Geordie continuing 5th as they head into the bend towards 5/8. Waterloo still 6th. Then Pacino Hanover. Starting up from the back is JMR Speakaway to the inside is Living the Beach Life. Trailing throughout's been what you looking at. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Stonebridge Helios, the leader, just over a length in front of Dublin Dasher. Chain Gang's on the move, and he's up to 3rd in front of Geordie. Works with his cover to the inside 5th. Odds on Valhalla, 122 and 1 3/4. Stonebridge Helios, the one they've got to catch. He leads a length. Outside is Chain Gang. In behind Dublin Dasher. Now swinging wide is Geordie. Set down by Plomp between horses. Odds on Valhalla. Dunn calling on Stonebridge Helios. Geordie starts to close in the center. Dublin Dasher between. Still Stonebridge Helios digging in. And Stonebridge Helios will hold on by a length. Geordie second. Dublin Dasher third. 149 and 2. 1-5-3-4 unofficial. Race 6 winner, number 1, Stonebridge Helios, making his way to the Winback Farm winner's circle. Stonebridge Helios, a 7-year-old bay horse by Sunshine Beach from the Better's Delight Dam, Kendall J. Jesse Dragojevic and Scott M. the winning owners. Paul Court, the winning trainer. Dexter Dunn with his second win of the night. Stonebridge Helios now 3 for 15 this year. 18th career score. Adds to his impressive resume with a 149-2 score on the front for Stonebridge Helios as the slight favorite at odds of 7-5. And we've got a blanket presentation being made by Arsenault Horse Transport. Arsenault Horse Transport, great option. Transporting your horses around. Reach out to Brandon for more information and details. It's Stonebridge Helios taking race 6. Race 6 payouts. Number 1, Stonebridge Helios, 480, 340, 220. Second, number 5, Geordie, 420, 250. Third was 3 Dublin Dasher, 210. The $2 Exacta, 20, $70. Trifecta, 18 and a quarter. $1 Super, 107.85. The $2 Double, 31.70. Another pick 3 wrapped up. Dollar payout, 60.10. And a $1 winning early pick 4, 350.70. The pick 6 mandatory payout pool, nearly 53,000 wagered. More than 19,500 of live money is going to move on to the next leg. Up next is race 7. Starting the $100,000 guaranteed all stakes pick 5. We kick it off with the grade 2 final of the Armbro Flights. Field picks up speed. They're at the start and away they go. They're off and pacing. Odds on Valhalla, chased out of there from the 6 hole along with Dublin Dasher. Chain Gang onto the scene as well, and Stonebridge Helios from the pole position gets away 4th. Looking to tuck 5th, that's Geordie in front of Waterloo. Then we're back to Pacino Hanover. Last 3 are Living the Beach Life, JMR Speakaway, and what you looking at? Everybody's got a seat now, single file into the opening bend. Dublin Dasher and Cullen leading the way. 26 and 2 the opening quarter. Odds on Valhalla in second with Chain Gang third. As they head to the backstretch, what'll Dunn do with Stonebridge Helios? He's on the move. And here he comes out of 4th and rushing up after the leader. Back in 5th is Geordie. 6th one is Waterloo. Continuing to be tracked by Pacino Hanover. Then Living the Beach Life, JMR Speakaway, and what you looking at? Here comes Stonebridge Helios. 7-5 race favorite takes over from Dublin Dasher, the 8-5 second choice. Odds on Valhalla now third as they're halfway home in 54 and 4. Chain Gang, the 4th one. Geordie continuing 5th as they head into the bend towards 5/8. Waterloo still 6th. Then Pacino Hanover. Starting up from the back is JMR Speakaway. To the inside is Living the Beach Life. Trailing throughout's been what you looking at. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Stonebridge Helios, the leader, just over a length in front of Dublin Dasher. Chain Gang's on the move, and he's up to 3rd in front of Geordie. Works with his cover to the inside 5th. Odds on Valhalla, 122 and 1 3/4. Stonebridge Helios, the one they've got to catch. He leads a length. Outside is Chain Gang. In behind, Dublin Dasher. Now swinging wide is Geordie. Set down by Plomp between horses. Odds on Valhalla. Dunn calling on Stonebridge Helios. Geordie starts to close in the center. Dublin Dasher between. Still Stonebridge Helios digging in. And Stonebridge Helios will hold on by a length. Geordie second. Dublin Dasher third. 149 and 2. Finish order race 6 from the top. It's 153, 427, 968, 10 on the bottom. Up next, race 7. It's the Armbro Flight Final Grade 2 event to start the $100,000 guaranteed all stakes pick 5. Number 6, Yo Tilly, scratch vet sick, post time in 13 minutes.
I want to ask you about a trio of mares that you're going to be sending posted here in the Armbro Flight to Final. Let's start off with Isle Square, a mare who late last year, you added Lasix to this mare. Maybe she didn't finish off the season the way she started it, but this is a mare we know that has a lot of talent. Assess her performance in the Miss Versatility leg on May 23rd, and any changes with her coming into this weekend start.
She has been a little bit of, I shouldn't say disappointment, but I mean, she started up great last year, and if it kind of got her a little bit too far fast because she came a little bit late from Sweden too, I'm not sure, but she had grown more into herself, and she was with heavy shoes in her last race too, so we're going to go lighter shoes on her, but of course we need to see some more finishing from her, so I'm not really sure where she is right now.
Nelson Bright Eagle, another mare, winless in 10 starts of her campaign last year, but hit the board in half of them. She too is coming off a 4th place effort in that Miss Versatility leg. What can we expect from her on a Saturday night this weekend?
Well, it's kind of the same with her. She was the same 2 years ago when she started back there. She needed a couple of races until she started going, but she hasn't really got that kick in her legs yet either. If it's ready to happen on Saturday, I'm not sure, but she also needs to show a little bit more good finishing before I can have too high hopes on her.
Speaking of high hopes, I mean, Wari Michelle, she's provided nothing but high hopes and good results. Obviously winning a Breeders' Crown final the last time that we got a chance to watch her compete on Canadian soil. She was supposed to make a start on May 23rd in the Miss Versatility. She was the vet scratch in that contest. How is her fitness level coming into this final this weekend? And can you maybe inform us or fill us in why she missed that start in late May?
Yeah, Yeah, so she was scratched because she catch a fever for 2 days. Nothing major, but obviously we didn't want to take any chances with her. So she trained back here now good and have had a little bit faster mile. But if she's going to be ready to win, that's going to be hard to say because one qualifier is maybe not enough right now. But it was no other chances either to do more right now. So this race will be a race for her and take her forward for the rest of the season. Is obviously just in the beginning of the year. But I mean, every time she races, she go all in. So maybe she's just kicking ass anyway. We're not being top sharp yet, but I am always excited to see her race. So I look forward to see her.
We look forward to watching her compete. We look forward to watching your starters compete this weekend in Canada as well. And Sarah, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Race 7, Grade 2, Armborough Flight Final. The mares are on parade. Leading off, number 1, Stormont Beautiful. Bob McClure drives. Kevin Ben trains for Stormont Meadows. Tammy Ben, the caretaker of 1, Stormont Beautiful. Number 2 is Mona Lisa. Jody Jameson in the sulky. Blake McIntosh trains and owns, along with Tim Clemencic. Mike Rive, the caretaker of number 2, Mona Lisa. 3, Cadiddle is driven by Scott Young, trained by Jerry Duford for Homestretch Holdings Incorporated. Joe Nicholson, the caretaker of 3, Cadiddle. Number 4, Warwi Michelle, trained and driven by Okas Fonstedt for Okas Fonstedt Incorporated, Sant Andre Incorporated, and Young Guns. Emily Tomsland is the caretaker of 4, Warwi Michelle. Number 5, Nelson Bright Eagle, driven by Louis Waugh, trained by Okas Fonstedt for Okas Fonstedt Incorporated and Niels Munkhaugen. Emily Tomsland, also the caretaker of 5, Nelson Bright Eagle. Scratch number 6, the 7 Dial Square. James McDonald drives for trainer Okas Fonstedt. Stall Arsenal AB and Okas Fonstedt Incorporated, the owners. Anna Hirschberger, the caretaker of 7 Dial Square. Bravo Angel 8, Jason Bartlett at the lines. Per Emblem for Consus Racing Stable Incorporated. Letitia Guriel, caretaker of 8, Bravo Angel. Number 9, Bourbonista, be driven by Dexter Dunn. Marcus Melander trains for Deo Volante Farms and Panamera Racing. Dylan De Silva, the caretaker of 9, Bourbonista. Scott Ziron drives 10, Champagne Problems. Nancy Tactor trains for NR DNA Stable. Patrick Hoops, Rohan Stables, Caviard Farms. River Thomas, the caretaker of 10, Champagne Problems. And starting from the second tier is number 11, Miracle Maven. Yannick Gingras drives. Ron Burke trains for Hillside Stables, Indiana Stables, Frank Baldacchino and Beastie. That's 11, Miracle Maven from the second tier. Grade 2, Armbro Flight Final to kick off the $100,000 guaranteed all stakes pick 5. Post time in 5 minutes.
Here getting a chance to speak with trainer Chris Ryder, who sends out a couple of starters in the Roses Are Red final. Chris, we want to start off with the elimination winner, Mickey and Minnie. She's going to draw inside tonight. How was her week, and any changes coming to this final tonight?
No changes. Week was perfect and uneventful, and everything's well, and she's looking good and feeling good, yeah.
And you got a chance to warm her up. She was just fine out there too?
Yeah, warmed up super.
All right, and the other mare who's the biggest wild card, I would say, on this entire program is going to be a mare that you co-own, Twinbee Joe Fresh. Fourth place effort last week. I know there's a lot of question marks with her coming to this final. How did she warm up, and what are you expecting from her this evening?
She warmed up fine tonight. We did change everything from last week. She had a bit of a problem tying up, so we pretty sure she's okay.
You think the 9 hole is going to be a bit of a problem at all for her this evening?
Obviously, it's not what I'd pick, but you know what? If she's good, it won't be a problem.
All right, we look forward to watching her compete. Best of luck with your 2 starters in the final, Chris.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you. Good.
All right, Randy, Elisa, back to you guys.
Yeah, again, some great information there on some of the big horses that we have coming up a little bit later in the card for Mr. Chris Ryder, one of which being Mickey and Minnie, and then, of course, Twinbee Joe Fresh. They'll race in race number 8 tonight. This 7th race on the program, of course, is the Armbro Flight Final, and it's also where we kick off another $100,000 guaranteed pick 5, so make sure that you get your wagers in. Here's a look at the 4, current favorite, overwhelming favorite, Warwee Michelle. One thing we've learned about this race is that Svanstedt is going to be very, very busy. They have 3 horses competing in here, and this is the one we think they've got to put their running shoes on to beat.
Yeah, she's going to be tough, and she looks good out there as well. You know, missed a little bit of time, but, you know, her resume speaks for herself there. You could pretty well tell, and especially with the scratch of Yo Tilly, she was going to be the favorite. This is the one that was going to be taking the most money, and I elected to play against her. I got her in for second. It's going to be tough to beat her. She's just she's an incredible, incredible mare. But the mare that I picked on top, the one from the rail there, she's a pretty nice mare herself, so this should be an interesting race.
Yeah, this is Stormont Beautiful. Bob McClure driving for Kevin Ben, one of our local conditioners here. Last season, good year. This year, so far, we haven't found the winner's circle, but it's only the 4th start.
Yeah, look, when you go right down to the bottom of the page where she finished second in the Breeders' Crown last year, last quarter in 26-1 and a mile and 51-4, like that's almost pacer speed as opposed to a 3-year-old trotting filly. But she brings the goods, this girl. I think he's got different ways to race her. I think that if he wants to, if he sees Oka coming out of there hot and heavy from the 4, I think he can come with him. I remember different times that he did push her from the rail when she was racing in the Sire Stakes, and she got away in a good spot, but she does do most of her racing from off the pace. I'm good either way with whatever he decides to do. I just think that she's a good mare, and she's on her game right now.
Here's the 8, Bravo Angel. Now, last race for her, May 23rd, down at the Meadowlands in the Miss Versatility. She's second in that race, but that was the first time she had been beaten in 2026.
Yeah, she's been racing real good. This is out of Ready Express, you know, a Cantab Hall mare. Bred over in Sweden. She's, you know, she's done very, very well. $236,000 put away last year in 18 starts. And like you were saying, she's not been worse than second this year. So again, off to a good start. She looks great out there.
I would like to show you the 11 if we can. That's Miracle Maven. She comes up from racing at the Meadowlands as well. Last start for her was June the 6th. It was a qualifier. So she's had a little bit of time. May the 23rd was her last race. It was in the Miss Versatility. She was a winner there in 54-1 as the favorite with Gingras doing the driving. He gets along quite well with her.
He does, and you know, I've got her in for 4th, even with the trailing position. I like the fact that she was on Stormont Beautiful's back, so that doesn't bother me as much. The only thing is that just cautiously, I mean, I don't necessarily like the way that she looked out there in the post parade. Didn't not like her, but can't really say that I was in love with her either, though. So right now at 5-1, maybe there's a few people that don't like her out there as much, or maybe it might just due to the fact that she's got that trailing position.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well. We've got 10 seconds now to go before race number 7. Seventh race will kick off the second $100,000 guaranteed pick 5. It's the Armbro Freight Final.
Stoddard now calls the field to the 8 for race 7. It's the Armbro Flight Final Grade 2 event. For the Mare Trotters. Yo Tilly scratch, significant scratch. Down to a field of 10. The 11 Miracle Maven still scores from the second tier. Free to follow anyone she wants, however. 6-5 favoritism to Warwi Michelle, one of the co-track record holders here after her 150-2 Breeders' Crown triumph last fall. It's post time for race 7. Trotty mares for the Grade 2 Armbro Flight Final are all lined up. Here they come. And there they go. They're off and trotting with Nelson Bright Eagle, leaving out of there alertly down the center. And from the outside, put into play early Champagne Problems and Bourbonista. So from post 10 and 9, they're going to drive out for the early lead to the first turn as Champagne Problems trying to cross over in front of Bourbonista. Nelson Bright Eagle gets away third in front of Warwi Michelle. From the second tier, Miracle Maven followed the favorite and has got a seat fifth in front of Stormont Beautiful. Parked to the outsides, Bravo Angel. Jameson lost Mona Lisa. She's off stride in the back. We see Dial Square ahead of Cadiddle. 26-1 opening quarter. Champagne Problems the leader. Bourbonista the pocket rider. Nelson Bright Eagle's third. And then it's Warwi Michelle and Miracle Maven. To the inside is Stormont Beautiful. Then to the outside, Bravo Angel's going to get a couple in front of her now as Warwi Michelle's first up for Svanstedt out of fourth. Second over trip being worked out here by Gingras and Miracle Maven. So Bartlett third over with Bravo Angel. Inside locked up, Stormont Beautiful and Cadiddle. Dial Square to the outside and further back, Mona Lisa 55 was the half. Champagne Problems still the leader at a 94-1 price in front of Bourbonista. Warwi Michelle getting closer now on the outside, a length away from Champagne Problems. And second over, perfectly positioned, is Miracle Maven. And she's already starting to swing wide with Bravo Angel on her back. Then getting off of the pylons, Dunn's full of trot with Bourbonista 123 and 2 3/4. Warwi Michelle takes over. Bourbonista slides down to the inside. Miracle Maven called on for more in the center. Wide of that one is Bravo Angel and Dial Square trying to close from the back, but Bourbonista and Dunn up the inside and now cruising by 3 and 4. Bourbonista at 43-1 in an Armbro Flight romp. It is Bourbonista over Bravo Angel and Miracle Maven in 150 and 4.
Randy, you're the Hall of Fame driver in the room here. That was a pretty slick steer, wasn't it?
Yes, I'll say there. I mean, if he was looking to get himself into a Hall of Fame, that one's not going to hurt his chances any. Just a sharp dude. Every time that he comes up here, he just shows you why he's so great. He just makes the right moves. It doesn't seem to matter the post position. That's the interesting thing as the night goes on, because he's got the 10-hole in the North American Cup, 9-hole there. I mean, just an amazing kind of a driver. Great trip. They really raced that race hard.
So 43-1, the price on Bourbonista, and a massive new life's mark. The previous best for this mare had been 154. She trots tonight in 50 and 4. That is an outstanding time. A beautiful drive for Dexter Dunn. Marcus Melander celebrating here with his second stakes victory on the night tonight. Remember, they won the good times back in race number 3 with Never Punt. Race number 7 in the books, and it's upset time.
Dexter Dunn, Bourbonista, they pull off an upset here in the Scarborough Flight final at odds of 43-1. I'm here alongside winning driver Dexter Dunn. Dex, this mare is a bit of a handful, looked like a bit of a handful in post parade. Is that why you elected to leave off the card tonight?
Yeah, she felt good on the carb, so we had a wide draw, but she's been racing really good. You know, she's only had a couple of starts, but you know, Marcus and the team have done a great job with her, and you know, we left out for a pretty hot first quarter, but she travelled great the whole way.
You know, you were following one that was a big odds, and not many people pegged her as a contender at the top of the. Did you like your spot early on, sitting the 2-hole behind, you know, Champagne Problems?
Yeah, I mean, I was happy there. I'd probably, you know, if the first quarter wasn't so hard, I might have looked at removing, but we'd burned a lot of gas there getting across from the wide draws, so I didn't like my spot coming off the turn. I was in a bit of trouble, but we got lucky, and she really exploded once she got clear air.
You got a chance to pick up the drive on her a few starts ago, and you know, you've done a really, really good job with her. Were you confident she was going to have that next level gear the moment that she saw clear Racetrack up the inside?
Yeah, she's big and strong, you know, and she's been getting better and better, and you know, there was no reason for me not to be confident with her.
Congratulations, Dex. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Yep, thanks, Johnny. Hey, baby.
Winner of race 7, capturing the Grade 2 Armborough Flight final. She's to the Winback Farms winner circle now. Her name, Bourbonista. The 5-year-old bay mare by FaceTime Bourbon out of the joke-faced Dam Affinity Chronos. It's owned and bred by Panamera Racing, co-owned by Deo Volante Farms, trained by Marcus Melander, driven to victory by Dexter Dunn. It's the Grade 2 double for Dunn and Melander as they took the good times earlier. Dylan De Silva, the winning caretaker. Bourbonista congratulated trackside with a cooler presentation and trophy. Presented by Jennifer McGregor and Victoria Muskloka. Happy to have both of them on track and helping with the presentation to the winners of the Grade 2 Armborough Flight final. It's 9 Bourbonista at 43-1. We are under an inquiry, ladies and gentlemen, could affect the unofficial runner-up, number 8 Bravo Angel. What's in question is possible interference committed by 8 Bravo Angel on the 2 Mona Lisa in the first turn. Judges are reviewing the footage. They'll pass along their decision here momentarily. In the meantime, please hold all tickets. 9, 8, 11, and 4 unofficial on the board. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, after review, judges have determined that number 8 Bravo Angel was in fact at fault of causing interference to the 2 Mona Lisa and forcing her off stride in the first turn. Therefore, number 8 Bravo Angel, finished second, will be placed back to 10th for causing that interference. New top 4 on the board, 9, 11, 4, and 7. 9, 11, 4, 7, your new top 4. 8 Bravo Angel, second, place 10th for causing interference to 2 Mona Lisa and forcing her to go off stride in the first turn. Race 7 official. Here are the payouts. Winner number 9, Bourbonista. $89.60 to win, $31.80 to place, $11.70 to show. Second, 11, Miracle Maven, $673.80. Third, 4, Warwi Michelle, $210. $2 Exacta, $438. Dollar Trifecta, $794.55. $1 Superfecta, $7,574.20. $2 Double paid $145.60. Dollar Pick 3, $591.70. All Stakes Pick 5 pool, almost $130,000 wagered. Just under $3,000 survives that opening leg upset and moves on to leg number 2. As for the Pick 6, just underway, a couple of races in, but already down to $507.76 in live money. Coming up next, it's the Grade 1 final of the Roses Are Red.
We've got an upset here in the Armbro flight. Bourbonista gets it done at odds of 43 to 1. I'm here alongside winning trainer Marcus Mealander. First and foremost, Marcus, congratulations. And look, this was a mare that came into your care, a few months ago, or a couple months ago. What kind of challenges or what did you work on her with her since she came into your barn?
We just put her in our schedule, got down to the sand track, and, she showed a lot of potential in Sweden as a 4-year-old before she was bought over here. And, we just put her in our program for about 3 months, and then we qualified, and then just starting to race her. So she's been building up nicely. And last time at Meadowlands, we pulled the shoes for the first time, and today was the second time. So she got her a lot quicker when we did that.
Speaking of racing, though, this was a mare who had some tough trips earlier on in the prior barn. She was very, very aggressive and very hot. Have you noticed that she's gotten so much better in terms of her mannerisms?
In the race itself, she got good manners. She's fine. It's just before the race, in the warm-up, she's not the funniest to drive. But after the post-parade, Dex went up to the outrider and just tried to keep her calm. And but like I said, in the race itself, it's she's on 2 fingers. So.
Dating back to Leiston at the Meadowlands and going on to tonight, you have 5 stakes victories with you and Dexter Dunn aboard. What's it like having Dexter drive for your horses, and talk about the rapport with the two of you?
Oh, it's a great driver, I knew we work very, very well together, and I'm very happy to have him as my first choice there. And we have had a lot of success these last 2 years when he's been driving for me, and hopefully we'll have that for the next couple of years as well.
A pretty good showing for you here this evening. Marcus, congratulations and best of luck the rest of the summer as well.
Thank you.
All right, there's Bourbonista, Dexter Dunn, Marcus Melander. They get it done in upset fashion here in the Armbro Flight Final.
Inside is Stormont Beautiful, then to the outside Bravo Angel's going to get a couple in front of her now as Warwi Michelle's first up for Svanstedt out of fourth. Second over trip being worked out here by Gingras and Miracle Maven. So Bartlett third over with Bravo Angel. Inside locked up Stormont Beautiful and Cadiddle. Dial Square to the outside and further back Mona Lisa 55 was the half. Champagne Problem still the leader at a 94-1 price in front of Bourbonista. Warwi Michelle getting closer now on the outside, a length away from Champagne Problems. And second over, perfectly positioned, is Miracle Maven. And she's already starting to swing wide with Bravo Angel on her back. Then getting off of the pylons. Dunn's full of trot with Bourbonista 123 and 2 3/4. Warwi Michelle takes over. Bourbonista slides down to the inside. Miracle Maven called on for more in the center. Wide of that one is Bravo Angel and Dial Square trying to close from the back. But Bourbonista and Dunn up the inside, and now cruising by 3 and 4. Bourbonista at 43-1 in an Armbro Flight romp. It is Bourbonista over Bravo Angel and Miracle Maven in 150 and 4. Race 7, finish order. From the top, it's 6th place 5th, 10th place 9th, 8th place 7th, 4th place 3rd, 7th place 6th, scratched, 5th place 4th, 2nd place 10th for causing interference to Mona Lisa in the opening quarter, 1st, 9th place 8th, 3rd place 2nd. Coming up next, it's race 8. The Grade 1 Roses Are Red final and the start of the $5 Mohawk Stakes Pick 3, which features the Grade 1 Roses Are Red, the Fan Hanover, and caps off with the Pepsi North America Cup. Number 1, Skywalker C adds blinkers. 6th, The Last Martini will go steel to barefoot up front. And the 11 does not draw in. Post time in 8 minutes. On parade for race 8, the Grade 1 Roses Are Red final. Leading off number 1, Skywalker C. Todd McCarthy drives. Todd Luther trains for Greg Luther Racing. Jen Libby, the caretaker of 1, Skywalker C. Number 2, Mickey and Minnie. James McDonald and the Sulky. Chris Ryder trains for Craig Henderson, Robert Mundillo, and Lawrence Minowitz. May Turcotte is the caretaker of 2, Mickey and Minnie. Here's number 3, Louis Girl. Jason Bartlett drives. Per Engblom trains for Peaceful Acre Farm. Victoria McInnes, the caretaker of 3, Louis Girl. Jody Jameson driving 4, Grit and Grace. Mike Kwinowski trains for Lorraine Ray. Karen Lerman is the caretaker of 4, Grit and Grace. Number 5, Rodeo Drive Dale. Yannick Gingras aboard. Ron Burke trains for Mark Robinson, Steve Stewart, and Harold Bauder. Nicole Baker, the caretaker of 5, Rodeo Drive Dale. Doug McNair driving 6, The Last Martini. Jared Bako trains for Glenview Livestock Limited. Nick Wilson, the caretaker of 6, The Last Martini. Number 7 is Talk Curdy to Me. Louis Waugh aboard. Dave Maneri for Pollock Racing. Emily Venon is the caretaker of 7, Talk Curdy to Me. Here's number 8, Always Dawn, driven by Todd Aborth. Kevin Ben trains and owns with Dennis Chadwick. Kayla Nielsen is the caretaker of number 8, Always Dawn. The 9, Twimmy Joe Fresh. Dexter Dunn for trainer Chris Ryder. Chris and Dexter share ownership with Peter Trebenica and Barry Spack, with Barbara Trebenica the caretaker of number 9, Twinbee Joe Fresh. Number 10 in the group, Absolution. Trevor Henry, the driver. Jack Moiseyev, the trainer. Owners are Joanne Coolville and Nancy McNiven. Jamie Hart, the caretaker of number 10, Absolution. And that's your field, ladies and gentlemen, for the $320,000 Roses Are Red Final Grade 1 event. And it's coming up next in 5 minutes.
$320,000 on the line for the Roses Are Red final, which is a grade 1 for 3-year-olds and older, girls competing in this spot. This race also kicks off our $5 All Stakes Pick 3. Now, a reminder that doesn't go in sequence, so it goes as race number 8, 10, and 11 if you want to play that particular wager. We have the scratch of the 11, so we're down to 10 here in this event, and we're taking a look at the 2. This is Mickey and Minnie. I'm a huge fan of this mare. She has been ultra good in her career, 20-time winner, earnings of more than $2.7 million, and she comes off of a win in the elimination for this race back last week.
Mickey and Minnie sporting the bling tonight. Check that head hood out. Ooh-wee. That's a sharp-looking one. She's my top pick too, Elisa. She's been racing good for a very long time. 13 for 15 last year, 1 for 2 so far this year. To me, last week she looked overpowering. Mm-hmm. She really, to me, just stood right out. So Mickey and Minnie is going to be the way I go this one.
Well, Louie's girl, she won her elimination back last week as well. Now, she did it in a time of 1:49 and 4, whereas Mickey and Minnie did it in 50 and 2.
Yeah, did it a little bit of a different style, but I was still impressed by her as well. So I'm going to throw her in for second in here. The only thing I didn't like about her last week was the fact that I hadn't really seen her do too much on anything bigger than a half or a 5/8, but she adjusted to the 7/8 perfect. She looks good out there, comes out of a good barn. So Louie's girl, I'm going to throw her in for the deuce.
Twinbee Joe Fresh is the other mare from the Chris Ryder outfit. This is a horse that he co-owns along with the driver, Dexter Dunn. And, he gave John Rallis a good little interview there earlier on, saying that last week she had tied up. That is a good enough excuse for me to want to stick her back in my ticket at 5-2.
Yeah, I didn't use her in here. I didn't like the way that she raced in her last start. Didn't necessarily know, obviously, that she'd tied up, but just didn't think that there was the power that I normally see with her. Now, it's a week later, and she's making a completely different presentation out there tonight. She's not on my ticket. She's 3-1, and she's 3-1 for a reason. She looks really good out there. I would say there's a big fat danger sign beside Twinbee Joe Fresh.
Well, we saw the Burke Barn in the winner's circle with Lexus Cody back in race number 5. They've got Rodeo Drive Deo here in the Roses Are Red. She was third behind Louie's girl in her elimination.
Yeah, I liked this one last week. I thought she raced really good. I think she looks good out there again tonight. But the only thing is, when she first come onto the track, she was quite wet. Now, she's still a little bit wet, but some of that has gone away. That might just be the way that she carries herself. Some of them do it that way, but normally it's not really what you want to see with a horse going to go into a race like this. That's a lot of fluid that they're losing there right now.
The last Martini is a Huntsville. This horse is only racing for the 5th time so far this season, comes our way via Kentucky.
Yeah, this one, big shoeing change going to come on this one. Jared Bakel sending out a big shoeing change. They're going to take the steel shoes off of her in front, and they're going to go barefoot in front. Not often do you see that with the Pacers, more with the trotters that they like to pull the shoes, but they're going to try it with this girl. She looks comfortable out there. She could come up with a big effort, 14-1, take and play.
Well, another horse who could come up with a big effort tonight is the 10 Absolution. This one going for the home team tonight. Jackie Moe, the conditioner, Jack Moiseyev, of course. She was third in her elimination in behind Mickey and Minnie, and that was a big effort from her at 25-1.
Yeah, big thing with her is that somebody's going to have to overdo it. That's her big play. I don't see her, making any big moves or even a floating move out of the 10 hole tonight. She might, but I just don't see it. I think that it's going to benefit her if there's a bit of a hookup. If the few horses, overdo it, they get down to the half, too fast, this is the one that's going to capitalize on it. There's a few horses that come from off the pace that look good, but I don't think anybody comes off the pace any better than Absolution.
We've got about 20 seconds on the clock before race number 8. The 8th race on the program, of course, is the Grade 1 Roses Are Red for $320,000. It's also where we kick off the All Stakes Pick 3 with that minimum $5 wager. It'll go as races 8, 10, and 11. Good luck as they get set to go behind the gate.
Lining up now behind the gate for this 8th race as we get into our Grade 1 finals. The Roses Are Red. Field of 10 talented mares, Mickey and Minnie. An elimination winner last week. James McDonald back aboard is 8-5, slightly favored over Louise Girl, a first over limb winner herself, and Twinbee Joe Fresh, winner of this event in the past 2 years, on the outside at 3-1. They're lined up now. Race number 8, here they come. At the start, and they're off in the Roses Are Red final. The Last Martini leaving out of there. Sharply to the inside, though, both Skywalker C and Grit and Grace. So McNair's going to try to take a tuck third with the Last Martini, Mickey and Minnie. To the inside fourth. Outside of that one, parked to the opening turn is done with Twinbee Joe Fresh. And then we go back to Louise Girl. Settling behind her is Rodeo Drive Dale, Tuck Curdy to Me, Always Dawn, and Early Trailer Absolution. Skywalker C and Todd McCarthy leading the way into the backstretch after a 26 flat opening quarter. Grit and Grace follows her in the pocket. Another 2 lengths to the Last Martini third. Twinbee Joe Fresh, she took a seat in fourth in front of Mickey and Minnie. And then it's Louise Girl to the inside. Talk Curdy to Me. Rodeo Drive Dale swings to the outside from the back. She'll be fourth over as Dunn's now first up with Twinbee Joe Fresh. Mickey and Minnie rides her cover second over. Then Louise Girl fourth over Rodeo Drive Dale. Always Dawn to the inside. Absolution still trails halfway home in 54-1. Skywalker C still the leader. Grit and Grace in behind her. Twinbee Joe Fresh inching closer, length and a half away as Skywalker C lets it out a bit here heading to the final turn. Second over, Mickey and Minnie ready to pounce to the inside. Fifth, the Last Martini. Then Louise Girl set to swing wide for Bartlett. Rodeo Drive Dale following her 121 and 1 3/4. And they turn for home. And the Roses Are Red. And it's Skywalker C with the lead. But they're coming after her now. Here off cover is Mickey and Minnie. And Mickey and Minnie explodes here. Now Louise Girl closing at her. And McNair dives to the inside with the Last Martini. Here's Mickey and Minnie. The Last Martini renewing their rivalry. But Mickey and Minnie will drive on to the win. It's Mickey and Minnie and the Roses Are Red over the Last Martini. Louise Girl and Talk Curdy to Me in 1:48-1.
So you can add the lion's share of $320,000 to the card for Mickey and Minnie. Came into the race off $2.7 million in career earnings. James McDonald doing the driving here for Chris Ryder. This is such a nice, consistently good mare, and we were really lucky to have her here tonight. 1:48-1 the final time, and if you can believe this, that's a new life's mark for her.
We've got so many lifetime marks tonight. 27 flat on the end of it. She probably come 26-1, 26-2. Just an unbelievable race right there. Unfortunately for Twinbee Joe Fresh, they rolled the dice. They came out of there, just didn't work out for her. It was a long first over journey for her. But, with one stable star maybe starting to, the shine coming off a little bit, Mickey and Minnie seems like she's ready to take over that mantle.
She's the queen right now. How about the effort from the Last Martini tonight, too?
Look at this move.
Oof, great
Look at this move
finish.
coming up the inside and the barefoot, wow, I'll tell you, she put in a couple of little funky steps there right on the end of it, but boy, did she ever race lights out.
And then, of course, Louise Girl rounding out the try. Race number 8 is in the books for the season. The Roses Are Red will go to Mickey and Minnie.
Unofficial. Winner 2, Mickey and Minnie. Second, 6, the Last Martini. Third, number 3, Louise Girl. 4-7, Talk Curdy to Me. 2-6, 3-7. Unofficial on the board.
Mickey and Minnie, she gets it done here in the Roses Are Red final on a lifetime best 148-1. I'm here alongside winning driver James McDonald. James, another picture-perfect trip for you that you got a chance to work out back-to-back weeks aboard her. Is that exactly? Did you map that race? Try to map that race out that way?
Well, I mean, you dream of it working out like that. You always want that, but it rarely works. But like I said to Chris before, you know, when you have a great horse, I find they find good trips on their own. She's such a special mare, and it's just been a privilege to get to sit behind her.
Last year, she showed us all season long that she's a mare that just is so tough to pass. You had a mare coming to your inside, you had a mare coming to your outside. Did she just swell up the moment that those two were coming at her?
Yeah, you know, it's one thing to see them race and do it all the time, but another thing to sit behind them. And, you know, I knew she probably would kick back on, but I knew I had two good ones chasing her, and I was just really happy that she kept digging.
You've continued to build your resume over the last few years. This is another drive that you get to pick up for a top stable and a top mare in the division. I mean, just how appreciative are you about the opportunities?
You dream of drives like this and horses like this, and you know, I'm just a really lucky guy trying to do his best, and you know, sometimes it works out, sometimes it don't, but just keep working hard and do all you can, and I'm happy to be here.
Well said. Congratulations, James.
Thank you.
And number 2, Mickey and Minnie now in the Winback Farm winner's circle after capturing the Grade 1 Roses Are Red final. She's congratulated trackside. Blanket presentation being made by John Copus on hand to congratulate the winning connections and make the presentation of the trophy. Mickey and Minnie, a 4-year-old bay mare by Always Be Mickey. Out of the Roll with Joe Dam, that's the ticket. She's a winning homebred for owners Craig Henderson, Robert Mandillo, and Lawrence Minowitz. Chris Ryder with the three-peat in the Roses Are Red. The last two at Twinbee Joe Fresh. Now Mickey and Minnie gets him his third in a row. James McDonald, the winning driver. 2 for 3 this year's Mickey and Minnie. 21-time winner overall. She steps to a lifetime best 148-1. Mickey and Minnie. Caretaker Mary Turcotte doing a great job with her as well this season. Captures the Grade 1 Roses Are Red final. Number 2, Mickey and Minnie, returns 5:33.30, 2:10. Second, number 6, The Last Martini, 6:63.30. Third, number 3, Louis Girl, 2:30. $2 exacta, paid $31.60. The $1 trifecta, $36.60. $1 super, $599.70. $2 double, returns $422.60. $1 pick 3, $397.25. 951.88 live in that all stakes pick 5. And the pick 6 pool down to 164.16 as we move on next to race 9. That's the Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup Invitational.
Mickey and Minnie, she captures the Roses Are Red final. I'm here alongside winning trainer Chris Ryder and winning co-owner Craig Henderson. Chris, I want to start off with you. I mean, she started off her aged campaign so well. Were you expecting this from this mare?
Yes, yeah. Not much else to say, I'm sorry, but I'm not surprised. Yeah, she's been doing terrific and got a good trip and it came through, yeah.
You just talk about her maturation process from age 3 to age 4. I mean, again, she had some corks, but she's still fighting on strongly like she always has been.
Yeah, you know, I didn't have any qualms about her going against the older horses. You know, she's done it before, and you know, we laid her off and brought her back, and she's just an easy horse to train. She's just a terrific filly. Yeah.
You've had a tendency to train so many superior fillies and pacing mares. I mean, what's the secret, Chris?
They got to have the heart. We can't put that in them. She's just beautifully bred mare and got a lot of heart, and she's near flawless. So she's wonderful. Yeah.
Congratulations, Chris. We look forward to watching her compete the rest of the season.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to bring in winning co-owner Craig Henderson. Craig, first and foremost, congratulations. And
thank you.
Another pacing mare Chris Ryder trains that you also co-own. I mean, just how special it is to own this mare.
This is a horse of a lifetime. I mean, her mother, that's the her mother, her dam, that's the ticket, was won the 3 Diamonds here probably 8 or 9 years ago, and we were going to sell her, and Chris said, "Don't sell this mare. She's going to turn something great." And look at it, here we are today.
It's pretty remarkable that you are, quoting her as a horse of a lifetime, because you also got a chance to put on a show that Chris trained, and she was obviously one of the best pacing mares and fillies that we've seen in harness racing history. I mean, did you ever think that you'd have another mare of that caliber?
It's funny because when I started in the business, my first horse was a world champion, and everybody told me to quit. Thank God I didn't, but this horse is every bit as good as put on a show, and I don't know how to pick them, but they're both once-in-a-lifetime horses.
We mentioned that both horses are synonymous, obviously, with yourself and Chris Ryder, but, talk about the rapport that you have with Chris and the success that you've had.
There's a reason this guy is in the Hall of Fame, and I am so lucky that I have all these nice horses with him. He does a great job. He's a pleasure to deal with, and his wife, Nicola, makes life easy as an owner. And it's special to be with this guy. We've been together 18 years.
Well, it's a pleasure to watch this mare compete. We wish you continued success, Craig, and we look forward to watching her compete the rest of the season.
Thank you very much, John.
All right, Mickey and Minnie, she gets it done here in the Roses Are Red final. Winning driver, James McDonald. Winning trainer, Chris Ryder.
Tours, Rodeo Drive, Dale, Talk Curdy to Me, Always Dawn, and Early Trailer, Absolution. Skywalker C and Todd McCarthy leading the way into the backstretch after a 26 flat opening quarter. Grit and Grace follows her in the pocket. Another 2 lengths to the last Martini third. Twimby Joe Fresh, she took a seat in fourth in front of Mickey and Minnie. And then it's Louie's Girl to the inside. Talk Curdy to Me. Rodeo Drive Dale swings to the outside from the back. She'll be fourth over as Dunn's now first up with Twimby Joe Fresh. Mickey and Minnie rides her cover second over. Then Louie's Girl fourth over. Rodeo Drive Dale. Always Dawn to the inside. Absolution still trails halfway home in 54-1. Skywalker C still the leader. Grit and Grace in behind her. Twimby Joe Fresh inching closer, length and a half away. A Skywalker C lets it out a bit here heading to the final turn. Second over, Mickey and Minnie ready to pounce to the inside. Fifth, the last Martini. Then Louie's Girl set to swing wide for Bartlett. Rodeo Drive Dale following her 121 and 1 3/4. And they turn for home. And the Roses Are Red. And it's Skywalker C with the lead. But they're coming after her now. Here off cover is Mickey and Minnie. And Mickey and Minnie explodes here. Now Louie's Girl closing at her. And McNair dives to the inside with the last Martini. Here's Mickey and Minnie. The last Martini renewing their rivalry. But Mickey and Minnie will drive on to the win. It's Mickey and Minnie and the Roses Are Red over the last Martini. Louie's Girl and Talk Curdy to Me in 1:48 and 1.
So you can add the line.
Here's how they all finished in tonight's 8th race. From the top, it's 10-1-3, 7-5-2, 4-8-9, 6 on the bottom. Up next, race 9, it's the Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup Invitational and the start of tonight's late pick 5. Number 9, Irvin Hanover, steel to aluminum shoes up front tonight. Post time in 10 minutes.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Wings in the big match, delicious. Like your goalie making a great save. But when you have it with Pepsi,
It's heating up here.
well, that's more like a last-minute winner from your star player.
It
just before the final whistle blows, completely silencing your best friend.
That is sensational. How must they feel right now? What can I say?
Just tastes better.
Race 9 Pacers for the Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup Invitational. On parade number 1 is Remember the Alamo. Tyler Borth drives. Ben Bergeron trains and owns with Santo and Nunzio Venna along with Frank Cirillo. The 2 Coaches Corner. Jason Bartlett in the bike. Per Emblem for Jeff Fault Racing and Brian Carsey. Number 3 Lou Hill. Doug McNair aboard. Per Emblem trains for owner Tom Hill. Number 4, Vuka Fallas. Jordan Stratton at the lines. Michael Russo trains for Michael Pagonis. Right next to him coming to the track is 5, Calico Jack Hanover. Bob McClure will drive. Luke Blay trains for Determination. Number 6, By the Missile. Yannick Gingras drives for trainer Ron Burke. Burke Racing Stable, Eric Good, Rich Lombardo Racing, and Weaver Buscemi are the owners. Number 7, Prince Hal Hanover, driven by Todd McCarthy, is trained by Dr. Ian Moore for the Prince Hal Hanover Stable. Number 8, Brew Hanover, the defending champ, gets James McDonald, Dave Maneri for Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi. 9, Irvin Hanover. Dexter Dunn at the controls. Dave Maneri trains for Pollock Racing. And 10 is Captain Luke. Louis Waugh to drive. Andrew Harris trains. Punisher 11 Stable the owners. That is your 9th race field for the Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup Invitational. It kicks off tonight's late pick 5. Post time in 6 minutes.
The Mohawk Gold Cup is a Grade 3 invitational for a purse of $100,000, and it's also where we kick off the late pick 5. I can't believe it. We're already into the late pick 5, which will go races 9 right through to the last on the program, the 13th race on the card. Of course, the favorite here will be the 9, Irvin Hanover. Dexter Dunn looking for his 4th driving victory on the evening. Dave Maneri sends out this really nice son of Captain Treacherous. Last year, 10 wins from 17 starts. He's got earnings of $1.7 million. And Randy, he's kicking off 2026 with a bang.
Yeah, he a lot to like about Mr. Irvin. And the guy sitting behind him, that's not going to cause any issues either. Wow, what a night Dexter's having tonight. Hope he has a little bit better luck out of the 9-hole with this one than he did with Twin B Joe Fresh. This guy getting a shoeing change tonight too, sent in by Dave Maneri. They're going to go from steel to aluminum up in front. So he was a winner last week with a set of steels on. Now he's going to go to a set of Nikes up there. I think the horse looks great out on the track, and 9-hole or not, he's the guy to beat.
Dr. Ian Moore sends out the 7, Prince Hal Hanover. Now, he has been shifting around from track to track as of late. 3 wins from 5 starts so far, but look at the money he's made so far this season, over $300,000.
Yeah, this is a really, really good horse, no doubt about that. I remember racing against his mother, Percy Blue Chip. She was quite a little doozy herself there, so not surprised that she's now spit out a horse there with a mark of 47 and almost just getting up to that $2 million mark mark. He looks great on the track, and he's my second pick in here.
Well, Ron Burke's got the 6 by the Missile, and you can never discount any of these Burke horses.
No, especially this one. This guy's loaded with talent. Sometimes he brings it, and other times maybe not so much. Right now, it looks like he's just kind of, having an okay go. 4 starts, no wins so far this year. But look at last year over our track, 46-4. This guy, when he is on his game, he is lethal.
In our regular season, determination horses take a lot of support. They have a really power-packed stable. Luke Blade does a great job with these horses. And this is Calico Jack Hanover, who's in search of his 4th win this season.
Had a real nice second in against Irvin in his last start. Now, you would have to think that Irvin would be a little bit better in here. He's got a start under his belt. He's going to aluminum shoes. But all I can tell you is that warming up, this horse looked incredible. This 5 horse, he looked incredible. This guy is right on his game. You can see that right now by the way that he's sauntering along there. His ears are pricked forward. He's into it. This is a horse that's on good form right now. If you're looking to play a double-digit long shot, maybe not even in the win category, I'd back him up with this guy.
Well, what about a horse like Lou Hill? He comes in off of a win at Western Fair in the Camluck. He won that race in 51-2 with Bartlett doing the driving. Now today it's Doug McNair.
Yeah, the owner, Tom Hill, in town too. So, I find a lot of times that Tom Hill is in town. Usually he ends up in the winner's circle at some point. So he is here tonight. This guy, what a campaign. Horse goes at barely over 10% last year, 3 for 24. And this year, he's not only 7 for 11, but he's 10 for 11 in the top 2. Really, really racing fantastically well this year. And right now, we got Doug McNair and this horse who is on the top of his game at 13-1.
Coach's Corner is the 2. This is where we find Jason Bartlett. He's been the regular driver of this one as well for Per Anglim. But this guy, he's a win machine. If he happens to win here tonight, it'll be his 38th lifetime victory.
Yeah, another horse that's going to be coming in here flying the Hoosier colors. This guy right here, he was bred out in Indiana. He's an always a virgin. $13,000 purchase. Made $1 million last year and's got almost $200K put away this year. Well over $2 million put away. So what a nice horse this guy is. He's got a bit of a parrot mouth. He looks like he's got a little bit of an overbite.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a parrot mouth there going there. You don't see as much of that.
Not too many of those
Not
anymore.
too much anymore, but years ago.
The more we look at it, though, Randy, the more kind of obvious it is.
Yeah.
Right
You just don't see that much anymore.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't. You made me look twice. We did want to go back and show you the 4 horse just quickly, that being Vucephalus. He's a homebred. Jordan Stratton's going to drive him here today, and he comes in off of a win at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, Stratton in town, another really, really legendary American driver. They got so many of them down there right now. Great American drivers, great American trainers, they're a juggernaut when they come up here. This guy here has been racing good. We've always known he's got the talent, but that 0 for 16 last year, scares me a little bit. He's 2 for 6 so far this year. Maybe he's on the right track, but I got to see him in against the best and beating the best.
Well, a nice group of pacers that's been assembled here for the Mohawk Gold Cup. It goes for $100,000, and it's also where we kick off the late pick 5. Good luck.
Yeah, final call to wager on the 9th race. As Lisa mentions, late pick 5 set to get underway. Decent pool in the works here. 57,000 and continuing to climb. A group of 10 for the $100,000 Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup Invitational. Irvin Hanover, the fastest horse on Canadian soil last year, and won 46-2. It's 4-5 in his second start back. It's post time for race number 9. They're all lined up at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field picks up speed, and away they go. They're often pacing in the Gold Cup. And striding out of there is By the Missile, along with Lou Hill to that one's inside. Also into the scene early, Prince Al Hanover along with Vucephalus. Into the top 5s, remember the Alamo from the rail. Outside of that one, heading into the opening turn, Calico Jack Hanover. Then it's Coach's Corner. Settling in behind that one now, Irvin Hanover has got 2 beat. Brew Hanover and Captain Luke. Lou Hill and Doug McNair leading the way just over a length after a 25-4 opening quarter. He'll take them into the backstretch. A length length in front of By the Missile, who's second. Vukafalis tracks third in front of Prince Hal Hanover fourth. Calico Jack Hanover is fifth, and it looks like he'll stay to the outside as Prince Hal Hanover's on the move for McCarthy, first up out of fourth. Inside is Remember the Alamo, third over Irvin Hanover, getting closer. Following him is Coach's Corner, Brew Hanover to the inside, and Captain Luke trails. Down to the half in 54-2. Lou Hill leads. By the Missile, in behind him second, Prince Hal Hanover, now accelerated on the outside a length away. Second over, Calico Jack Hanover inside, locked up fifth. Vukafalis, third over. Dunsgard Irvin Hanover within striking range, now about 5 off of the lead. And then Coach's Corner, Remember the Alamo, Captain Luke and Brew Hanover, 3/4 in 1:21-2. And they turn for the Mohawk Park stretch. Prince Hal Hanover trying to wear down Lou Hill. Now tipping off that one's covers. Calico Jack Hanover. Even wider comes Irvin Hanover. Gingras trying the inside with By the Missile. Lou Hill pacing hard. Prince Hal Hanover, Calico Jack Hanover, and Irvin Hanover continuing to claw his way after the lead. Lou Hill looking for the line. Irvin Hanover's up. It's Irvin Hanover up on the line for the Gold Cup score in 1:48-2.
Great finish for the Mohawk Gold Cup as Irvin Hanover gets the win on the outside of the track. This is a 6-year-old son of Captain Treacherous, and Dexter Dunn with the hot hand tonight, Randy. That's his 4th winner on the program.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking that Dexter really enjoys coming up to Canada. You know, I mean, he needs to take a wheelbarrow to take the money home. The horse race, fantastic. He's just getting stronger and stronger. But, you know, let's take nothing away from Lou Hill.
Agreed.
You know, I mean, laying down fractions like that and almost getting the job done in against this type of horses. This Lou Hill, he's another horse that's going to have to be heard from.
Yeah, I thought an excellent effort from him after setting some sizzling fractions up on the front end. And then just waiting to see who was third. I guess the 7 will hold on for the 3rd place spot, that being Prince Hal Hanover. Race number 9, the Mohawk Gold Cup, goes to Irvin Hanover, 2 for 2 in 2026.
Race 9, unofficial. Winner 9, Irvin Hanover. 2nd, 3, Lou Hill. 3rd, 7, Prince Hal Hanover. 4th, 5, Calico Jack Hanover. 9, 3, 7, 5, unofficial on the board.
Another stakes win here for Dexter Dunn as he gets it done in the Gold Cup with Irvin Hanover. Pulse 9 here tonight, though, Dexter. A lot of levers. You know, what were your thoughts as you started seeing all those horses leave to your inside?
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to get out there pretty hard, but yeah, a lot of them left inside of us. So we just had to take our medicine at that point. But you know, we got on Bobby's helmet and Bobby got on Toddy's helmet. We had, you know, pretty good cover, but it was it's still a good effort because we were a fair way back at the half and it was pretty cheap for these ones on a night like tonight.
You know, obviously it was a decent trip in terms of the fractions, but there were some good pacers, obviously, you know, coming at you, and you had to chase. Were you confident that you were going to get there as the line approached?
Oh, this was because all the confidence. He just knows how to attack the line, and you know, he just keeps coming. So, you know, coming off the last turn, yeah, I was really confident with him.
You know, there's 2 outside draws that you had to deal with tonight, both of which you were able to deliver on. I mean, what's your approach when you line up behind the gate in these big stakes events?
Yeah, I mean, horses for courses. It depends on what's going on. You really just got to sum it up as the gate leaves and see what everyone else is doing. But you know, when you're on one of the better horses in the race, you obviously don't want to get away last. So you've got to push forward and you know, hope you find a good helmet or get across and play from there.
Nice job, Dex.
Thank you.
Race 9 winner number 9, Irvin Hanover, to the Winback Farm winner's circle after capturing the Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup. Irvin Hanover, a 6-year-old bay horse by Captain Treacherous, out of the well-said Damn Eloquent Grace, owned by Pollock Racing. He was bred by Hanover Shoe Farms. Statemanary trains. Dexter Dunn with the hot hands tonight. That's his 4th. 3 graded events. Irvin Hanover 2 for 2 to start his 6-year-old campaign. Now at 28-time winners. Latest clocked in 1:48-2. Making the presentation trackside, a fan favorite here at Mohawk Park, Mayor Gord Krantz in attendance. Congratulate the winning connections of the Grade 3 Mohawk Gold Cup Invitational. It's number 9, Irvin Hanover. Number 9, Irvin Hanover, returning 410, 350, 250. Second, number 3, Lou Hill, 570, 380. Third, number 7, Prince Hal, Hanover, $3. $2 exacta, 26.10. The dollar try, 40.35. $1 superfecta, 140.55. $2 double, 12.90. Dollar pick 3, 350.45. The late pick 5 pool, just over 100,000 wagered. A little more than 40,000 moves on. The all stakes pick 5 down to 373.48. And tonight's pick 6, live money remaining, 69.80. Coming up next, race 10, it's the final of the Grade 1 Fan Hanover for the 3-year-old filly Pacers.
Irvin Hanover gets it done here in the Gold Cup. I'm here alongside winning trainer Dave Maneri. That's back-to-back years that you captured this event. Last year with Brew, this year with Irvin. Irvin, though, post number 9, what were your thoughts initially once you saw the post position draw work out?
I knew he was going to have to work hard to get there, and probably race from, off the pace. There's so much speed, but we ended up where we wanted to be.
This was a horse that started off a little bit slowly last year, but his season continued to get better as the season progressed. What's different with him this year, starting off with back-to-back wins to kick off his 2026 campaign?
He's just bigger and stronger than ever. He's a little steadier, a little cockier. Last year, maybe traveling a little bit too much too early. We're happy to start off at home, and we're getting ready to go on the road now.
Speaking of which, what's next on his calendar?
July 4th in the Meadowlands.
And, Dave, just talk about nights like tonight, obviously getting it done here in the Gold Cup, getting it done in this event last year. I mean, just how special it is to win big races here on home soil on these big nights.
Yeah, the bigger the better. It's great to see a crowd out and have family and friends here and everybody get their picture taken.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck the rest of the night. We wish you the best of luck this season as well, Dave.
Thanks a lot, John.
All right, there's Dave Maneri. He gets it done back-to-back in the Gold Cup this year with Irvin Hanover.
Field picks up speed, and away they go. They're often pacing in the Gold Cup. And striding out of there is By the Missile, along with Lou Hill to that one's inside. Also into the scene early, Prince Al Hanover along with Vucafallis. Into the top fives, remember the Alamo from the rail. Outside of that one, heading into the opening turn, Calico Jack Hanover. Then it's Coach's Corner. Settling in behind that one now, Irvin Hanover has got two beat. Brew Hanover and Captain Luke. Lou Hill and Doug McNair leading the way just over a length after a 25-4. Opening quarter, he'll take them into the backstretch. A length in front of By the Missile, who's second. Vucafallis tracks third in front of Prince Al Hanover fourth. Calico Jack Hanover is fifth, and it looks like he'll stay to the outside as Prince Al Hanover's on the move for McCarthy, first up out of fourth. Inside is Remember the Alamo, third over, Irvin Hanover, getting closer. Following him is Coach's Corner, Brew Hanover to the inside, and Captain Luke trails. Down to the half in 54-2. Lou Hill leads. By the Missile, in behind him second, Prince Al Hanover, now accelerating on the outside a length away. Second over, Calico Jack Hanover inside, locked up fifth, Vucafallis. Third over, Dunn's got Irvin Hanover within striking range, now about 5 off of the lead. And then Coach's Corner, Remember the Alamo, Captain Luke and Brew Hanover, 3/4 in 1:21-2. And they turn for the Mohawk Park stretch. Prince Al Hanover trying to wear down Lou Hill. Now tipping off that one's covers. Calico Jack Hanover. Even wider comes Irvin Hanover. Gingras trying the inside with By the Missile. Lou Hill pacing hard. Prince Al Hanover, Calico Jack Hanover, and Irvin Hanover continuing to claw his way after the lead. Lou Hill looking for the line. Irvin Hanover's up. It's Irvin Hanover up on the line for the Gold Cup score in 1:48-2. Here's where they all finished in race number 9. From the top, it's 8-7-2, 6-4-5, 3-9-1, 10 on the bottom. Coming up next is race 10. It's the Grade 1 Fan Hanover Final. It's the start of tonight's late pick 4. Also eligible, doesn't draw in. No other changes to note. Post time in 12 minutes.
Wings in the big match, delicious. Like your goalie making a great save. But when you have it with Pepsi,
It's heating up here.
well, that's more like a last-minute winner from your star player. Just before the final whistle blows, completely silencing your best friend.
That is sensational. How must they feel right now? What can I say?
Just tastes better.
Pacing fillies for the Grade 1 Fan Hanover Final on parade. Number 1, Easy Station. Scott Zeron in the bike. Fellows trains, Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbia, Windermere Stable, and Arpad Zabo. Marissa Wilson, the caretaker of number 1, Easy Station. The 2 Sangria Summers, driven by Bob McClure. Luke Blay trains for Determination. Ray Stone, the caretaker of 2 Sangria Summer. 3 is Luadipa. Ronnie Wren Jr. at the lines. Ron Burke trains for Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi. Robert McMillan, the caretaker of 3 Luadipa. Number 4, Lavender Sealster is driven by Louis Waugh. Dr. Ian Moore trains for Lavender Sealster Stable. Autumn Barber, the caretaker of number 4, Lavender Sealster. Here's 5, B, Perfect BG, driven by Dexter Dunn. She's trained by Tony Beaton for owners Gaston Bibot, Gestion Eric Bibot Incorporated, and Écurie CSL. Cindy Rapson, the caretaker of number 5, Be Perfect BG. The 6, Perfect Thought, driver James McDonald, trainer Harry Poulton, the stable Perfect Thought owns. Nellie Boileau, the caretaker of number 6, Perfect Thought. Here's 7, Jen Tilley, Yannick Gingras at the controls for trainer Scott McEnany. Owners are Burke Racing Stable, Frank Baldacchino, Weaver Buscemi, and Larry Carr. Tammy McEnany, the caretaker of 7, Jen Tilley. Number 8, Dea, driven by Jody Jamison's, trained by Jack Darling for Jack Darling Stables Limited. Johnny Malia, caretaker of number 8, Dea. The 9, Gala, Jason Bartlett in the sulky. Andrew Harris trains for Punisher 11 Stable. Aiden Reynolds, caretaker of 9, Gala. And 10 in the field is A Clean Deal. Doug McNair drives for trainer Kyle Fellows. Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbia, Windermere Stable, and James Ross, the owners. Anna Faber, the caretaker of number 10, A Clean Deal. That's your field, ladies and gentlemen, for the $420,000 Grade 1 Fan Hanover Final. 3-year-old filly Pacers kick off our late pick 4 in 5 minutes.
The 10th race on the program will kick off the final pick 4 for the evening, and this is the Fan Hanover. $420,000 up for grabs for these Pacers, straight 3-year-old fillies to compete in this Grade 1, and the overwhelming favorite is the 3. That's Luadipa, who goes out for Ron Burke, and she's looking for back-to-back victories. She was here last week for the eliminations. She won that quite easily in 48-3. She can go a little tick faster than that if you want to, too, Randy. She is a standout in here, but the 5 horses no slouch either.
No, I mean, they're very evenly matched, I would have to say. But the only thing is that this is the first time, other than last week, that I've seen her since she's turned the corner in the age market. And I mean, she has really filled out big time to me. I mean, she's gotten way more powerful than what she was last year. I mean, look at the neck on her for
the chest,
she's solid out there. I mean, she was always a good size and everything, but I never seen the thickness of her last year as what this year. She's just power right now. So she's going to be my top pick in here, 4 to 5.
Well, the big story in this race is Be Perfect BG, the 5 horse. Dexter Dunn is looking for his 5th victory on the evening. This one's a Tony Beaton trainee, and she's perfect. She has never been defeated. Last year as a 2-year-old, 5 for 5. This year as a 3-year-old, 4 for 4, and she's trying to keep that streak going.
Yeah, another really, really good presentation out there. Ears forward, looking fantastic out on the track. Not hard to see that she would be, Luadipa and Perfect BG. It should come right down to these two. I'm going to give the slight edge to Luadipa, but this girl here, if she ended up stoking it up and beating the other mare and remaining perfect, that wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, I mean, it is those 2 horses, at least on paper, and everybody else is at a really big price right now. I mean, you're getting, what's the next price down? 13 to 1 on this horse right here, the 6. This is Perfect Thought. This horse was a winner of an elimination as well. James McDonald drove her in the eliminees, back to drive tonight.
Yeah, this one was racing for Megan Scran and Scott Zeron down at the Meadowlands, racing really, really good for them. And now the stable sends her up here. Harry Poulton gets his hands on her. First asking, she's a winner. She looks great out there right now. I mean, good enough to take these other 2 down? I'm not 100% sure, but boy, oh boy, she does look good out there.
Well, I think the next one we're going to see is the 10. Yep, 34 to 1, the price on A Clean Deal. Tough draw, obviously, with the outside draw. But Doug McNair is, he won the first race on the program. He had a nice mild upset earlier on in the card with a good effort. A Clean Deal is a horse that we know here, races here regularly as well.
Yeah, I mean, she raced good in her last start. I mean, she's much the best of the Ontario Sire Stakes in our region and that. But, she faced Grand Circuit mares last week, and, she didn't really have any answer for them at the end of it. Now she draws the 10-hole. I'm going to take a wait and see on A Clean Deal.
Lavender Sealster is the 4. She's at 53-1, but I'd like to make a request. I want to see the 2. We really want to see the 2-horse Sangria Summer. When she came out onto the track, she was a little kicky-bucky, as Randy likes to say, and this is the reason why we think.
Yeah, now I've never seen her have a tail tie before, and a lot of times, people will, when they do tie a horse's tail, they'll tie it to the bike. Now, she's got hers. A lot of other people like to tie it forward onto the back pad. Now, when she come through the post parade, anybody that normally watches her, if anything, you would maybe call her lazy. She's very lackadaisical, doesn't do much. Well, you seen the way she was coming through that post parade. There was nothing lackadaisical about it. She, to me, acted a little bit angry, but sometimes when it comes to filly, angry is good.
That's right.
That means that she is into it. Maybe she doesn't like the tail tied the way that it is, but that's not going to make her race bad. If anything, it's going to make her race good. This is a very interesting change.
Well, any woman out there who's ever had a tight ponytail knows what that feels like, and she'll be very relieved when that comes out after the race is over. But first, we'll see how she does here. Race number 10 is where we kick off the late pick 4. It's the Fan Hanover, $420,000 on the line.
Beginning to line up now. Field of 10 for the 10th. $420,000 Grade 1 Fan Hanover final. 3-year-old pacing fillies. Lua Deepa, 1-2 favorite. Dominating filly throughout her young career. Second choice, the undefeated Be Perfect BG. They're going to meet up for the first time, 9-5 on Be Perfect BG. Rest of the fillies, despite a lot of talent in there, they're double digits. It's post time for race number 10. The fillies in the hands of the starter are lined up at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Gate picks up speed at the start, and away they go. They're off in the Fan Hanover final. Be Perfect BG, Lua Deepa, Easy Station, and also Dea put into the early mix. There's Sangria Summer from the inside of the top 5. Then it's Perfect Thought. Back to Lavender Sealster, Gentilly from off the pace. The last pair, Gallon, A Clean Deal. Into the opening turn, Lua Deepa inside, Be Perfect BG on the outside, getting stretched out to clear. Quarter reached in 26-3, and Be Perfect BG not by yet. She'll now take over in the backstretch, but Lua Deepa stretched her to get there. She's in second, Easy Station third, Sangria Summer fourth, Dea's fifth, then Perfect Thought, being followed by Lavender Sealster, starting up Gentilly, then Gala, and another 3 to A Clean Deal. Be Perfect BG leads just over a length in front of Lua Deepa. And they're to the half now, and it's Be Perfect BG. They're in 54-2. Lua Deepa floated up to be the second choice. She is second right now. Perfect Thought. First over, third inside, fourth for Easy Station. Gentilly getting towed into a nice trip. She's second over. She takes over fourth now. Third over is Gala. To the inside, shuffled Sangria Summer. A Clean Deal's picked up a couple of positions. Next to last is Dea, and trailing Lavender Sealster. Be Perfect BG with the lead to 3/4 in 1:21-2. And she turns for home with her perfect record on the line. It's Be Perfect BG on top. Perfect Thought outside. Lua Deepa, and Ren rouses her up the inside here. Be Perfect BG and Lua Deepa with a stretch battle over the final 8. Be Perfect BG or Lua Deepa on the inside. Two great fillies right down to the line, but it's Lua Deepa to come out on top in the Fan Hanover final. Be Perfect BG, great in defeat to be second. 1:48-1. That's a new stakes track Canadian record. Lua Deepa.
Well, you heard what Chad had to say, and he said it all there, didn't he? A new stakes record. Wow, fantastic effort between these two fillies, throwing it down coming down the stretch. And, you know, Be Perfect BG had been a perfect filly coming into this race here today. She dug back in, but it was Lua Deepa who got the better of her. What about that drive from Ronnie Wren?
Oh, that was a nice drive. I mean, I thought both of them looked pretty good out there. You know, I think in a way Dexter was kind of daring him to come back around him, and Ronnie wouldn't take the bait. And I think it's a good thing that he did, because I think if the post positions, if they reverse, then maybe it's Dexter getting Ronnie by a nose, but instead it ends up being Lua Deepa getting the job done. Two fantastic fillies hit the wire together.
And then, of course, Harry Poulton with the stable. They should be very, very pleased with Perfect Thought, who ends up in the third place spot. And Sangria Summer with that tail tie ends up finishing fourth to round out your superfecta. A fantastic throwdown here in this year's edition of the Fan Hanover.
10th race, unofficial winner, number 3, Lua Deepa. Second, 5, Be Perfect BG. Third was 6, Perfect Thought. Fourth, 2, Sangria Summer. 3, 5, 6, 2, unofficial. What a showdown between two great fillies. And perhaps the next big rivalry in the sport of harness racing. Time will tell. Lua Deepa with the Fan Hanover score.
The Fan Hanover, what a thrilling stretch drive, as it is Lua Deepa, who remains undefeated on Canadian soil, to set a stakes, track, and Canadian record here. I'm alongside winning driver Ronnie Wren. Ronnie, look, this filly's given you a boatload of confidence, rightfully so. But you wanted to be in a pretty good spot following Be Perfect BG. Was that always the game plan?
I wanted to sit 1-2, and as long as Dex had to use his horse a little bit to clear me there, I was happy sitting in the 2-hole, and you know, I got lucky, shook loose late, and you know, she's a true champion. She raced great.
You know, this is a filly that shows some kind of gear. She showed it with that 52 and change middle half last week, still drawing away under wraps, but you had to fight in that stretch drive with Be Perfect BG. I mean, at what point did you think you were even going to get there?
I'm very confident in the horse. I mean, she knows how to win, but Dex's horse is a very nice filly, and the Stables filly was a really good third, too.
You mentioned that she knows how to win, though. That's the first time that she's had to kind of go neck and neck in a long time and battle a filly like Be Perfect BG. I mean, did you learn something new about this filly?
I know she's as tough as nails, you know, like she knows where the wire is, and she dug in late.
A year ago, you won the North America Cup here with Blueprint. A year later, you win the Fan Hanover here with another special filly in Lua Deepa. How cool is it?
It's awesome. I feel very blessed. I just want to thank God, and I'm just very lucky to be sitting behind these nice horses.
Congrats.
Thank you.
And the Fan Hanover champion returning to the Winback Farm winner's circle. It's number 3, Lua Deepa. Lua Deepa, 3-year-old bay filly by Sweet Lou out of the Pet Rock Dam. Looks good in her romper. It's a winning homebred for owners Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Brashemi. Ron Burke trains. Ronnie Wren Jr., the winning driver. Lua Deepa, 2 for 3 this year. Now an 11-time winner, won 48-1. Establishes a new stakes, track, and Canadian record. A record that was held by many greats in the past. Winning caretaker, Robert McMillan of 3 Lua Deepa, doing a great job with this filly. She is some kind of special. Lynn Haug, daughter of the late great Dr. Glenn Brown, who had the great Fan Hanover, here in attendance to make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of 3 Lua Deepa. Winner of the Grade 1 Fan Hanover in 1:48-1.
All right, guys, right here, big smile. Perfect.
3, Luadipa, pays 440, 230, 210. Second, number 5, Be Perfect, BG, 210, 210. Third, 6, Perfect Thought, 260. $2 Exacta, 660. The dollar try, 9 1/4. $1 Super, 47.55. $2 Double, 690. Dollar Pick 3, 14.95. Late Pick 4, more than 69,000 wagered, more than 26,000 moving on. The All Stakes Pick 5 pool, 168.60 remains. And the late Pick 5 pool, still almost 16,000 going strong as we head to our main event next. It's the $1 million Grade 1 Pepsi North America Cup Final.
Luadipa, she gets it done in a thrilling edition of the Fan Hanover in a stakes track and Canadian record. I'm here alongside winning trainer, co-owner, and breeder Ron Burke. I mean, Ron, this filly has given you so much confidence and you've spoken so highly of her. But even in a stretch rally tonight, the way she fought, did that even surprise you a little bit?
Yeah, because they are having to go to the inside. I don't think ever in her career she's had to go to the inside. So that's something new for her. And, you know, she fought all the way and got inside and got her head in front. But I'll give another filly credit. She didn't quit fighting. Like, you know, she was going to dog right along with her. So I was happy to get up.
You know, last year you cited as a Blueprint as probably the best horse that you've ever trained. And that's saying a lot, given you've trained a lot of great champions. Luadipa, though, would you have to say that this is the best filly that you've ever trained?
Yeah, no, I'd say for sure. And that's saying a lot because that's Rory Butte and I can name a ton of other ones, but she's special. She does things other horses can't do, and I think we have yet to see even the best what she can do. Like this track tonight, it's not as fast as it was in years past. You know, the preferred horses went 48-2 off the same fractions that they just did, and that says a lot. Those are great older male horses, and those fillies went the same mile.
I know you spoke confidently and highly of Ronnie Wren last year on the job that he did, not only with Blueprint, but the stable itself. But, I mean, does he just continue to amaze you with kind of what he likes to do off the car, just where he puts horses in position, and just kind of his technique as a driver?
I think now it's expected, actually. Like, you know, it's no more a shock to us that Ronnie drives horses well. I think he's as good as anybody driving right now. And, you know, he has the right attitude, and you know, I love my guys, him, Yannick, you know, Timmy. You know, they're great guys to work with, and you know, it makes it easier.
It's back-to-back years where you pick up signature stakes events here on Canadian soil with the son of Sweet Lou, both of which were homebreds, no less. I mean, just how special is it when you kind of think back and reflect on what you've been able to do the last 2 years with these two homebreds?
Oh, it's a special, and you know, we still got a chance with 2 more homebreds coming up in the next race. So, like, you know, I'm glad to win this one, but let's get on to the next.
All right, we look forward to watching this filly compete. She's special, as you mentioned, Ronnie. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, Luadipa, Ron Burke, Ronnie Wren, they get it done here in the Fan Hanover.
Gate picks up speed at the start. And away they go. They're off in the Fan Hanover final. B Perfect BG. Luadipa. Easy Station. And also Dea put into the early mix. There's Sangria Summer from the inside of the top 5. Then it's Perfect Thought. Back to Lavender Sealster, Gentili from off the pace. The last pair, Gallon, a clean deal. Into the opening turn, Luadipa inside, Be Perfect BG on the outside, getting stretched out to clear. Quarter reached in 26 and 3, and Be Perfect BG not by yet. She'll now take over in the backstretch, but Luadipa stretched her to get there. She's in second, Easy Station third, Sangria Summer fourth, Dea's fifth. Then Perfect Thought, being followed by Lavender Sealster, starting up Gentili, then Gala, and another 3 to a clean deal. Be Perfect BG leads just over a length in front of Luadipa. And they're to the half now, and it's Be Perfect BG. They're in 54 and 2. Luadipa floated up to be the second choice. She is second right now. Perfect Thought. First over, third inside, fourth for Easy Station. Gentili getting towed into a nice trip. She's second over. She takes over fourth now. Third over is Gala. To the inside, shuffled Sangria Summer. A clean deal's picked up a couple of positions. Next to last is Dea and trailing Lavender Sealster. Be Perfect BG with the lead to 3/4 in 1:21 and 2. And she turns for home with her perfect record on the line. It's Be Perfect BG on top. Perfect Thought outside. Luadipa and Ren rouses her up the inside here. Be Perfect BG and Luadipa with a stretch battle over the final 8. Be Perfect BG or Luadipa on the inside. Two great fillies right down to the line, but it's Luadipa to come out on top in the Fan Hanover final. Be Perfect BG, great in defeat to be second. 1:48 and 1. That's a new stakes track Canadian record. Luadipa. Here's where they all finished in race 10. From the top, it's 6-4-1, 10-2-3, 9-7-5, 8 on the bottom. Coming up next, race 11, the main event. The $1 million Grade 1 final of the Pepsi North America Cup. Number 7, Azrael Blue Chip, steel to aluminum all around. The 8, Al Poppy adding blinkers. Also eligible, does not draw in. Post time for race 11 in 15 minutes.
Wings in the big match, delicious. Like your goalie making a great save. But when you have it with Pepsi,
It's heating up here.
well, that's more like a last-minute winner from your star player.
Pulisic, can he? He can.
Just before the final whistle blows, completely silencing your best friend.
That is sensational. How must they feel right now? What can I say?
Just tastes better.
Welcome back inside the studio. Elisa and Randy with you as we get ready for the big dance. This is the moment everybody's been waiting for, the reason why you came here tonight, the Pepsi North America Cup. It'll go as race number 11 for a purse of $1 million, and right now even money on Bojangles. Now, we have our Bojangles Bangles on here tonight as we are rooting for the home team here. Doc Moore, of course, the conditioner, Bob McClure doing the driving, but he was beat, and he was beat by Odds On Mr. Mambo, who is going to try and do the same thing again here tonight. You get 5-2 on Odds On Mr. Mambo.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a throwdown. Bojangles, it really interests me to wonder, would people still be supporting him the way that they are right now at even money if he did Drew bad? You know what I mean? Because it came down to the end of it there. I think he's either going to draw the 1 or the 5 or the 9 or the 5 or the 10, and he ends up with the 5 hole. That's going to make a big difference.
And 5 just happens to be the winningest post position for the North America Cup. We did a little bit of research. We put up some data, and that isn't going back to the beginning of this race, but it's going back to the 90s. So it has been a very successful post position. Sweet Love and Lou is in this race as well. Scotty Zeron, the big money money driver in town to get behind this son of Sweet Lou. He's looking for a big victory here tonight as well. There's so many storylines in this race. We have Brandon Boulevard on the outside of the track. He's at 5-1. And then, of course, we have horses in here that have changes here tonight. You've got Ezreal Blue Chip going from steel to aluminum on all 4 shoes. Blinkers being added on the 8 Al Pappy, and at a long price, 29-1. He's a good horse to use in your Superfecta as a possible upsetter.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, Ronnie Burke's barn's been racing fantastic tonight. They've been in the winner's circle a few times tonight. So Al Pappy, one of the fastest 2-year-olds last year, but not quite as fast as odds on Mr. Mamba. Really close though. He took a mark of 48-1 as a 2-year-old, where odds on Mr. Mamba was 47-4. Very fast couple of colts here.
Well, we'll get our last opportunity to see these horses, and you're seeing a live look of Bojangles in the paddock. Doc Moore just attending to him right now. Obviously nervous moments, and what will be, Randy.
Yeah, for sure. He looks good out there. The connection's there. They're really happy with the way that he is tonight. But I got a feeling that there's, the connections on all 10 of these horses are pretty happy with the way their horses are in here tonight. And I got to say, best of luck to them all. It takes a lot to get a horse to this level. And then it takes a lot to get that same horse to this race. And now here they are, 10 of the finest 3-year-olds in North America.
Well, here's a good shot of Melanie Wren getting odds on Mr. Mambo ready to compete as well. This horse was so good last week. And of course, you get James McDonald along for the ride. This is the race, and he's giving him some kisses and maybe a little bit of a pep talk too. This is the race that has eluded James. So to win this race here tonight would be a big thing to add to his resume.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Like I said, not an easy race to win this one. But, for the size of him, it's when you seen James walked up alongside him, like James is taller than the horse, and he's not exactly a really tall guy. So the size difference between a few of these horses. But my father always told me there, it's not the size. It's not the size of the horse. It's the size of the fight in the horse. And this guy has obviously got some serious fight in him.
So in traditional style, we will have the horses come out onto the track with their blankets on. The blankets, of course, have their names on them as well. They'll be let out by their caretaker, who is, so important to their lives. And we will meet this field up close and personal. The Pepsi North America Cup comes up for you next. Horses will be headed out to the track shortly for post-parade.
Time to meet the field for race 11, the $1 million Grade 1 Pepsi North America Cup. Here's number 1, Melillo by Sweet Lou. Ronnie Wren Jr. drives. Ron Burke trains her Burke Racing Stable. Jason Melillo, Weaver Burchemi. Burke Racing Stable, Jason Melillo and Weaver Burchemi. Also the breeders. Morgan Paquette, the caretaker of number 1, Melillo. Here's 2, Redland Rocket Man by Bulldog Hanover. Louis Waugh in the bike. John Pentland trains and owns with Murray Cox and Gary Volpe. Redland Farms, the breeder. Logan McMurrin, the caretaker of number 2, Redland Rocket Man. Number 3, Odds On Mr. Mamba. He's by Odds On Aculius. Bred by Odds On Nourier, owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Melanie Wren. James McDonald drives. Melanie Wren also the caretaker of 3, Odds On Mr. Mamba. Number 4, Sweet Lovin' Lou, a son of Sweet Lou, with Scott Zeron driving. Dan Legacy trains for Legacy Stables, Edwin Bueller. Big Al Stables, Brittany Farms, Mickey Ray. Joseph DeVito, Brad Shackman, Drennan Stable, and Anthony Peretti Farm, the breeders. Brooke Legacy, the caretaker of number 4, Sweet Lovin' Lou. Number 5, Bo Jangles by Cattle Wash. Bob McClure drives. Dr. Ian Moore trains for Graham Gray Stables, Kiwi Stables, Bolton Stables. Terra Hill Stud Limited, the breeders. Riley Noble, the caretaker of number 5, Bo Jangles. Here's number 6, Lindy Dragon Water, a son of Down by the Seaside, driven by Jason Bartlett. Ron Burke trains for Burke Racing Stable Knox Services Incorporated, Beastie and Brad Grant. Lindy Farms of Connecticut, the breeder. Emily Stifler, the caretaker of number 6, Lindy Dragon Water. Seven is Azrael Blue Chip, a son of Perfect Sting that'll be driven by Andrew McCarthy. Basim Odza trains for CT Stables. Blue Chip Bloodstock Incorporated, the breeder. Sean Copey, the caretaker of number 7, Azrael Blue Chip. Here's number 8, Al Poppy by Poppy Rob Hanover. Yannick Gingras drives. Ron Burke trains. Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby, Larry Carr, Weaver Buscemi, owners and breeders of Al Poppy. Heather Way, the caretaker of number 8, Al Poppy. Here's 9, No Wait List by Cattle Wash. Doug McNair drives. Blake McIntosh trains for owner Tim Dickinson. Princeton Farms Incorporated, the breeder. Sally Peacock, the caretaker of number 9, No Wait List. And to start from the outside is number 10, Brandon Boulevard by Down by the Seaside. Dexter Dunn drives. Andrew Harris trains for the Punisher 11 stable. Crawford Farms, the breeder. Leo Garcia, their caretaker of number 10, Brandon Boulevard. And that, ladies and gentlemen, your field for the 43rd Grade 1 Pepsi North America Cup. $1 million final is coming up in 7 minutes.
Here's a look at Emilio. You met the field up close and personal. You met the connections, and now we're going to meet them as they warm up here for the big dance. Emilio, named after Jason Emilio, co-owner, co-breeder of this horse, along with Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi. Obviously, he's at a price here tonight, Randy, but he could be a horse to help you out for your super.
Absolutely, yeah. Fantastic colt. Anybody would want to own this guy. 526,000 made last year, 70,000 made so far this year. The rail's not going to be a huge advantage for him on this track, but it's not going to be that big of a detriment. Looks great out there, and Ronnie Burke's barn is rockets tonight.
Wasn't that long ago, 2024, when we saw Louis Waugh pilot Nijinsky for a win for Tony Beaton in the North America Cup, and tonight it is Redland Rocket Man.
Yeah, hometown hopes with this guy coming out of the John Pentland stable. Nice horse. Obviously hasn't done a whole lot of winning. Last year he's 3 for 12, which was nice, but now he's 0 for 5 this year. But what he does bring is speed. He is a very, very, very fast horse. I would put his speed much like the one that we're about to see.
Well, let's look at the 3 odds on Mr. Mambo. The big storyline on him, he beat Bo Jangles in the elimination last week. James McDonald gets to drive him here tonight for a race that James would love to win.
Yeah, eye-catching speed, this guy. He can carry it a long ways, and he is fast. Like, so fast that, he really makes you watch him just because he can lay it down so quick. Now, the horse that we just talked about, Redland Rocket Man, he's also incredibly fast, but this guy carries it farther, and he can carry it on the outside of the track. This is just a great, great horse, and he's going to give Bo Jangles everything he wants.
Sweet Lovin' Lou gets the services tonight of Scotty Zeron, and again, it wasn't too long ago when we saw him win. It was back in 2023 with It's My Show.
Yeah, the money man in town and picking up a live one for trainer Danny legacy. This guy was a winner in his elimination. Showed a ton of promise last year. 9 starts, 8 times he was on the ticket. He's already got a mark of 48-2. This guy is a sleeper. He's coming in here as an elimination winner and a good one to boot. And he's 7-1 right now, picking up arguably one of the best money drivers in the sport. So I wouldn't exactly tune this guy out just yet. Sweet lovin' Lou.
Lots and lots of people came out tonight to cheer on Bojangles. He is the 5. He looks fantastic warming up, Randy.
He does. He looks really, really good out there. I'm sure a lot of pressure came off last week when they got beat. Now it's going to have to be a whole new, pressure sort of a thing. And, he's passing every test out there tonight. Interesting to see, how Bobby elects to lay this down.
Ron Burke has 3 horses from his outfit competing in this year's edition. This is Lindy Dragon Water.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that this is, one of the top ones of Burke's stable, but wow, what a year he had last year. 10 starts, 5 times. He was a winner to the tune of $400,000. Come back this year. He hasn't won a race yet in 5 starts. I don't necessarily know if the NA Cup is going to be the kickoff for that, but still a nice colt.
This will be the second start with Lasix for Azrael Blue Chip, who also makes a shoe change tonight, goes from steel to aluminum all around.
Yeah, this is the trainer of this one was the former groom of a horse that a lot of people out there probably know and were fans of, and that's Confederate. So best of luck to Besem on this guy. Starting out going to go do your own route in life, getting a colt already into the North American Cup final. Best of luck, my friend.
Blinkers go on the 8 Al Pappy, and there's just something about this guy that I like here tonight, Randy.
He's a really fast colt as well. Like I said, we took a look at the last year. This guy laid down 48 speed as a 2-year-old on the south side of 48 too. I think 48-1. So really, really nice colt. Coming out of that Pappy Rob Hanover. We haven't seen too many of the Pappy Robs, stoking it up into the winner's circle. This might be the guy that really, cements Pappy Rob as one of the new big studs out there if he gets the job done in here.
We'll cheer for the home team with the 57-1 long shot. That's the 9 no waitlist. Blake McIntosh trains for Tim Dickinson, who's been a great supporter of racing here in Ontario, and Doug McNair at the lines.
Yeah, this is a nice colt. He's going to get overlooked a little bit in here, but this is a really, really speedster kind of an individual, and this is another one. I am so interested to see what McNair does in here. I just do not see him going backwards. That leaves frontwards, and if he comes out of there, he could be a real fly in the ointment. This guy's a bit of a speedster.
And Dexter Dunn has had a tremendous night here in Mohawk. He's won 4 races, including stakes victories. Don't discount them on the outside at 7-1 with Brandon Boulevard.
Just a starting spot, isn't it, Elisa? Mm-hmm. Somebody has to get it, and unfortunately, they're the ones that picked it up. But this is just a starting spot. Maybe they're giving up a little bit post position wise, but arguably they're picking up the best driver, one of the best drivers in the world, probably the best driver in North America right now. And I mean, what a night he's having so far tonight. The horse looks fantastic, comes out of a really, really top-notch stable. So anything can happen out here. I mean, at 7-1, would I play him? Absolutely. I think that's a little bit of a gift. The only reason you're getting 7-1 is the 10 hole. And like I said, arguably you got the best driver in the game sitting behind your horse. He'll find his way out of it.
Okay, Randy, you're the Hall of Famer in the room. Give us your final thoughts as they get ready to go behind the gate.
I'm gonna go Bojangles. I just don't think it would be right to sit there and rah a horse and let him do what he did, and then he gets beat and then jump off the bandwagon. He wasn't beaten brutally. I mean, he was beat a length and a half after a really different kind of a trip. I don't know how they do it out here tonight. I'm just hoping that he's able to bounce back and start a whole new story going, because as good as he does, all it does is help us as an industry worldwide.
Well, for the crowd that's here on track, you're in for an absolute treat. We want to hear you screaming loud as much as you can. Cheer on your favorite horse as we get set to go behind the gate for this year's edition of the Pepsi North America Cup.
The starter has now called the field. To begin lining up, as it's time for the $1 million Grade 1 Pepsi North America Cup Final. Bo Jangles in the center of the gate. Looking to rebound off of his first career defeat. He's 4-5. Odds on Mr. Mamba, who did get by him last week, 2-1. Brandon Boulevard also just past him. He's drawn the 10-hole, post 6, but in great hands with Dexter Dunn. And Sweet Lovin' Lou, the other limb winner, at 7-1. A field of 10 are all lined up. We're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Pacers pick up speed, and they're underway in the 43rd Pepsi North America Cup. Leaving outside, no wait list, along with Al Poppy. Bo Jangles sizes them up in the center. Malillo from the rail. Brandon Boulevard into the top 5 from the 10-hole behind him. Odds on Mr. Mamba to the inside. Redland Rocket Man. Outside of that one is Sweet Lovin' Lou. Then it's Azrael, Blue Chip, and Lindy Dragon Water. Here's Al Poppy and Jingra continuing to drive forward. 26-1 the opening quarter. Hot on his heels is Bo Jangles. And Bo Jangles up on the outside. He makes his move after the lead. And Bo Jangles set to take over from Al Poppy. It's no waitlist back in third and Malillo fourth. To the outside is Brandon Boulevard. In front of odds on Mr. Mamba, second over. Third over from the back is Sweet Lovin' Lou. To the inside, Redland Rocket Man and Lindy Dragon Water. And at the back is Azrael Blue Chip. Down to the half in 54-1. Bo Jangles the leader into this bend. On the outside is Brandon Boulevard inching closer a length away. Second, Al Poppy in behind Bo third. Second over, odds on Mr. Mamba. A perfect trip macked out by McDonald. Then to the inside is no wait list. Third over, Sweet Lovin' Lou, Azrael Blue Chip, Malillo, then Lindy Dragon Water and Redland Rocket Man as they turn for home. This is the best part. 121 and 1 3/4, and with $1 million on the line, here's Bo Jangles. Brandon Boulevard on the outside, relentless, continues to come forward and off cover. Odds on Mr. Mamba starting to close. Al Poppy up the inside. Here comes odds on Mr. Mamba. Brandon Boulevard, odds on Mr. Mamba. King James gets his cup in 148-1. It's odds on Mr. Mamba, the Indiana sensation, up in the final strides.
You wanted a thriller? You came and you got one. Odds on Mr. Mamba will give James McDonald his very first North America Cup. It's the race that he's wanted to get for so many years, and he got it tonight from Melanie Wren.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is fantastic for the breeding industry out in Indiana. You know what I mean? They maybe lost a little bit of ground to Ohio because so much money got dumped in Ohio, but you know, they consistently put out really, really nice horses. Now they've put out what I would consider to be a great horse. I mean, what a move this guy puts on the end of it. You know, speed like his, it's going to be tough to hold off. But again, congratulations to Pete and Melanie. You know, very, very nice people. And congratulations to the state of Indiana because you got yourself a champion on your hand. And like I said, it's great for the breeding industry out there.
Well, we were so fortunate to have these horses here tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. James is going to be celebrating along with all of his co-workers here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. We watch him race every day of the season here at our track in Milton, and it is an absolute treat to watch him win this race tonight as well.
It is, you know, fantastic driver, fantastic individual, and it's nice to see him get the job done. But you know something? You know who the lucky ones are in this one? Us as a sport, because we're going to get to see these three horses go at each other all year, and there's going to be a couple of other ones in there too, but we're very, very lucky to have a 3-year-old season like we're getting here.
Well, 3, 10, 5, and 8. That's your top 4 finishers for our edition of the Pepsi North America Cup. Shortly, we will catch up with the winning connections. We want to hear from them all. Odds on Mr. Mambo gets it done at 2-1.
Odds on Mr. Mamba. He captures this year's edition of the Pepsi North America Cup. I'm here alongside winning driver James McDonald. James, first and foremost, congratulations. But look, I want to go back to last week. You win both eliminations with Sweet Love and Lou, and this colt right here, you had to make a tough decision. I mean, how much pressure did you have going to this race just on that alone?
Well, no pressure. I mean, like I said before, I'd have been so happy for Dan and his family if they had won. So, no, not a lot of pressure. They put no pressure on me, and I just wanted to go out and race a horse race and try and do my best. So just so happy and so excited for all the connections.
He was so fast in that elimination victory, but he was drifting out wide. You worked out a picture-perfect trip. How confident were you in his ability the moment he was going to get a chance to straighten out?
I was so confident. You know, I just thought, I thought the race, the way the draw set up, I thought I was going to get a great trip. And it just, like I said, it was a dream come true. I watched my brother win this race with Sports Writer, and I was at Kawartha Downs, never thinking I was ever gonna do anything like this on this kind of stage. So it's pretty special for me, and I just so thankful I got the drive, and so lucky to be here.
You've driven a lot of talent over the last few years in this edition. Last year you did drive the favorite, and obviously last year the Light Up the World. Did you put any additional pressure on yourself with a colt of this caliber in this particular race?
Not additional, but I mean I would have been pretty disappointed. I mean it's just a race that is so hard to win. You know, I probably never win another one in my life, but I can finally say I got it done, and I'm so proud of the horse, so happy for Melanie and the connections, and just this time to party.
Representing Canada, winning this North America Cup, winning a multitude of stakes events. James, I mean, have you had a chance to time to reflect?
No, I won't reflect till I'm done. I want to win a lot more stake races, and just want to soak this one up right now.
Keep at it. Continued success.
Thanks a lot, John.
Making his way to the Winback Farm winner's circle. Number 3, odds on Mr. Mamba. Let's hear it for the 43rd Pepsi North America Cup champion as he gets his Grade 1 victory, traveling from Indiana to win his limb and cap it off with a big win in the final. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by Odds on Aculeus out of the Western Ideal Dam Honky Tonk Woman. Winning breeders Odds on Nurir, owned by Odds on Racing. Winning trainer and caretaker Melanie Wren. And James McDonald, massive fan favorite here at Mohawk Park for many years, gets his first Pepsi North America Cup victory. Odds on Mr. Mamba, the fastest 2-year-old in the sport of harness racing, has come back rock solid at 3. He's a perfect 3 for 3. Now a 10-time winner, 148-1 in Cup 43. Odds on Mr. Mamba will be met trackside by Mr. Michael Copeland, President and CEO of Woodbine Entertainment, alongside a couple of great representatives from Pepsi, our proud sponsor, Michael Abodika, account manager, and Jarrett Humphreys, director of sales, on hand as well to celebrate Odds on Mr. Mamba's victory in the Pepsi North America Cup. And as the celebrations continue for the connections, a lot of photo op opportunities here for Odds on Mr. Mamba. Again, the Indiana sensation invades and takes home that trophy. Our signature event, the 43rd Pepsi North America Cup. James McDonald alongside wife Paige and son Griff, celebrating a big win. Odds on Mr. Mamba at 2-1 pays 610, 430, and 210. The 10 Brandon Boulevard race fantastic. Could be second, 790, 290, right there again. 5, Bojangles, 210. Fourth was 8, Al Poppy. What a crop of 3-year-olds we've got. Could be a great season. Many big stakes races where many of these colts are going to meet up again. We're in for a lot of fantastic dashes throughout the year. The $2 exacta paid $35, $1 try $33.50, $1 super $246, $2 double $17.20, $1 pick 3 $16.05, $1 all stakes pick 5 $2,787.75, $1 pick 6 $4,131.30. As for the pick 4, still 7,200 plus live, and the late pick 5 4,800. All the great stakes action might be in the books, but we still have 2 more to go, including a mandatory payout in the Jackpot High 5 still to come in race 13.
Odds on Mr. Mamba gets it done here in the Pepsi North America Cup. I'm here alongside winning trainer Melanie Wren and winning owner Dana Parham of Odds On Racing. Melanie, I just want to talk to you about this victory here. I mean, this was a colt you had a lot of confidence in. How nervous were you at the top of the lane when you saw your colt second over?
I was so nervous. I mean, I knew he was in a good spot at that point, but I mean, he was in with so many nice horses, and he is amazing. I love him.
This was a colt that was drifting out a little bit in the stretch, but still showed a great deal of speed. I mean, what did you rectify coming into this final, coming into tonight?
We just did a little maintenance, the stuff everybody does. So he was just due, and we worked on him a little bit, and we rigged him up just a tad different, and he still got the job done. I don't know if we can mess him up.
This was a colt that dominated in the Indiana Sire Stakes program, catches his elimination last week. I mean, what did you think about all the noise saying that could he get it done at the against the best of the best?
I knew we were going to give it a heck of a try, and he never quits. When they're coming to the wire, he's always gaining on them. So we had a pretty good shot.
It's a big victory for not only yourself but the state of Indiana as well. I mean, just how special it is to have a colt winning this type of race out of the Indiana Sire Stakes program.
This is so awesome, and I know that they're cheering for us back there, and I love all you guys back at Hoosier and Scioto and everybody that's cheering for us in the Midwest, and we did it.
Congratulations, Melanie.
Thank you.
We're going to bring in winning owner Dana Parham on Odds On Racing. Dana, first and foremost, congratulations. Look, you started Odds On Racing in the early 2000s. You're standing here in the winner's circle of the Pepsi North America Cup. Can you even put it into words?
No, it was something that we pointed this horse to, but there's so many other good horses and so many other things that can go wrong. But for this year, it went right for us, and maybe not quite perfect for some of the others.
You watch this colt continue to progress and get better and faster each and every start, but the breeding on this colt is pretty interesting. Nothing that really catches the eyes of many. Is this almost like a little bit of a surprise for you, seeing how good he was from start number one?
Yes, but the breeding's not as bad as one might think. So if you really look at that pedigree, it's a good pedigree in my mind. I do want to thank Pepsi and Mohawk for putting on this great event. I think they should be recognized, and so I want to thank all the.
Obviously, Melanie Wren, I mean, you've got a great rapport with her, with Pete. I mean, just talk about the relationship that you guys have in, capturing such a special event like this tonight.
Well, we, from late last year till tonight, that's what we all worked at. I know the other 9 horses, they were working hard too, wasn't they? Somebody had to win, and we did. But had we not won this race tonight, there'd be no shame in losing into the many good colts out there tonight. But yeah, Pete and Melanie, they're great. They have a small stable, so horses don't get lost with them. Some of the bigger stables, who knows? Maybe this horse wouldn't have developed as well.
One thing's for sure, you've got yourself a special colt. Congratulations, Dana, and enjoy this one, and best of luck the rest of the season.
Well, we'll need some luck. I mean, we didn't win by much, did we? We'll need some luck. Anyway, thank you.
All right, Odds On Mr. Mama, James McDonald, Melanie Wren, Dana Parham, Odds On Racing. They get it done here in the Pepsi North America Cup.
By McDonald. Then to the inside is No Waitlist. Third over, Sweet Lovin' Lou, Azrael, Blue Chip, Malillo, then Lindy Dragonwater and Redland Rocket Man as they turn for home. This is the best part. 121 and 1 3/4, and with $1 million on the line, here's Bo Jangles. Brandon Boulevard on the outside. Relentless continues to come forward and off cover. Odds On Mr. Mamba starting to close. Al Poppy up the inside. Here comes Odds On Mr. Mamba. Brandon Boulevard, Odds On Mr. Mamba. King James gets his cup in 148 and 1. It's Odds On Mr. Mamba, the Indiana sensation, up in the final strides. Here's where they all finished in the Pepsi North America Cup. From the top, it's 5-8-1, 6-3-7, 10-4-9, 2 on the bottom. Coming up next, race 12 to kick off the late double. Number 3, Bayesian Firefly. Flip-flops to steal up front. Post time in 13 minutes. Let's meet the field for race 12. Number 1's Hall of Fear. Daryl Thiessen drives. Josh McKibben trains for Paul Batter and Racing Stable Incorporated. Number 2, Could Be King. Tyler Jones in the bike. Nick Galucci from Millar Farms. Travis Cullen driving 3 Bayesian Firefly. Sean Stacy trains for Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated and Landmark 18 Racing Stable. 4 is Winsun Gunner. Doug McNair in the bike. Kyle Fellows for Mickey Sudar and John Dewick. Number 5, Liquid. J.R. Plon aboard. Dean Nixon for Earl Hill Jr. Number 6, Exactly Correct. Not sure if Jody's driving or if that's just warming up. We'll get back to you on that. But Camilla Christoforou trains for Irvan Holdings Incorporated and Harolumbus Christoforou. Number 7, Just Given Her. Travis Henry in the sulky. Murray Brother trains. Also owns with Dan Serafian and Tony Basile. Number 8, Elmer Hanover. Bob McClure at the controls. Dean Nixon for Rick Burks. Call sign Roosters, the 9. Mark McDonald drives. Camilla Christoforou training for Wayne Webby. And 10 is Disco Bay with Scott Young aboard. Sean Stacy trains for Nickway Farms. And that's your 12th race field to kick off our late double in 7 minutes.
Race number 12 is where we kick off the late double for you tonight. 4-year-olds and younger non-winners of $15,000. And we should mention, if you were watching post parade, you might have seen Jody Jameson driving the 6-horse. Exactly correct. He is out there just to help out with James as he kind of does. There you go. See, you're going to see the changeover now. Out there just helping out because, of course, James will be busy with a lot of media, asking him a lot of questions after the big win in the North America Cup. So now James hops into the bike. This one is trained by Camilla Christoforou, and Camilla's got 2 horses in this race, Randy.
Yeah, she's got a nice nice barn going here, but this guy, Exactly Correct, they've always had him. Call sign Rooster has just been sent up to them by the Webbies. Last year, Doc Moore had call sign Rooster, and this year he's going to go into the Camilla Christoforou, coming up here with 3 straight wins. Mark McDonald picking up the drive. This guy here on your screen right now, 7-5. Taking a ton of support. I got him in for 3rd. I thought he raced really, really well in both of the buffers. He had the 9-hole, the 10-hole, closed up big time on both. But I kind of like this Winsun Gunner, going to go second start Lasix. I thought he had a good effort in his last 2, and to me, I think that the Lasix is really going to improve Winsun Gunner.
Randy, after you won the North America Cup, and then you probably drove the next race, same thing that James is doing here. How do you clear your head? Like, I mean, you've got to just be buzzing after the victory, but you got to get your mindset back into the game because you're going to go behind the gate again.
Yeah, it won't be clear right now. He'll be still, living it out there right now. But the beauty of horse racing, and it's the biggest thing that I miss about racing horses, is the mind clear. When you go in behind the gate, like truly, I don't think a meditation or anything would clear your mind the way that it is when you roll in behind the gate. It's just you and the horse. Everything leaves your mind, and he'll go back into that mode, and he'll probably have a good race in here as well. After the race is over, I say he's still thinking about the NA Cup. The year that I won it, I think it was maybe 4 days where it took me to come down. From that. It's a big race. Like I said, very hard to race or very hard to win.
One of the things people say, the old handicapping term is always play the driver that just won the stake. And if that's the case, James is the guy to play here. He is at 6-5, a very low price horse on the board. We're looking at the 4 Winsun Gunner. I like this horse too. I'm with you. Second last start out, and that was his 11th start already this season. So he's been fairly busy. Made a break back on June the 22nd. Reset him, came back with a good effort to finish second last start.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got a small advantage over Exactly Correct. The way I would look at it anyway is because Exactly Correct's been racing great. His lines look fantastic, but they really haven't been doing much with him in the early part of the mile. He's coming, the first week that they raced him, he come a half in 54. Last week he come a half in 55 seconds, but he's not doing much in the first part of the mile. And I just think that if they go out of there with this guy tonight and race him in the early part of the mile, it might leave him a little bit weak on the end of it there. And I guess that's what I'm kind of hoping for.
Bayesian Firefly, the 3 horse, just want to remind everybody about that shoe change. He goes from flip-flops to steel up front. He's a Sean Stacy trainee. As you're looking at the 6, once again, that's exactly correct. The 1 horse is another one to touch on too. This is Hall of Fear for Josh McKibben. In off of a nice win, he won by 2.5 lengths as the favorite in his most recent start.
Yeah, this guy's got a little fight to him there. When Darrell first brought him onto the track there, he kind of wanted to go one way and Darrell wanted him to go the other way. But he'll fight at the end of his mile too. I've seen him different times there. It looked like he was beat and he'd fight on a couple of times, So nice horse, really starting to come around. I just don't know if I'm a big fan of the rail with him, so I'm going to take a wait and seeing him. Bayesian Firefly, you talked about him a little bit earlier. This is a big drop down for him. Coming out of the buffer. The last time that he was in this buffer was May the 9th, and he was a winner. And since then, he's been up in the non-winners of 2 and grassroots. Now he comes back down to the buffer. Maybe 7-1 could be pretty juicy on Bayesian Firefly.
Well, race number 12 is where we kick off the late double for you tonight. Just 25 seconds on the clock. Good luck.
Field for the 12th begins to line up as we wind down on what's been a fantastic program so far. Still to come, that Jackpot High 5 mandatory payout in race 13. We've got a group of 10. Before that one, though, to kick off the late double. Exactly correct. James McDonald, fresh off his first Cup victory, trying to come right back. 7-5. And favored as they line up behind the gates. Post time. Field for the 12th, swings to the top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing. Down the center, Liquid with some speed along with Exactly Correct. Bayesian Firefly leaves out of there from the inside, and Winsun Gunner put into the mix as well. They battle into that opening turn. Few of them carried wide there, as Winsun Gunner's about in the 3 wide path, and that briefly had Liquid 4 wide. Winsun Gunner's now going to clear in front of Asian Firefly. Plant takes a tuck in third with Liquid. In front of Exactly Correct, the odds-on favorite is fourth, 27-1 opening quarter. Hall of Fear gets away fifth. Then it's Could Be King sixth. Seventh one is Just Given Her. 2 more lengths. Eighth is Elmer Hanover, the last pair. Call sign Rooster and Disco Bay. Single file with 3/8 in the books. Winsun Gunner chopping it out with Bayesian Firefly second. Liquid third and Exactly Correct still on hold from fourth. Then it's Hall of Fear fifth. Being followed by Could Be King. Further back, so starting up Just Given Her. Following that one is Elmer Hanover. Last 2, call sign Rooster Disco Bay. Half was reached in 55-4. Winsun Gunner now leads a length and a quarter in front of Bayesian Firefly, who's too clear of Liquid. There's Exactly Correct making his move now. First up out of fourth. Just Given Her racing to catch up to his cover. Inside is Hall of Fear. He's down to the safety lane, having some issues there for Thiessen. And then Could Be King. Back to Elmer Hanover. Call sign Rooster and Disco Bay. 3/4 in 1:23-2. And Winsun Gunner will have to find more, because Exactly Correct is ranging up on the outside now and powering ahead. Here's Exactly Correct to get the lead. Bayesian Firefly, he angles out and takes a shot late here. He's got 2 to make up. Exactly Correct driving on, and Exactly Correct will score. In front of Bayesian Firefly, looked like Winsun Gunner, held on to third, 150-4 for Exactly Correct, McDonald triples. Six, 3, 4, and a dead heat for fourth between 5 and 7. Unofficial on the board as we meet race 12 winner number 6, Exactly Correct. 3-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight is out of the Captain Treacherous Dam, in other words. Or Van Holdings Incorporated and Harolumbus Christophorou share ownership. Camilla Christopher, the winning trainer, and James McDonald with his third of the night. Exactly Correct. 1 for 3 this year, second lifetime score. Easily a new life's best, 150-4 for Exactly Correct. Twelfth race payout, 6 Exactly Correct, 370, 270, 210. Second number 3, Bayesian Firefly, 470 and 310. Third number 4, Winsun Gunner, 240. $2 exacta, $16. Dollar try, 22.25. Couple of supers paying out, $1 payout, 6345, 39.90, 6347, 105.85, 15.10 for the $2 double, and 26.80 for the dollar pick 3. Live money heading to the final legs. The pick 4 just under 2,900, still going strong, and just over 1,700 in the pick 5. As we head to our Jackpot High Five mandatory payout next. The 12th swings to the top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go. They're off and pacing. Down the center, Liquid with some speed along with Exactly Correct. Bayesian Firefly leaves out of there from the inside, and Winsun Gunner put into the mix as well. They battle into that opening turn. Few of them carried wide there. As Winsun Gunner's about in the 3 wide path, and that briefly had Liquid 4 wide. Winsun Gunner's now going to clear in front of Asian Firefly. Plant takes a tuck in third with Liquid. In front of Exactly Correct, the odds-on favorite is fourth, 27-1 opening quarter. Hall of Fear gets away 5th. Then it's Could Be King 6th. 7th one is Just Given Her. 2 more lengths. 8th is Elmer Hanover, the last pair. Call sign Rooster and Disco Bay. Single file with 3/8 in the books. Winsun Gunner chopping it out with Bayesian Firefly 2nd. Liquid 3rd and Exactly Correct still on hold from 4th. Then it's Hall of Fear 5th. Being followed by Could Be King. Further back, so starting up Just Given Her. Following that one is Elmer Hanover. Last 2, call sign Rooster Disco Bay. Half was reached in 55-4. Winsun Gunner now leads a length and a quarter in front of Bayesian Firefly, who's 2 clear of Liquid. There's Exactly Correct making his move now. First up out of 4th. Just Given Her racing to catch up to his cover. Inside is Hall of Fear. He's down to the safety lane, having some issues there for Thiessen. And then Could Be King. Back to Elmer Hanover. Call sign Rooster and Disco Bay. 3/4 in 1:23-2. And Winsun Gunner will have to find more because Exactly Correct is ranging up on the outside now and powering ahead. Here's Exactly Correct to get the lead. Bayesian Firefly, he angles out and takes a shot late here. He's got 2 to make up. Exactly Correct driving on. And Exactly Correct will score in front of Bayesian Firefly. Looked like Winsun Gunner held on to 3rd. 150-4 for Exactly Correct. McDonald triples. Here's where they all finished race 12. From the top, it's 10-8-2, 3 4th in a dead heat, 1 4th in a dead heat, 7-6-9. Race 13, the Jackpot High Five mandatory payout, $138,234.32 will seed the pool. All the new money wagered will have just a 15% takeout. Number 3, Scammer. Daryl Thiessen drives. 7, Starlet Miller time. Scratch sick. Post time in 12 minutes.
Welcome back inside the studio. Lisa Blow alongside Randy Waples, John Rouse, of course, outside. And just want to kind of put a bow on things, Randy, before we talk about horses for the 13th and final race on tonight's card. We saw some superstars competing this evening. We saw some throwdowns tonight as well. What were some of the highlights for you?
Well, I think the NA Cup was a big one for me. You know what I mean? I mean, Odds on Mamba come in here looking to slay the dragon, and he did. And that's good. And like I said, I just like the fact that it's going to build the Indiana racing. It's going to build them up big time. You know what I mean? Now that they've had a horse be able to do that. You know, Brett out there came here, and he's not done yet. Maybe the Meadowland Space will be next. Either way, it really helps Indiana. And as long as everybody's strong in the industry, then we're all strong.
Right. Now, let's ask John, because, John, you were out there trackside tonight. Anything stand out? I mean, obviously, there were some great races tonight, but you saw things from a different vantage point than Randy and I did. Any stories from tonight?
I saw a lot of appreciation for horses who got the beat tonight and suffered defeat. I thought a lot of horses in defeat raced exceptionally well, and I think that bodes well for us all summer long in this stake season.
Field for race 13 on parade. Number 1 is Stingray Dale. Mark McDonald drives. Gary Murner training for Gino Toscani. Travis Cullen drives 2 Daxi Ulster for trainer Scott McEnany and owner Brad Grant. The 3 Scammer. Daryl Thiessen picks up the catch drive. Rod Hughes for Sarah Emery. Number 4, Borderline Mobby. James McDonald aboard. Dave Maneri trains for Maneri Racing Incorporated. Larry Maneri, Ryan Moorfield, and Pitbull Stable. The 5 Windor. Doug McNair in the seat. Mike Vanderkamp for Diana Secord. The 6 is Pac-Man Hanover. Scott Young drives. Sean Stacy training for David McDonald. BC Reicheld Stable. Stephen Downey and Diane Bertrand. The 7's out. Number 8, Illicit Behavior. Bob McClure for trainer Sean Stacy. Owners are Landmark 18 Racing Stable, Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated, and David Reed. Number 9, Scorpion Sealster. Jody Jameson in the seat. Dave Maneri for Shell Anderson. State 1 Smiley, number 10. Tyler Jones drives. Gaston Demont owns and trains. And a couple of starters from the second tier. First is the 11 Mega Moves with Tyler Borth in the sulky. Tony Beaton trains. Also owns with David Mercer, Dominic Chiravelli, and Anvil and Lakes Farm. And number 12, Odds On Bullfrog. Travis Henry in the bike for trainer Dr. Ian Moore. Odds On Racing, the owners. And that's your field. Race 13. Jackpot High Five mandatory payout. 7 minutes left to wager.
So we're going to really put a bow on it now, Randy, because we just, unfortunately for John's microphone, it only works till race number 12, you see, and then it turns off for race number 13. And like John was saying, he saw a lot of appreciation tonight for horses who maybe didn't win. I think the fans this evening recognized that there can only be so many winners on a program, and recognize the hard work that goes into getting these horses ready for races like this.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so hard to get a horse to this level, and then to have them be competitive in races like this tonight. It's just amazing. I'll tell you another thing that I kind of took away from it too, that I thought was kind of cool. When John was interviewing the owner breeder of Odds On Mamba, and he said, "I would like to thank Pepsi and I would like to thank Mohawk Racetrack for putting on this beautiful event." How often do you see or hear owners do that? You know what I mean? I thought that was a really classy way to do it. I mean, just seems like a real nice gentleman.
Really nice guy with a really nice horse. As we wrap things up with the mandatory payout for the Jackpot High Five, make sure to get your wagers in for that. Randy, you're back again tomorrow. What time's pregame show?
Pregame show 5:45 if you want to tune in, and first post 6:30.
And I will be back at Woodbine tomorrow. Our pregame show goes around 12 o'clock or so. First race post time at 1 o'clock for tomorrow's program. So you have plenty of horse racing action on Sunday. Yes?
Just wanted to say, too, thanks a lot for the great job. Coming over
Randy.
here, steering the ship the way that you did. Didn't matter what they threw at you. You dodged it, ducked it. You'd be a hell of a dodgeball player. And also say a big shout out to Jeff Bratt for me.
Yes, I will. Yep, it's a small team of broadcasters that we have here, but
We get
all
along
work
well.
hard, and we're all good friends, and it shows. Race number 13, getting ready to go behind the gate. Want to congratulate Chad, of course, on a great night of calling as well. Pats all around for everybody, including our horsemen, our equine athletes, everybody that came out here tonight to cheer on their horses. We hope you enjoyed the show that we put on. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. Good luck with your selections in the 13th and final.
Just 3 minutes left until post time. 3 minutes for the high five mandatory payout. Again, 138,000 plus in the carryover pool to seed it. More than 125,000 already wagered in new money. Anybody that's played this in the past knows that when they line up behind the gate is when you're going to see that money really filter in and jump up in big chunks. Expecting a big number of new money. All the best if you're playing along. We've got just a couple of minutes until post time. Lining up for race 13 as we put the finishing touches on what's been a great night. Appreciate everybody joining us on track or tuning in from somewhere around the globe. Plenty of great action here all summer long. Soon we're going to pump up our racing schedule. Right now we're Friday through Monday, 4 nights in a row. We'll be adding Thursdays to the rotation here shortly to go 5 nights a week for majority of the summer. Plenty of stakes action in late summer, early fall. Lots to look forward to right here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. We've got the Jackpot High Five finale to close things out. Now at the top of the stretch, all lined up. Here they come. Pacers pick up speed. And there they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving hard from the rail, that's Stingray Dale. Driving out from the 6-hole, Pac-Man Hanover put into play early. And from the outside is Scorpion Sealster. Then they're 3 wide in behind that trio. To the inside is Dak Sealster. Outside of that one, Borderline Mommy. Windors carried wide to the opening turn in 6th. And then from the second tier, Mega Moves is 7th. Outside the other second tier starter, Odds On Bullfrog 8th. Further back, Illicit Behavior. Next to last, Scammer. And the trailer, State 1 Smiley, 26-1 opening quarter. It's Stingray Dale, Mark McDonald leading 2. Heading up to 3/8 in front of Dak Sealster 2nd. Another 2 to Pac-Man Hanover 3rd. Then Scorpion Sealster, Borderline Mobby. Windor is in 6th. Outside, Odds On Bullfrog. Inside, Mega Moves. Swinging to the outside, McClure with Illicit Behavior. Saving ground inside is Scammer. Another 4 to a trailing State 1 Smiley. They went by the half in 54-1. Stingray Dale the leader. Here comes Borderline Mobby. 6-5. Second choice is up to 3rd. Dak Sealster still 2nd. Pac-Man Hanover is 4th, and he's able to slide off of the pylon 2nd over just in front of the big favorite Windor. And then it's Scorpion Sealster, Odds On Bullfrog, Illicit Behavior, Mega Moves, then Scammer and State 1 Smiley, 121 3 3/4. And they turn for home. And Borderline Mobby on the outside, trying to go by Stingray Dale as the McDonald brothers are battling over the final 1/8 of a mile. Borderline Mobby, Stingray Dale. Nothing separates them right now. Windor's in pursuit, as is Scorpion Sealster. Stingray Dale coming back. Borderline Mobby outside. Stingray Dale holds on at 32-1 to pull off the stunner in the High Five finale. 149-2. It's Stingray Dale over Borderline Mobby. Unofficial 1-4-5-9-12. Upset winner of race 13, number 1, Stingray Dale, back in front of us. 3-year-old beginning by Perfect Sting out of the Rock and Roll Heaven Dam Oceanas, owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Gary Murner, and driven to victory by Mark McDonald. 2 for 6 this year. Stingray Dale now a 3-time winner. He gets a lifetime best tonight, sub 50, 149-2 for Stingray Dale at 32-1. 13 race payouts. Number 1, Stingray Deo, 66-40, 18, 45, 10. Second, 4, Borderline Mobby, 330, 210. Third, number 5, Windor, 210. $2 Exacta, 279.30. The dollar try, 161.80. Dollar Super, 1,093 and a quarter. $1 winning jackpot high five ticket, $16,306.65. 168.90 for the $2 late double. Dollar pick 3, 168.70. Dollar pick 4 and pick 5 payouts, 831 even and 2,964.80. That wraps up Saturday harness action at Mohawk Park. Thanks for being with us, everybody, on our Pepsi North America Cup program. Racing does return tomorrow. We're back at it. 10 dashes kicking off at 6:30. Catch the pregame show at 5:45. Once again, thanks for being with us, everybody. Safe drive home, and we'll see you on Sunday. Good night, everyone. Pacers pick up speed. And there they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving hard from the rail, that's Stingray Deo. Driving out from the 6-hole. Pac-Man Hanover put into play early. And from the outside is Scorpion Sealster. Then they're 3 wide in behind that trio. To the inside is Dak Sealster. Outside of that one, Borderline Mommy. Windors carried wide to the opening turn in 6th. And then from the second tier, Mega Moves is 7th. Outside the other second tier starter, Odds On Bullfrog 8th. Further back, Illicit Behavior. Next to last, Scammer. And the trailer, State 1 Smiley, 26-1 opening quarter. It's Stingray Dale, Mark McDonald leading 2. Heading up to 3/8 in front of Dak Sealster 2nd. Another 2 to Pac-Man Hanover 3rd. Then Scorpion Sealster, Borderline Mobby. Windor is in 6th. Outside, Odds On Bullfrog. Inside, Mega Moves. Swinging to the outside, McClure with Illicit Behavior. Saving ground inside is Scammer, another 4 to a trailing State 1 Smiley. They went by the half in 54-1. Stingray Deo the leader. Here comes Borderline Mobby. 6-5. Second choice is up to 3rd. Dak Sealster still 2nd. Pac-Man Hanover is 4th, and he's able to slide off of the pylon 2nd over just in front of the big favorite Windor. And then it's Scorpion Sealster, Odds On Bullfrog, Illicit Behavior, Mega Moves, then Scammer and State 1 Smiley, 121 and 3 3/4. And they turn for home. And Borderline Mobby on the outside, trying to go by Stingray Dale as the McDonald brothers are battling over the final 1/8 of a mile. Borderline Mobby, Stingray Deo. Nothing separates them right now. Windor's in pursuit, as is Scorpion Sealster. Stingray Deo coming back. Borderline Mobby outside. Stingray Deo holds on at 32-1 to pull off the stunner in the high five finale. 149-2. It's Stingray Deo over Borderline Mobby.
To a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.